Everybody ready? Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us tonight. Glad to have you with us. We're going to come back to order with a roll call from our city clerk, Kathy Valdez. Kathy, would you turn up my microphone a little bit?
The record should reflect that all members are present.
Thank you very much. And our city attorney, Walter Chung, will bring us out of closed session.
The City Council took no reportable action in closed session this afternoon.
Okay. And I'm going to ask everybody, we're going to bring in as many chairs as we can in the back of the room, but I would ask all of you to go ahead and suspend your conversations at this time. Our council meeting is now in session. Councilmember Fox is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening.
Please rise and remove your hats. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'd like to convene our meeting this evening in honor of Rob Hager, who served with the North County Fire Protection District for more than 15 years as a fire engineer and paramedic. He is remembered by colleagues as a dedicated firefighter and mentor. Our condolences are with him and his family and his friends. And now our city clerk, Kathy Valdez, has some procedural items to cover.
Thank you, Mayor. In accordance with the Brown Act, I'd like to announce that as a result of convening simultaneous meetings, the members of the Buena Sanitation District will receive compensation of $147.75 for the district meeting pursuant to Buena Sanitation District Ordinance 2006-1. I would like to remind everyone that the Vista Municipal Code requires members of the public to observe order and decorum at the meeting and to conduct themselves in a courteous manner. The ordinance was adopted to allow for public input and to facilitate city business without disruption of the meeting. Applause is appropriate for items listed under the presentation portion of the agenda only. Students wishing to receive credit for attending this evening's meeting must stay for a minimum of 1 hour. However, we ask that you stay for the completion of the item rather than leaving in the middle of a discussion. When you're ready to leave, you may ask one of the staff members at the back of the room to sign your paper. Thank you.
Okay, to speak on an item on tonight's agenda, please fill out a speaker slip with the number of the item you'd like to speak on and give it to the clerk, secretary, staff here at the dais. Speaker slips are available on the table just outside the council chambers. For members of the public participating via Zoom, you may use the raise your hand feature to indicate that you'd like to speak, or you may press *9 on your phone. We will announce when to raise your hand to indicate that you'd like to make a comment on the specific item being discussed. Speakers will each have 3 minutes to address the City Council. Now we'll go to our City Manager, John Conley, for approval of tonight's agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. No changes to this evening's agenda.
Okay, we have 3 presentations this evening, and I'd like to invite my fellow council members to join me at the lectern for these presentations. Our first presentation this evening is a proclamation to honor and celebrate the life of Ethan Ramos. I'd like to invite his parents, Mike and Jonna, as well as any other family members present, to please come forward. Give you this on behalf of our city. And our proclamation reads, whereas on January 23rd, 2025, the community lost a bright light with the passing of Ethan Ramos, an exceptionally talented performer, a beloved friend, a devoted student, an inspiring human being. Whereas Ethan touched the lives of many with his warm smile and welcoming spirit, during a time of uncertainty, he became a beacon of kindness and connection in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. Whereas Ethan's impact was felt deeply within the performing arts, from his early days with the Moonlight Youth Theater to professional productions at Moonlight Stage Productions and its standout roles at Rancho Buena Vista High School, including Finding Nemo Jr. Enemy of the People, Singing in the Rain, and Once Upon a Mattress. Whereas Ethan championed inclusivity and creativity both as a performer and as a student blogger for Broadway World San Diego, uplifting the voices of others through media, storytelling, and leadership. Whereas he was admired not only for his talent on stage, but for his selflessness, encouragement of others, and ability to make everyone feel valued and seen. Whereas his dedication to excellence extended beyond the stage, serving as vice president of Bravo Club, a member of National Honor Society and Reliable Connections Club, and a candidate for the California Thespian Student Officer Program. Whereas his joy was contagious and his heart was immeasurable and his spirit unforgettable. Forever the friend with a Dutch Brothers coffee in one hand and hot Cheetos in the other, and a song in his soul. Whereas his legacy lives on through the Live Like Ethan Scholarship Fund established by his family to support aspiring young artists at Rancho Buena Vista High School with the same love, kindness, and passion that Ethan embodied. Now, therefore, we honor and celebrate the life and legacy of Ethan Ramos, whose light will never dim in the hearts of those who knew him. Let us all strive to live like Ethan, with joy, compassion, courage, and love. Our next proclamation is one in recognition of Rancho Buena Vista High School Theater Department. Accepting the proclamation are Principal Jose Villarreal, staff members Renee Coller and Mackenzie Scott, and the members of the Drama Club. Would you come forward? Give this to you on behalf of the city. Thank you very much. Whereas the Rancho Buena Vista High School Theater Department has long stood as a creative, compassionate cornerstone.
Why don't the students come up too?
Oh, yes, please. Absolutely. Whereas the Rancho Buena Vista High School Theater Department has long stood as a creative and compassionate cornerstone of the school community, offering a place of belonging, expression, and artistic growth for students from all walks of life. Whereas in the spring of 2025, this remarkable group of students and educators faced an unimaginable loss with the passing of one of their own, Ethan Ramos, a moment that tested their spirit, strength, and unity. Whereas rather than faltering, the RBV Drama Club demonstrated profound resilience, coming together not only to grieve, but to uplift one another, carrying forward their mission of excellence in theater with courage and compassion. Under the dedicated leadership of Miss Mackenzie Scott and Miss Renee Collar-Bachman, the RBV Theater Department created a space for healing, support, and purpose, honoring the memory of their castmate through action, artistry, and community. Despite the emotional and personal challenges, the students continued to rehearse, create, and perform, producing a heartfelt and high-caliber spring musical, The Music Man, which they dedicated in honor of their late friend and fellow performer. Whereas the Rancho Buena Vista High School Theater Department has emerged from a time of sorrow with a deeper sense of unity, love, and purpose, proving that the show not only goes on, but goes on with heart. Now, therefore, we recognize and commend the Rancho Buena Vista High School Theater Department for their remarkable resilience, their strength in community, their unwavering commitment to the transformative power of theater. Their story is a testament to the human spirit and a shining example for all.
Just thank you to Ms. Scott and Ms. Hickey for being the pillars.
And as we're filing in for a photo, I just want to say thank you. As your deputy mayor, I'm an alum of RBV Drama, and there's so much compassion in that department to help us feel the things we need to feel. So thank you for being here, and thank you for carrying on Ethan's legacy.
Thank you.
Okay, our final proclamation tonight is one to recognize some of our local heroes, and I'd like to invite, I know I'm going to get this wrong, I apologize, you'll have to help me get it right. Maxim Hotsukvi, I know I butchered that, I apologize. How yes. Maxim Hitoski. Did I get it right? Close. Okay. All right. I'd also like to invite Daniel Herrera Martinez, as well as our own Sheriff's Captain John Malin, to come forward. And one of our local heroes we're honoring tonight, Carlos Diaz Jr., is unable to join us this evening. Welcome. And this is, Maxim, this is for you. Okay. And you're on. Okay. On the evening of July 16, 2025, an alarming incident occurred in the parking lot of Walmart located at 1800 University Avenue in the city of Vista, in which a young child was harmed by an unknown adult male. Whereas at the time of that incident, the child's mother was unloading groceries from her vehicle when she heard her daughter cry out. She turned to see her child in distress as the suspect fled the scene. Carlos Diaz Jr. was present in the parking lot, immediately recognized the seriousness of the situation, and bravely intervened, detaining the suspect until law enforcement arrived, thereby preventing further harm. Whereas Maxim say it again? Hutovsky and Daniel Herrera Martinez also witnessed the incident and courageously joined in to help restrain the suspect, ensuring that he would not escape despite the potential danger. And whereas the actions of Carlos, Maxim, and Daniel displayed remarkable bravery and selflessness as they risked their own safety to help a vulnerable child in need, embodying the highest standards of heroism. Whereas we give thanks to the quick and coordinated response of these individuals, the suspect was held until authorities arrived and the child was able to receive prompt medical attention. Whereas the courage and swift actions displayed by Carlos, Maxim, and Daniel directly contributed to ensuring the safety of those present and assisting law enforcement in their apprehension of the suspect. Now, therefore, I, as the mayor of Vista, and the members of our city council do hereby recognize, commend, and proclaim Carlos Diaz Jr., Maxim Hutovsky, and Daniel Herrera Martinez as heroes for their heroic actions in the face of danger. Their exemplary bravery, compassion, and willingness to act in the moment are an inspiration to all of us and demonstrate the power of community in preventing harm and aiding those in need. Thank you. Please, Captain. Our sheriff's captain is going to add a little something.
This one's hard. What I'll always say is children and the youth are the most important thing that we have in our lives. And I know I'm in good company when I say that. So when I see gentlemen stand up for what's right and protect youth, it blows my mind. Thank you. On behalf of the Sheriff's Station and the Sheriff's Office, we honor you and we appreciate what you do for the community. Thank you so much.
And I would be remiss if I didn't thank all of our deputies for sharing this story of heroism so that we could honor these heroes. And as always, our captain for sharing stories of heroism of our deputies every day so that we can honor them. We appreciate the opportunity to do that whenever possible. Thank you, deputies. Okay, that's going to bring us to the oral communications portion of our meeting. Any member of the public may address the City Council on agency-related matters that are not on our agenda tonight by requesting to speak during this section of the agenda. If you are participating via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or press *9 if you'd like to speak. The number of speakers that will be heard during this segment is limited to 10. Any additional remaining speakers will be heard under the second oral communications item. We do have 2 speaker cards. The first is from Dustin Lawrence. The second is from Mary Davis. If you would go ahead, Dustin Lawrence, come forward. You have 3 minutes. And Mary Davis, if you'd come forward and be ready to speak. Mr. Lawrence, give us just one moment. Let a few people come into the chamber here and have a seat. And everybody, if you would, please suspend your conversations. Come to order as quickly as possible.
Good afternoon. I am here on behalf of the Del Mar Fairgrounds. The 26th District Agricultural Association has launched Fairgrounds 2050, an initiative that will help shape the future of its properties through the creation of a new comprehensive master site. This includes the properties of Del Mar Fairgrounds, the Surf and Turf
Just
Rec
a moment,
Center.
Mr. Lawrence. Ladies and gentlemen, like you're in a courtroom, you're in a public meeting of an officially elected body, please suspend your conversations. Please be silent. In the lobby, we can hear you. Please be silent also so that our speaker can be heard. We can conduct the city's business. Please be silent. Mr. Lawrence, please.
Yeah. As well as the Del Mar Horse Pack. The new master site plan will help ensure the fairgrounds can continue to serve as San Diego County's iconic coastal community gathering place for decades to come. To maintain a community-first approach, the district has begun a public outreach program to gather input and feedback on what residents want to see in the future of the fairgrounds. Our outreach component will include 6 open houses. These will take place over the next 2 months. They will be held from 6 to 8 p.m. in various locations throughout the county, including one option near Vista. That'll take place on Wednesday, October 9th at the San Elijo Rec Center, Terrace Hall, in San Marcos. All other dates and venues will be found on the Fairgrounds website, and all feedback received will contribute to the formation and the design objectives that the district's board of directors will develop as a framework for the future of the property. All open houses are open to the public. However, if you'd like to register in advance or learn more, we recommend you visit delmarfairgrounds.com/2050. Thank you on behalf of Del Mar Fairgrounds, and we hope to see you at the open house.
Okay, Mary Davis, welcome.
Where's my timer? Oh, there. Okay, good evening, Mary Davis, government watchdog and accountability partner. First, I want to thank you for commending those local heroes. I'm a retired police dispatch supervisor. My husband's a retired canine officer, and it's somewhat rare for citizens to step in to that level, that degree. And I say that society is judged by how it treats its most vulnerable: animals, elders, and children. So I give personal thanks, as does this chamber, and I appreciate you recognizing them. Next, I'm here tonight actually to ask you, this chamber, to publicly join in opposing the road use charge at the state level. We have successfully beaten it back at the local level, both for an affordability standpoint, but more importantly, far more importantly, privacy standpoint. How we would even accept something systemically tracking our movements by default, I can't even get my head around it, that we would accept that as a society. But given the local political climate and the concern with ICE or immigrants and tracking, how on earth would we accept that we would track our movements? It's antithetical to the Constitution, to our Privacy Act. So anybody who might have been on board with it, I'm asking you to take a pragmatic step back and think there are other ways. I would suggest a weight charge, especially if EVs or big heavy trucks are tearing it up, that we could go with that. There are many other solutions that do not involve us systemically tracking our movements. I do go back to the city. I'm a government watchdog. I go to many chambers and speak, and I was very shocked by Mr. Preciado in the Chula Vista City Council, and he seemed to be all on board with the ALPRs. That's the automated license plate readers. He seemed to be fine with tracking his own citizens, and the only objection he raised was that the data not be shared with ICE. That is two-tiered governance. So if you cannot track your own citizens or immigrants. We need to be treated equally under the 14th Amendment, equal protections. But more importantly, do not even consider tracking us by default. And so I'm asking you to put up some kind of proclamation, resolution, maybe something with teeth in it, that you show that you robustly defend the privacy rights of your citizens. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now we're going to, please hold your applause. Please hold your applause. So, ladies and gentlemen, as our city clerk stated earlier, we're now in the business portion of our meeting, and our municipal ordinance requires that you hold all applause. Unfortunately, that's what our ordinance requires, and I am, as mayor, charged with enforcing that as the presiding officer of the meeting. So please don't make any outburst of any kind of sound unless it's your turn to speak. Now we're going to hear from speakers on Zoom. We'll start with Tina Fitzgerald, then we'll hear from Dave Ekstrom, then we'll hear from Becky Rapp. Please be ready to speak when your name is called. Tina Fitzgerald.
Hi, thank you very much. The North County Transit District has advanced a project study report and moved toward a 5% design for the Sprinter Corridor Service Improvement Project, which would take the Sprinter for a 15-minute train, so running every 15 minutes instead of every 30 minutes. They've received $10.2 million in federal funding to upgrade signals and to begin preliminary engineering and environmental work, especially between San Marcos and Escondido. And the plan is to phase in that construction. And as a citizen who has recently moved to Vista in the past 4 years, before I was in another area of North County, and I was just shocked at how loud the trains are, how often they run, and literally in the middle of the night, it sounds like a train is running through my bedroom, and I'm way up on Alta Vista. I just can't even imagine double tracks and trains every 15 minutes without some sort of investment by the city in some quiet zones like they have in Oceanside, Carlsbad, Encinitas, and Del Mar. So I just like to, I don't know if the city knows about this. The construction hasn't started, but the construction that's going on the railroad right now with the bike path is very disruptive. And all day long, it seems like we're hearing trains because now they have to double beep their horns very loud if anyone's near the tracks. And of course, the construction workers are near the tracks all day long. So it's just very unsettling.
Okay, and now we'll hear from Dave Ekstrom, followed by Becky Rapp, and then Megan Stewart. Dave Ekstrom. Dave Ekstrom. Okay, we'll come back to Mr. Ekstrom. We'll go to Becky Rapp, followed by Megan Stewart, followed by Madison. Becky Rapp.
Good evening, Mayor Franklin and council members. My name is Becky Rapp, and I come tonight as I want to bring forward critical new research on marijuana and its impact on fertility and child development. A study published this year by researchers found that THC, the active ingredient in marijuana, directly harms human embryos. IVF embryos exposed to THC showed widespread gene disruptions and a 9% increase in chromosomal errors. These errors are a leading cause of miscarriages and severe developmental problems. This science builds on what we already know. Marijuana reduces sperm count and quality in men, interferes with normal brain development in children, and leaves lasting marks on DNA. Despite this, the marijuana industry continues to market these products as safe and natural. Pregnant women in particular are being misled, often turning to marijuana without being warned of the risks. Vista can take steps to protect families, and I urge the council to require point-of-purchase education in pot shops so consumers see accurate health information before buying. I also encourage you to advocate for mandatory warning labels on packaging, clearly stating the risks to fertility, pregnancy, and child development. These are basic public health protections, no different from tobacco or alcohol. By adopting these measures, Vista can ensure residents are making informed choices and that vulnerable groups, especially women and children, are not left unprotected. Thank you.
Now we'll hear from Megan Stewart, followed by Madison, followed by a phone caller ending in 18222. Megan Stewart. Megan Stewart. Okay, next we'll hear from caller Madison. Madison, can you hear us? Hi, Madison.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we
Okay,
can.
great, thanks. Okay, so as a mother of 3 young children, I spend a lot of time thinking about my kids' future and what kind of world they will grow up in, and also how the choices that we as adults make today and how that's going to shape their teenage years and their young adulthood. A big concern I have is for their mental health and the mental health of all the children in our community as they navigate an increasingly complicated and stressful world. Many young adults struggle with anxiety, depression, substance use, and a sense of not knowing where they belong. Add to this the challenges of finding meaningful work, getting the right education, and staying connected in healthy ways, and it can be overwhelming. A UCSD epidemiologist recently warned that we are only at the beginning of a major public health crisis tied to substance use and addiction. Industries that profit from products like tobacco, marijuana, and CBD are shaping how our kids see relaxation or coping. The science is clear. Regular use during adolescence and young adulthood can interfere with brain development, increase risks of anxiety and depression, and set young people on a difficult path. When marijuana storefronts are highly visible in our city through advertising, billboards, and social media, it normalizes use for kids. It sends the message that this is a safe, acceptable, or even expected way to cope. But we know the reality is far more dangerous for young developing minds. I want my children and all of our children to grow up in a community that protects their mental health, that gives them safe outlets for stress, creativity, and connection, and that doesn't put temptation in their faces before they're even old enough to understand the consequences. Good mental health is one of the most precious gifts we can give the next generation. Let's please shift the focus to investing only in businesses and activities that help our kids thrive. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from the caller whose phone number ends in 1822. Caller with the phone number ending in 1822, can you hear us? Let's try Dave Ekstrom again. He's gone. How about Megan Stewart? Megan Stewart, can you hear us? Okay, we will now close the opportunity for oral communications at tonight's meeting. And that will bring us to our consent calendar. The recommendations on the following consent calendar will be enacted in one motion unless an item is removed from the calendar. Any member of the public may remove an item by submitting a request to speak card to the clerk secretary by using the raise their hand feature on Zoom or by pressing *9. Items removed from the consent calendar will be considered immediately following the adoption of the calendar. We have 7 consent items this evening. Item C4 has been pulled by the public. Item C7 has been pulled by the public. Councilmember O'Donnell.
Motion to approve the balance?
I'll second that motion. Seeing no other discussion, please cast your votes. That item is approved unanimously. That will bring us to item C4, and we'll hear from the following public speakers. Looks like Gary Lukovich, followed by Robert Mendez, followed by Michael Nealand, and then Michael Douglas. Greg Lukovich, you have 3 minutes. If you heard your name called, go ahead and if you can find a seat in the front row, or why don't you come on, line up over here and be ready. So we have a lot of speakers tonight. I don't want to spend a lot of time waiting for people to get up. And so if you would, Robert Mendez, Michael Nealand, and Michael Douglas, please go ahead and come be ready to speak when your name is called. Mr. Lukovich.
Thank you for hearing me, and thank you for pronouncing my name correctly. I'm here to talk about the proposed ban on Glocks and similar type of pistols that the state has, Assembly and Senate have passed. I don't think the governor signed it yet, but for some reason, I guess the city of Vista wants to take a position on it. I'm not sure why, because that seems to me it is a state issue and a constitutional issue, so I don't think the state should have anything to do with that. And just for clarification, the Glocks aren't really the problem. The Glock been around a long time. It's used by most of the law enforcement people. There's over 1 million of them in California already. It's the most popular gun in the nation for handguns. It is a very safe and reliable pistol. The problem is, because it is so popular, some very clever and devious people found a way to make it automatic by the addition of a little mechanical device in the back of the gun. So instead of shooting one bullet with one pull of the finger, it can shoot as many bullets as the magazine holds by holding on to the trigger. This is not Glock's fault, okay? I mean, as soon as they ban this one and take Glocks off the market in July 1 of 2026, other people figure out how to do it with other pistols. Okay, so it makes no sense. I think that's just a backdoor way of trying to ban handguns, which I think they're a great way to protect yourself, a great way for having, fun doing sporting things at the range. I think it's a totally inappropriate way of going about it. I don't think the city of Vista should take any position on this because it is not a city issue. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from Robert Mendez, followed by Michael Nealand.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm here on the same issue. I represent the California Rifle and Pistol Association here in San Diego County. We represent about 5,000 members. We meet here in Vista, as a matter of fact, and I have a few people here with me. On the Glock issue, I can't see where if you have 2 or 3 assailants and the guy or a person does CCW carry, and you get 3 individuals shooting at you, you're sure as heck not going to hold a revolver with 6 rounds. Okay, the whole concept of the thing is that you have enough ammunition without having to reload. So, but most of us carry, and most of us have 2 extra magazines and whatnot. And this, to me, is nothing more than a way to jump in to try to ban the handgun because of its name, the Glock. Well, people made it popular, and if they find the black rifle popular, then that's the issue. I can't see it. I can't see you guys getting involved in something you don't understand. At the time that we started this chapter in Vista, which represents all of San Diego County, there was only 14 chapters. We have 59 chapters now all the way to San Francisco. Why? Because people want the right to have their Second Amendment right, not taken away and not just tossed because you think it's a bad gun or this or that. My wife owns a Glock 17 and she's good with it. So that's all I got to say is that, take your business, but if you don't understand the whole concept about self-protection, then I don't know what to tell you. Thank you.
Michael Nealand, followed by Michael Douglas.
Thank you. I'll make this brief. I'm a hobbyist. I have only been in this sport for a couple of years. And what I can say is people who own firearms are among the most educated, civil, cool-headed people that I know. I don't know why this has become an issue, but I just want to let you know that I am not in favor of it. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Michael Douglas.
I'm here to oppose what you guys are trying to do with the state, trying to help the state. The state does a fine job of trying to take away our rights as they are without you guys jumping in and putting your name on it. I'm a member of Escondido Fish and Game. You guys don't understand firearms? We welcome you to come out. We'll show you how to use them. We'll show you how to handle them safe. But I think what you're doing is totally wrong. I'm here to oppose it. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other speakers on this item from the public, we'll close the opportunity for public comment at this time. And seeing no requests from the council to speak on the item, I'll just jump in and say that I am completely opposed to the recommendation. It's unconstitutional, blatantly. The idea of banning a handgun maker that is making 70% of the legal handguns that are sold in our state is an absolute deprivation of our Second Amendment rights. So I make a motion that we reject the recommendation of the commission. Councilmember O'Donnell.
Was this a receive and file item, or is this an item that needs a motion to be made? We're not approving anything, correct? We're just accepting it as a recommendation from our committee?
That's correct. It was an informational item for council this evening.
Okay.
City Attorney, is a motion to reject the recommendation in order?
It is. If
Councilmember Fox.
Yeah, so I guess that is the main question. So approving this item files it as our commission voted for it, and it's for our information only. It doesn't. We're not actually taking any action on this tonight, correct? I just want to.
That's correct.
For the public's, we're not This item does not necessarily. It doesn't at all. It doesn't specifically does not endorse the law. It's us just receiving the information from our commission that voted on it, so that we have it, and then we're able to, at some point in the future, bring it back as an item if we'd like. So, I'm open to whatever the council is on this item. So we'll see.
Okay, seeing no other requests from the council to speak on this item, my motion will fail for lack of a second. And we will move on to item C7. Joe Hood requested to be heard on item C7.
Good evening, Council. Thank you so much for paying attention to heat impacts on climate. I passed out a sheet for you. And I'd like you to imagine heat mapping volunteers getting into cars with a snorkel sensor on their car windows, and multiple volunteers at the same time, at the same day, driving around the city with the sensors taking temperature and humidity measures every 1 second. Come back, pour that data into a GIS model, and we have a fantastic picture of heat around the city. Multiple cities around the country have used this technique that I'm describing. They've noticed that heat illnesses increase 11% for every degree centigrade temperature increase. It's typical to find cities to have a 10-degree difference in temperature in the same city, the same day, same time of day. When Reno did this process, they discovered a 23-degree difference. I want to ask you, who do you imagine lives in the area of Reno where the temperature is 23 degrees warmer than some other area of Reno? Or you could flip the question. City heating is 5 or 6 times more than national heating as a whole. So I simply ask you, I don't know the process that the contractor is proposing to engage in. If it has similar capabilities of looking at the same temperature at the same, in multiple places, or looking at temperature multiple places in the same day, wonderful. If not, please consider asking them to use this technique. It's well documented, well proven, and again, thank you for paying attention to heat in our city. There's much we can do with the heat map.
Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you. Just quick run by staff, it looks like we do have a contract in front of us that will help us address extreme heat by mapping the city's tree canopy and creating a public tree master plan. And this is also just really firing me up right now because we recently had a property owner wrongfully remove 35 trees from the public right-of-way that were old growth trees providing a lot of shade. And so, we really do need to take inventory of our public trees. We'll also be analyzing heat levels in each census tract and surveying public trees and recording their health. But in terms of analyzing those heat levels, Mr. City Manager, would we be using this technology that was presented by the speaker? Are you aware of that?
It's not part of our scope of work for this, but we can certainly look into it and see if it's something that we can do for a reasonable amendment.
Well, I'm supportive of approving this contract now, but I would maybe like to have a discussion internally about the technologies they're using and any advancements we can make. I'm imagining if they are going to be analyzing heat levels, they have metrics to do that. That may or may not include this technology, but the important thing is that we are going to be evaluating the heat levels in Vista and assessing if we have enough tree coverage for everyone. So with that, I'd make a motion to approve this resolution and agreement with West Coast Arborists for our extreme heat and community resilience program.
Councilmember Contreras.
Yes, thank you so much. I'll just provide a second.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That item is approved unanimously. That'll bring us to the first of 4 public hearings this evening, PH1. The first is an appeal of P24-0139 Monte Vista Residential. The public hearing is now open. If any members of the public wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature by pressing *9 or submitting a request to speak card here at the dais. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Our Community Development Director, Joe Vaca, will introduce the item.
Thank you, Mayor Franklin and members of the City Council. Chris Winters, our senior planner, had completed all the analysis on this and presented this item on August 12th with a very thorough presentation. So tonight he's going to provide a summary presentation, and our recommendation is consistent that we support the project in that it complies with all of the general plan policies and zoning criteria and is a density bonus project and a Senate Bill 330 project, and the standard of review for a denial is extremely high and we cannot make that standard, so we do recommend approval. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Winters.
Thank you, Director Vaca and members of the council. This is public hearing item number 1 for planning case P24-0139, appeal of the Monte Vista residential project located 1800 Monte Vista Drive. The project site, as discussed previously, is 6.5 acres, currently vacant, that was previously developed with 2 single-family residences. The general plan density, designation is low density. The existing zoning is E1 estate zone. Surrounding uses include single-family residences, open space, agricultural uses, Monte Vista Elementary School, and Vista Fire Station number 2. This slide shows the proposed development. The entitlement would include a site development plan and a tentative subdivision map to construct 19 home lots, as well as a basin area and a 40-foot wide private street, which would be a lot as well. The project would maintain 1.8 acres of open space at the northern end of the project, where there is an open drainage channel area. Lot sizes would range from 5,855 square feet to 50,685 square feet. The project design will include 76 off-street parking stalls, which is 2 garage stalls, as well as 2 driveway stalls for each residence, as well as approximately 19 on-street parking spaces. This slide shows the proposed floor bedrooms, the floor plans for the 4-bedroom homes. They would be 2-story in height at approximately 30 feet or less. Floor plans range from 2,700 to 3,300 square feet. 16 of 19 homes would include ADUs. ADUs are allowable in all residential zones under state law and must be ministerially approved by the city. Under applicable laws for the project, Senate Bill 330, the project is limited to 5 public hearings. The project is exempt from any changes in the development code from the time that the project was submitted for formal review by staff. And under SB 330, local agencies cannot deny projects that comply with the city's objective standards or condition projects in a manner that reduces their density, except as noted, unless the project would have an adverse impact upon the public health or safety or violate specific state or federal law. Under state density bonus law, the project at 6.5 acres would accommodate 13 units base density. Because the project proposes 2 very low income households, it achieves a 50% density bonus, which would make up to 20 homes allowable. The project proposes 19 homes. Based under the density bonus law, the project is eligible for concessions and a waiver, which for this project include reduced side setback 5 feet instead of 10, reduced minimum lot size to 5,800 square feet instead of 1/2 acre, and not required to underground overhead utility lines. The one waiver requested is to reduce the front setback to 40 feet instead of 50 feet. The density bonus and incentives must be approved because the project complies with the state law. Under environmental review, in a comprehensive environmental evaluation concluded that the project is consistent with the analysis of the general plan's program EIR. The program EIR adequately anticipated and described the impacts of the project, identified mitigation measures to reduce potential impacts, and conditions of approval that are applied to the project require implementation of those mitigation measures. The project qualifies for an exemption from additional environmental review in accordance with CEQA guidelines, section 15183. Timeline for the project: on June 17th, the Planning Commission held a public hearing and approved the project or recommended approval to the council with a vote 5-1. On June 26th, the project approval was appealed by a member of the public, and on August 12th, the City Council held a public hearing, considered all points of the appeal and staff's responses, and continue the project to the September 23rd meeting tonight. On September 4th, staff met with Councilmember Contreras and discussed the project's fire safety requirements, fire hydrant locations, and related considerations. Representatives of the fire department, the city manager's office, and community development attended the meeting. Staff's full analysis of the project, including general plan consistency review, zoning conformance, and applicable state laws, was included in the August 12th agenda report to the City Council. Staff's recommendation is that the council would adopt a resolution denying the appeal and approving a tentative subdivision map, the site development plan, and density bonus to construct 19 homes on a 6.47 acre site located at 1800 Monte Vista Drive, subject to the project's conditions of approval. The applicant is present with their team to respond to any specific questions regarding the design aspects of the project, and staff is also available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, we have a number of members of the public that have asked to be heard on this item. We'll start with Teresa Minot, followed by Keith Andrew, followed by Nikki Leeds. Is Teresa Minot here? Oh, I'm sorry. Forgive me. Before we hear from the public, we're going to hear a presentation from the applicant for the I apologize. Was somebody, or you? Oh, you are, and you're also Teresa Minot?
I'm not Teresa
You're not.
Minot,
Okay, what's
no.
your name?
Arlene Tendick.
Arlene Tendick.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Have our slides. Yeah. Oh, and a clicker. Caught me just as I was asking if I needed a speaker slip, so. All right. Hi, everyone. My name's Arlene Tendick. On behalf of the Cal West project team, we submitted a formal letter yesterday afternoon outlining our position, but just wanted to reiterate a couple key points for you all tonight, just for consideration. The first is in response to the discussion we had last month related to fire safety. Since the August meeting, Cal West engaged Dudek, a local fire expert, to provide a supplemental review. Our consultant from Dudek is actually here tonight in case you wanted to hear more about the specific project compliance with state, local, and with state and local fire standards. We also met with the fire marshal to confirm that all the necessary analysis and review did occur on the project application materials prior to that August public hearing. Lastly, while not subject to Chapter 7A of the California Building Code, Cal West has committed to voluntarily integrate ignition-resistant materials and construction methods so the community can be confident these homes will be built with the highest safety standards. Second is just a reminder of the project benefits and its consistency with state law. Homeownership remains one of the most reliable pathways to financial stability, intergenerational wealth, and civic engagement. These 19 homes comply with state density bonus law and the Housing Accountability Act through the provision of market rate and affordable housing on this underutilized lot. As we shared previously, Cal West has been building neighborhoods here in Vista for more than 30 years. We're really proud of our track record here of delivering quality places local families can call home. This project has been thoughtfully designed to address existing drainage issues in the area, incorporates ample parking, and provides pedestrian access to the neighboring Monte Vista Elementary School. In closing, we believe we've addressed the comments that were raised at the August public hearing. This appeal has failed to raise any significant issues, and the additional time taken to re-examine and reaffirm with the city that this project fully complies with all the fire safety requirements has resulted in a project that now actually exceeds the city's fire requirements. For these reasons and more, we ask that you adopt staff's recommendation and affirm Planning Commission's approval and deny this appeal. Members of our project team are here, including our environmental consultants and our land use council. We're available for any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll hear from members of the public. We'll start with Teresa Minot, followed by Keith Andrew, followed by Nikki Leeds.
Good afternoon, good evening, Mayor Franklin and council members. I'm not as eloquent as the speakers that came before me, but I just want you to know that I've been a resident of Vista for 44 years. I live up in that area. I travel Monte Vista Road at least 3 or 4 times a day. That's a lot, counting to 44 years. Taking my children to and from school, going to work, and now you want to impact that road more? I don't understand. I just don't understand. You have all these great reports and all these great people who are telling you all the wonderful benefits, but have you talked to the residents? Have you actually gone out to the street and talked to the people who are going to be impacted? You know, I just did some fast calculations, and I came up with roughly, you're going to add 200 more vehicles to our street. 200. Now, that may not seem a lot, but when those cars are moving, that's a lot. Have you ever been on that road when school is going in the morning or when it's ending at the end of the day and the traffic jams that it makes? So now you're going to put more cars out there with more traffic jams. What's wrong? I mean, you're making houses that people can afford. I'm sorry, people can't afford houses anymore. That's why we have apartments. You go anywhere in Vista, all of a sudden you have apartments. You had land, vacant land, and 2 days later, 3 days later, these apartments are growing up, like growing up overnight. And you want to keep impacting the rural areas? I'm sure that this development would help somewhere, but not on Monte Vista. If you want to put homes there, maybe 2, maybe 3. That's not a big impact. But you want to put, what is this, 16 homes? That's a big impact. If you look at Monte Vista, right across the street from the school, you have those houses that go up the hill. That's not a big impact until there's some sort of activity, until there's something going on. Then you can't get down the street. It's a 1-lane road going up and coming down. Plus, they put that fancy little turn coming from Monte Vista to York. You know, you got to make sure you make that turn just right. Otherwise, you don't make it. How about putting some crosswalks for the kids, aside from that one? You know, think about the safety of the people that live there. Don't think about the great almighty greedy dollar. Come on. What is it? The tax base? Is that what it wants? You guys want more money? Think about what you're doing. You're impacting the citizens of Vista. You're impacting the citizens of Monte Vista. Talk to the citizens. Don't just make a decision because you're sitting here and everything looks good on a piece of paper. Yeah, everything looks wonderful till you start getting in there and you find.
Okay, we'll next hear from Keith Andrew, followed by Nikki Leeds, followed by Scott Martin.
Good evening. This is starting to feel like deja vu all over again. So I am the official appellant, but I think it's been stated multiple times, I'm representing approximately 65 different homes in the area that are just not happy with this project as it's currently designed. And as we've talked about in these meetings, there's an issue that I think we all agree on, which is we are losing local control. And whatever happens with this, we hope that moving forward, we're all going to work towards getting some local control back. So there's a Vista resident, her name is Jeanette Lizarraga, and she sent an email today, and she's a senior county planner, and she dug really deep on some of the legal issues that are going on with this. And there's some big omissions that have happened where the traffic study ignored some circulation priorities with sidewalks, bikeways, and school safeties. But there's an issue with the ADU law, where as she dug deep and we dug deep together, it looks like the ADU law that the developer is leaning on is wasn't intended for a mass development project like this. What the ADU law was designed for was a single owner to have the freedom to add an ADU. So because that is the law that's being leaned on, what appears to be happening is they're just cramming this through, skipping through CEQA, and we think that's posing some legal risks to the city. And we hope that you would provide some more time so proper analysis, proper traffic studies can be done, because they have not been done. And if you do decide to move forward in the project, we do hope that you will condition it under Vista's own climate action plan, and you'll at least request some more tree canopies, green space, and proper fire-safe setbacks. And then the last thing is to the developer, who last time the CEO said that he drove by that school for 40 years and his kids went there. The thing is, he doesn't live there anymore. His kids don't go there anymore. And we just hope that the developer would put in a project that he would be happy with if he still lived there and his kids still went there. So that's our request. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Nikki Leeds, followed by Scott Martin, followed by Jill Martin.
Hi, good evening, everyone. We do have some slides that I want you to take a look at. If we had a little dimmer light, that would be helpful, but I think you get the picture. That was the buckweed fire in Santa Clarita, California, which is on the outskirts of Los Angeles in 2007, in which 40 acres and 60 structures burned. I was one of the people who narrowly escaped this fire, one of the fastest moving on record, fueled by 80-mile-an-hour winds. I was visiting friends when flames appeared in the front yard and the entire cul-de-sac was ablaze. There was no reverse 911 call, no forewarning, and no engines. My terrifying experience is becoming all too familiar in California. When thinking about the Cal West project on Monte Vista, I can't help but speak out. A project such as this puts the adjacent elementary school students, staff, and neighbors in additional danger. It is just simply too many homes in an already fire-prone and traffic-burdened area. The city of Vista knows that the Cal West project is too dense, but state laws have co-opted your ability to set sensible building regulations. We need courageous local officials to push back against the state, making sure that housing decisions are returned to the local level. Our appeal of the Cal West housing development seeks to reduce its number of units and to take the fire safety mitigation steps. This appeal, along with additional grievances on record, serve to notice future developers and litigators that community cares and will oppose projects that jeopardize public safety and annihilate neighborhood character. Therefore, I ask that the council demand that our state representatives reverse course and amend runaway legislation that seeks to greenlight projects like this. We must have buffer zones to allow people time to get out and to evacuate. In closing, I want to thank Councilmember Contreras for her contribution, concern, and due diligence on the matter. We appreciated it. Thank you all.
Next, we'll hear from Scott Martin, followed by Jill Martin, and then Hillary Deanne.
Scott Martin, 1902 Monte Vista Drive, and we're fourth generations Vistonian. This is my great-grandmother's avocado farm that we're living on. So I wanted to, when I reached out to the planner, I was hoping to see a new set of plans that had taken into account the things that we had shared with. They came and met with us in person twice. We gave clear direction both times, and I see that they've spent more on lawyers and consultants than revising plans. I have seen an email that said that they're open to putting a parkway in, which I'm really excited about being able to work with them, and I'm hoping that as we move forward, there's more collaboration available with that regard. But you know that feeling of like when you get a new car and all of a sudden you see that car everywhere? Now every time I drive down my street, I get annoyed when I'm sitting in bumper-to-bumper traffic, where I used to just think it was part of the nature of living there. And then I look to my left and my right, and I see that there are no shoulders. And I imagine what it's going to be like if every underdeveloped property along Monte Vista took advantage of this law that's meant to provide homeless people or solve a homeless problem and provide more housing. And instead, they're choosing to cram in $1.2 million tract homes as a way of allegedly solving a housing problem. And what if every underdeveloped property along that street did the same thing? What would the safety risk be to all of our residents? You're not going to use Foothill for an exit. You're not going to use, but the next runs down. That's not going to be a possibility because we're going to bump into bumper traffic without shoulders. And the reason why we're like that is because these roads are designed for the housing structure that we have, the E1. That's what these roads are designed for. You couldn't put 2 lanes in there if you wanted to. It's not a possibility currently. And so I'm asking you because, yes, you have a responsibility to look at the law right now, but you have the long-term responsibility of what is the nature of Vista? How safe is our city 20 years from now, 30 years from now? And so when you approve this, what you're going to say, as long as you've come with a plan and your lawyers and your consultants, we're going to just roll over and do this. And what happens if that happens with every development that comes along Monte Vista? And they're looking to do the same thing, add ADUs, from 5-foot setbacks. What happens then? And so that's the question before you is what kind of city are we now and what city are we going to be in the future? So thank you very much.
Now we'll hear from Jill Martin, followed by Hillary Deanne.
Hello, I'm Jill Martin. Also been a Vista resident for a very long time, 4th generation. This is not the meeting to cry about what's happening. I do walk down my road and I see this beautiful, but let it be said because everyone's hearing, and I think we all feel the same way, right? I walk down and I see this beautiful sunset, and now I think I already see these like wall of homes that have not made a revision as far as landscaping, have offered to put a setback and green belt if it doesn't impact their profit in any way. And it, like everyone else has said, the traffic is awful. I know I'm just repeating but let it be known. Same thing, I take my kids to all the different Vista schools. It's not just at Monte Vista and York. It's not just at that intersection. It's at Foothill too. In the morning, I used to work coming off of the 15 back home, and it's already backed up from Foothill all the way to Buena Creek now, without that density. All the way back up where it's stop and go, that entire stretch. And the same in the direction of Foothill when I come picking up my daughter from Vita. In every direction right now, there's extensive traffic. So yeah, we're talking about this one intersection. The fire safety, they've let us know that the homes themselves are fire safe, but nowhere have they really considered the impact we're gonna absorb for their profit. And it's disappointing, and I hope that, we can't change the number of homes at this point, maybe, because California has dictated that we can't, but can we let this go without exception? Or can we say, hey, yes, okay, this is a lot of homes in this neighborhood, we can't do anything about that, create some more access, and just have it look beautiful. Not just wall of homes, but like put some landscaping, let it blend into the neighborhood the best it can possibly be. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Hillary Dan.
Good evening, members of the council. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm here today to express my opposition to the proposal of the single house buildings near the school zone. While on the surface, a few homes may not seem harmful, the reality is that every additional driveway, every extra car, and every added trip to this area directly impacts the safety of our children. This neighborhood already struggles with congestion during pickup and drop-off times. Car lines, the streets, buses are maneuvering, young children are walking between vehicles to meet their parents. Adding more single house unit here means adding more cars to an already crowded situation. More traffic doesn't mean just inconvenience. It increases the risk of accidents, especially for children who are not always visible to drivers. I live on the street on Monte Vista and Loma Vista. I know firsthand how dangerous it already is. That divider on Monte Vista was put in there because a child tragically was killed by a car. So the loss is still very present within our community, and a reminder that we cannot afford to increase this risk. I also want to emphasize that this concern is not just mine. In a single afternoon, I was able to gather 40 signatures from the school parents who shared the same worries. These families who live in this reality every day are deeply concerned about the additional traffic will mean for their children's safety. Our priority should be protecting the safe routes to school. Allowing additional single-family developments so close to the school undermines that priority. I urge you to reconsider alternative sites for the new housing project and not compromise the children's safety or worsen traffic congestion. I also go to work. I use both sides of Monte Vista, and it does get worse. Let's make the decision today to keep our community safe and ensure that families feel secure when sending their children to school. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll now close the opportunity for public comment on this item, and we'll hear from Councilmember O'Donnell.
Thank you. I do want to genuinely thank all the public speakers. I've had a lot of people emailing me about this project. I've talked to a few of you over the phone and via email as well. And I understand your concerns. I genuinely feel for the concerns that have been brought forward. There's a lot more that goes into it than just this council saying that this is what we want to do and we're just going to move forward with it and ignore what you're saying. That's not the case. I know that we have put this project through rigor and through a rigorous process. We delayed it for 42 days to try and review some of the issues that were brought up before. And just in my own research, there's things that I found that if we were to deny this, it can be looked at in a manner, if it's deemed to be in bad faith, it'll cost us $50,000 per unit. If it's not deemed in bad faith, but the court overturns it, it's $10,000 per unit on this development site for every unit that's there that the city has to pay. Then we have to pay legal fees on our own, then we have to pay their legal fees. We can also be put into a conservatorship if it's deemed in bad faith, if we don't follow the accordance of the law. And to the point that was brought up, this is an excellent case of how state law should not supersede local control, and yet the best of intentions in this situation, that's exactly what it's done. And I've had these conversations. I also met with Cal West, and I do believe that they're acting in good faith. The questions that I have, though, whether it's to our city attorney or to our staff, is, are there any issues that have been brought forward that cannot be mitigated?
No.
And so under state law, we can't deny it unless there's something that could not be mitigated, correct?
Correct.
Have we found within this project that they've either met or exceeded the requirements?
Yes, they've met and or exceeded all of the city's conditioning requirements.
And can you explain regarding CEQA? Are they beholden to CEQA on this project, or does state law supersede CEQA, or what is that? Because
Yeah.
I've heard that from a couple different people.
So no, they definitely must comply with CEQA, and what they did is they used the adopted program EIR for the original general plan that was adopted in 2012 and is consistent now for the building horizon of 2030. And they tiered off that with a CEQA checklist. It's a 15183. It's similar to an initial study checklist to analyze their specific project and any potential impacts that it may create, and to whether or not that was considered in the original EIR, and if so, if that was adequately addressed. So they went through that exercise, and they did determine, and we verified, that it does meet the exemption criteria, and it's acceptable under CEQA, and there's no unique or peculiar items that were raised in the analysis.
And then relative to our cap, we don't actually have a checklist. We rely on existing checklists that are available.
We actually have an adopted climate action plan, and we could adopt a checklist. However, we've determined it's more appropriate to have each project analyze their own specific criteria and base it on what is proposed with that particular project, which is actually looking at it through a better microscope, a little bit more focused study. And so we use a little bit more conservative approach. So we still analyze everything subject to CEQA in relation to our adopted cap.
And then relative to exiting during an emergency, have we reviewed that extensively with our fire department? I mean, I don't know if Chief Washington wants to speak.
Yes, we have. It has been reviewed and analyzed.
The chief here?
Chief's here if you want him to come back.
I just want to kind of understand what process they went through, because this is what we asked them to review.
Ta-da.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. As I fumbled the ball last time I was up here with this, I'm going to have the fire marshal you like that? Speak on this subject and how he came about it and what he did as far as making sure we're compliant.
Could you repeat your question for me?
So I just want to know, because there's a concern over the ability, if there's some catastrophic event, say if there's a fire or if there's just a need for evacuation, are there any concerns based on the information that you reviewed? And I know that before we'd asked you to go back and look for any fire concerns. Have you found anything? And if not, what were your findings?
No, we didn't find anything different that would concern us. When we have the fires, we hope that people pay attention when we say it's time to evacuate, or when we say it's, not mandatory right now, but we want people to leave anyway. That all depends on where's the fire, where's it coming from, where's it going, and if people pay attention and actually leave when we say leave. If they don't, then that's what causes problems.
And you're confident in an evacuation plan that would exist? I mean, I'm not assuming that you have an evacuation plan, but just the process that would take place, you're confident that it would be successful?
Yes, as long as the people pay attention and leave when we say leave.
That does not always happen, does it?
No, it does not.
Those are my only questions for right now. Thank you. I know there's been questions brought up about this project as well as just trying to jam stuff in, but I mean, historically, has Cal West been a good partner with the city as far as acting in good faith and making sure that they're compliant with everything?
Yes, it's my understanding they've been good corporate citizen and done several significant projects that have contributed to the housing stock for Vista.
Would you all be open to putting in more green space or trees? Yeah? I just want to bring up the point that I brought up last time, and that is, like, this property has been talked about prior to this acquisition. And it could have had a very, very different outcome that we did not meet today prior to their purchasing it. And so those are questions that I think that should be asked whenever we're talking about this particular development and this project, because I think it's important for future developments and future projects and different properties that are available throughout the city. But at this time, based on the findings of staff, based on the findings of our fire department, I'm willing to move this forward and accept staff recommendations, so that will be my motion. And I do want to genuinely say that I appreciate all of the public comment and reaching out and everything you've done. But unfortunately, based on the laws that we're presented with by the state, I just don't see any other pathway forward. So,
Councilmember Contreras.
Yeah, thank you to the public. I still have the same concerns. I led the effort to get some more information on this. I understand why my colleagues would, vote to move this forward. However, the state is not taking the concerns of the public seriously. Dense development should not be happening within a quarter mile of any CAL FIRE designated fire severity zone, whether it's moderate, especially when it's very high. And, I went through and I showed slides last time. This development is at, 0-foot lot line to a medium fire severity zone. It may be true that under the conditions that exist, this project seems fine, but we 100% know that in this area, evacuation for fire is already impacted. And I could not, in good conscience, vote for something that I know is a public health and safety issue that will only show itself in a matter of time, because it gets worse and worse every year. It's part of, the extreme weather that we have all been experiencing. I mean, I've lived in Vista my whole life. It's never been this humid. It gets worse and worse every year. And even looking at the difference between the CAL FIRE maps that preceded the March 2025 CAL FIRE maps, there's a huge difference. And I just know that if these maps were to be updated every single year, we would continue to see more parcels moving into a CAL FIRE designated fire severity zone. So again, I understand. I really do think that we need to come together as a public and push on the state for more local control. I do not want to see our rural areas turn into high-density development. The infrastructure is not there. It's barely there to support the folks that live there. So anybody, when I met with folks that live in this area, and I'll invite anybody else, anybody who wants to work together to talk and advocate to our state representatives that within a quarter mile of a high fire severity zone, we should not allow density bonus. I'm here for that conversation. The only thing that I, would want to add is in reviewing this with Chief Washington and our fire marshal and city manager and legal and everybody involved in this process, I learned a little bit about this project. And yes, I actually do appreciate that the developer is going above and beyond what they need to do. That is a concern to me because I think that the city should have everywhere, fire safe type of homes. But we know that these are not always fire safe. The newer materials, even having sprinklers, you're at like a 50-50 chance still if your house is going to burn down or not. It's better than 80 to 90%. So I would ask that, there's an additional fire hydrant that was put near the entrance of the cul-de-sac. But I learned from our fire chief that there's this instant called tandem pumping, right? And so when I look at the landscape that surrounds this development, it's very dry. I wouldn't want to have to utilize 2 fire trucks to pump water at the very top of the cul-de-sac, because we only have so many fire trucks. So I think it's a responsible thing to do for about $25,000 extra or so, adding an additional fire hydrant near the end of the cul-de-sac. So that's where I'm at on this. I know it's difficult to see our rural areas become more and more developed, and that's why I think the density needs to go where folks have access to more public transportation, safe routes to school, more built infrastructure, lighting, and where there's a lot more flow when it comes to emergency evacuations. And the one thing that I would implore the city, and I talked to our fire chief about this, is that we should be in our any severity zone that's designated. Those communities should be getting from the city of Vista more scenario breakdowns and run-throughs of what happens if there is a fire in your area, so you can understand how to do the evacuation and we can prepare better. And that we look at some modeling software that could help us have that conversation between the city and the public and our fire department. So thank you again to the public. I do want to thank the developer. Thank you for the product. I think it is good. It's just in the wrong place for me. Thanks.
Councilmember Fox.
Thank you for that. I'd like to echo the thanks to all the residents that came today and for all the due diligence and hard work that you've put into this. I've received, between the last 2 meetings, probably 100+ emails from you guys. And so I'm very appreciative of how much you care about your community. And, when I was campaigning last year, to try to be up here on council, one of the things that I had made as one of my campaign promises was to, try to keep the character of our communities and try to, do the density in the right spots and to keep that character as much as possible. And so let's just say I was a little horrified when I learned a little bit about density bonus law and how that works. And, not to say anything about this project in particular and the pros and cons to it, but just how the law works in general. And, a lot of people kind of call it a loophole, but from where I'm sitting, it's the law working as intended. The state of California decided that there are some communities out there that just did not want to build housing, and so they put on some very heavy-handed rules on cities saying that we're not allowed to, if it meets the state criteria, we're not allowed, we are become a ministerial rubber stamp of did it check the boxes or not. And that is not a really fun place to be sitting, especially since, your personal opinions or how the addition, the quality that it's going to bring to your community doesn't even get to play a role. It's not one of the boxes. So, the law itself, it's designed to be very, very difficult to get around. The burden is very high because if it was easy to get around, then all those same jurisdictions that this law was meant to keep from having their own, being able to start choose their own projects and choose their own destiny, would use all those same tools to get around this. So when it comes to traffic and community character, as long as it checks ADUs, all of those different things, if those were things that we have any discretion on, then every city would be, the law wouldn't work as intended. So this is the law working as intended. And, I'm happy I will be very happy to join in any fight to try to reclaim some of our, city's jurisdiction over our own, the future of our own city. It's horrible, but again, not to speak about this project in particular, that's not what I'm trying to comment on. This is about the law and how it works. And so, I don't even really get to look at this as like does this fit in our community or not? Is this the right spot for it? None of that really gets to even, come across our table. So, when it comes to Monte Vista, I have driven through there during traffic times probably once or twice, and then strategically have chosen not to do that ever again because of how it works over there. I live over in Foothill, so I don't necessarily have to go through. I can find ways around it, and so I have that luxury. But not every other resident over there does. And so, but this is a problem that's predating this project, and so it's something that we as a city need to work on and figure out ways to mitigate that and figure out how to make it to improve the lives of the residents over there, and that's one of the things that we need to do. So that being said, I will second Councilmember O'Donnell's motion to take staff's recommendations, and I would be happy to speak with any of the members of the community that were against this project, and and if there's anything that we can do to take some of that energy and see if we can do something with, because again, I've seen how passionate you guys are and how hard you worked on this. If we can take some of that towards the state and try to see if we can reclaim some of our sovereignty over our own city, I'd be 100% in support of that. So thanks.
Okay, seeing no other requests from the council to speak, I'm going to share my thoughts on this. For the great number of people who are here tonight that don't maybe have the backstory on this, we are hearing an appeal to a decision of the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission was charged with making a decision about whether or not this application for development was consistent with the ordinances adopted by the City Council. I don't know if anybody knows off the top of their head, maybe Mr. Conley knows approximately when the current zoning was put into place on this parcel. 2012. Okay, so yeah, it's probably consistent for many decades. So it's been a long time since anybody served on this council that had review. The council from time to time, we're working on a general plan right now. That general plan sets the zoning for every piece of land in the entire city. The council has the discretionary authority to decide how many homes or other types of businesses, be it commercial, agricultural, residential, can be built on each piece of land. That's a great power. At the time when we make those ordinances, you as a community have a right to come and to share your thoughts with us, and that is a discretionary process where the council gets to do its discretionary will, and we try to match our actions to what we think you, the voters, would want for that piece of property. But when we make an ordinance, or when a previous council makes an ordinance and they give what's called an entitlement or a right to use a piece of land in a given way, like if you own a single-family home, you have an entitlement to have a single-family home on that piece of land. We don't have the right to reduce the utility of your land. If we do, it's considered a taking under the United States Constitution, and the city has to provide you just compensation. So when someone brings an application for development that is consistent with the ordinances of the city that were made in a discretionary process at a time when the council could have allowed for even fewer units to be built on that land, we don't have, and when we're here, we're in an appeal, we are sitting in what is called a quasi-judicial capacity. That means we are sitting as judge of our own ordinances and whether or not this project is consistent with them. This is not a discretionary exercise of authority by the council. This decision, this quasi-judicial decision, is directly appealable to a court of law, and were we to decline it without just cause, or were we to accept and reject the development proposal, although it is consistent with our ordinances, a judge would overturn it, would award damages to the developer, the project would be built anyway, the city would suffer millions of dollars in damages. So this process doesn't allow us that discretion. This process simply asks, did the applicant comply with the ordinance that you as a council, and when I say us as a council, that could be 30 or 40 years ago, placed on this piece of property. So that's what we're here tonight to decide, is whether or not this application is consistent with our laws. And not having been met with our city attorney in review, our development team, our planning department, our engineers, and I want to thank the applicant. I received the items that you presented today by email. We have asked and have gone point by point, and I am not being presented by legal counsel, and the council is not, with a sufficient reason to deny or to accept the appeal and deny the application. So for that reason, I have to support it. Now, let's talk a little bit about the discretionary item of density, okay? There is and I'm not going to get into a big argument about it right now. There is a huge disagreement on this council about where and how much to build density. We have a general plan that is in process right now. I was the only member of the council to vote against it. Councilmember Fox was not a member of the council, I believe. Is that right at the time? Okay, so he's off the hook. But I was the only member of this council to say no to doubling the density of the city of Vista, the growth rate, doubling the density growth rate over the next 25 years. I'm the only one to vote against it. They want to take the city from 100,000 people to 150,000 people by 2050. Now, if we were to continue to grow by the same 1% per annum that we've grown by for the last 30 years, we would only grow to 125,000 by that same time period. So there's been some grandstanding in this process, but I'm here to hold this council accountable on behalf of every citizen of this city. We have members of this council suggesting to build high-rise buildings, 25 stories tall, to build high-rise, high-density, to turn Vista into what looks like Los Angeles. I didn't choose to live in Los Angeles. So I don't support that. And I will not vote for the general plan that seeks to take our density to double the rate of growth for the last 25 years. So this is very important. We have a big crowd tonight, a lot of people very passionate about this density issue. You need to engage on this, every citizen. Today, I emailed a resolution from Californians for Local Control to our city manager, one that rejects the state legislature's repeated attacks on our local autonomy. That is your ability to come. You know, you don't have the right to go to the state legislature and speak for 3 minutes. You have no right under law to do that, but you have the right to come here to your city council. And for that reason, these decisions should be made here at your city council chambers, where you have a right to come and speak and be heard. So I have introduced an ordinance. When that resolution comes back, I want you to pay particular attention to who votes for it. That resolution says that we reject the Assembly's continued attacks, and the governor too, by the way, repeated attacks on our right to self-determination in our own local land use. I want you to pay particular attention to the general plan when it comes back later this year, it's actually early next year, for approval. And I want you to see whose actions align with your concerns. And I want you to tell me then who's got your back, okay? Very important. We wish we had the discretion. I think this council seems to be saying if we had the discretion to prevent the building of the ADUs or to prevent allowing the state law that allows the doubling of density or the 50% increase based on the use of low-income housing, if we had the discretionary authority to do that, I think the neighbors are saying the neighbors would be much happier with a density that would potentially be a quarter as much. And that's obviously what the council wanted because the previous council adopted that density. Now we're sitting here because we've been forced by the state legislature and governors to quadruple the density of our community. So we do need people that not only give lip service to it when a few residents come and they're not happy about it changing the character of our neighborhood. We need leaders that really lead on it. And when there's 3 people here in the audience and we're doing our general plan, which will govern us for 10 years, 10 years, right? How many? 30 years. 30 years. Okay, how many years we review it? We review it every 10 years. Every 10 years. Okay, so every 10 years we come back, we make a new 30-year plan. Yeah. When we make that 10-year plan show up, that's the discretionary opportunity for you to say, we don't want to double the rate of density in our city. So when you really ask the question tonight, who's really fighting for the interests? I want you to think about those arguments when you go home. I wish that we could give you the 1/4 density that a previous council approved. that we all want. I chose Vista because it is a suburban and semi-rural environment. I do not want to live in Los Angeles. I will not live in a Los Angelesified city. I'm not going to do it, okay? So I will fight with every bit of my power to make sure that does not happen here. But I'm also going to hold this council accountable when they give lip service to something, but they don't take meaningful action when they have the ability to do so, because you're not here to hold them accountable. I need every citizen of this city to engage on this and other subjects, show up to these council meetings, watch them on Zoom, participate, make your comments, and hold this council accountable for the decisions it's making. I appreciate you being here, and I think all of us regret that we can't honor the original wishes of the council. But with that, I see more comments from Councilmember Contreras.
Yeah, thank you so much. City Manager, just a quick question, or Mr. Vaca, maybe you know. Under the current general plan, what is the population density that was used?
For this project?
For the current general plan, we haven't adopted the new general plan. Yeah, build out. I think maybe it was like Vista was projected to have
So
like
I can't share you
146,000.
Our most recent housing element that was adopted and certified does project 145,000 by 2050.
Okay, so I just want to point out the inflammatory remarks by Mayor Franklin, who constantly is saying that he's just dramatic, which is just a synonym for lying. I'm sure some of you are probably here because you heard about a different item that he was on the news about. But so 146,000 was the current, that's the current general plan. And so 150,000, not a really big difference. No one has ever advocated for a 25-story building. That again is a flat out just lie. So anyways, I had to set the record straight. I'm sure there's going to be some more pontification. So thanks.
And you can Google Mayor John Franklin YouTube, and you can see one of my colleagues sitting here tonight advocating for exactly that on videotape. You don't have to watch a 5-hour meeting. I went ahead and clipped that into a nice clip for you so you could watch it and see I'm not telling a lie. That is absolutely true. Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you, Mayor. Unfortunately, it appears as though you're still going to vote and support this item. I think Councilmember Contreras makes some excellent points that the state is causing damage with their current policies. And the idea that we should not be allowing a density bonus within a quarter mile of a high severity fire zone, I think that that's a very common sense policy. We do see what happens to many of the neighborhoods in Los Angeles that were wrought by recent fires earlier this year. And unfortunately, it's not currently one of our state laws that prohibits the development of dense, expensive single-family homes near high-severity fire zones. So I think that that would be an excellent policy for the city to advocate for. I haven't heard any of the other council members say that they would work on that, but I would work on that to ensure that the state can modify its policies regarding land use to, beyond just give us local control, make sure that our communities are safe from fire risks. Because when I look at Los Angeles is full of single-family neighborhoods with inadequate fire protection. And that's what we saw earlier this year, is that rows and rows of homes were destroyed in fires. And so we really do need to appeal to the state. And I hope the whole council will join you on that, council member, to advocate for common sense modifications to density bonus laws. In regards to this project, I am just disappointed that there are no state laws that would allow us to advocate for our community at this time. And so if this project doesn't pass, it puts the city at great exposure. And that is something I think many of the council members have reflected on, is the legal precedent that there's currently no law that we can point to and say that the developer is not complying with. So I do believe that they are compliant, but just because you are compliant with the law doesn't mean that it's right. And that's something that we see all the time. I didn't choose to live in Vista. I grew up here. I was born and raised here. And our families are growing. Our community has grown. My family lives here in Vista, and longtime friends live here in Vista, and we want our families to grow too. These types of projects are not necessarily the solution for a lot of our community members that are seeking an affordable home. And they do pose a serious fire risk to our community. But without current legislation that protects the city from a lawsuit, I would be concerned about the cost to the taxpayer if we were to fight the state of California on this matter. So for those reasons, because of the risk of exposure to our city, I will be voting to support the project. But it sounds like there's a majority that would support the project. It does also sound like there's a majority of council members that believe in modified density in rural areas. And personally, I live near our downtown. I grew up in the boonies. I went to Monte Vista Elementary School, so I understand. I understand that it's a tough area to develop, and our state laws are really tying our hands right now. But in terms about these ideas of growth and changes to our general plan, I'm sure some of the council members and the mayor might appreciate having an audience tonight, but I just really appreciate being able to have ongoing discussions with the community of how we want to grow. So please participate in the general plan updates. One of the reasons why I advocated for an increase in growth in our general plan update was because we have an excess of commercial space. How many of y'all drive around Vista, walk around Vista, and you see empty storefronts? Anybody? Raise a hand. You're seeing empty commercial areas, underutilized commercial areas. Yeah, it's happening all around us. Could those spaces be better developed? And so those are some of the questions that our general plan helps us to answer. It's not, Vista versus Los Angeles. It's what is the best that Vista can be, and how do we develop planning documents to guide our staff and ensure that we're following the public will on that. So I look forward to more discussions about growth and development. I think that we can anticipate having new neighbors and new family members move into the Monte Vista area because it is very likely that this project will be approved. It sounds like we might have a majority of council members that want to vote and support the project on the basis of its compliance and also its quality and the efforts of the applicant to have, as Mr. Vaca said, exceed expectations. And so I really do appreciate all the opportunities you've taken to exceed expectations. Thank you.
And I just want to say I'll prepare a letter in the morning to our state senator and assemblywoman asking them to support a repeal of the density bonus entirely. Would you sign it with me? I'll ask Councilmember Contreras, who's recognized now, to answer that question if you would sign that letter with me.
Yeah, actually, I have a question for the city attorney.
Dick doesn't know.
City attorney, is it permissible to have an ad hoc committee that works on repealing advocacy to repealing density bonus within a quarter mile of a CAL FIRE recognized fire severity zone?
Yes, the council could create an ad hoc committee to two or less members, one or two, with a specific task, and it's time limited, so it doesn't have continuing jurisdiction.
I would like to put that on the agenda for future discussion.
Second, the motion restated. City Attorney, why don't you restate the motion to accept staff recommendation?
The motion was to accept staff's recommendation and adopt the resolution denying the appeal.
Very good. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Okay, that item passes with 4 votes in favor and Councilmember Contreras voting against it. That'll take us to our second public hearing. These next 3 public hearings are likely to move quickly, but we'll see. PH2 is the 2024-2025 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report. The public hearing is now open. If any members of the public wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise your hand feature by pressing *9 or submitting a request to speak card here at the dais. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Our Housing and Homelessness Service Management Analyst, Johanna Knief, will provide the staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. This public hearing provides the City Council and community members an opportunity to provide comments and feedback on the city's Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, also known as the CAPER. Also with me tonight is Jonathan Lung, Housing and Homeless Services Division Manager. The city receives annual Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, funds from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD. The objectives of CDBG funds are to promote the development of viable urban communities by providing decent housing and a suitable living environment, and through expanding economic opportunities, principally for persons of low and moderate income. CDBG regulations require grantees, such as the City of Vista, to submit a CAPER within 90 days of the close of each program year to provide HUD with necessary information to assess each grantee's ability to carry out its programs in compliance with applicable regulations and requirements. The CAPER also provides information necessary for HUD to report to Congress and provide grantees with an opportunity to describe its program achievements. The CAPER presented tonight will summarize the accomplishments of Vista's CDBG program year of July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025. The CAPER provides the city an opportunity to evaluate its overall progress in carrying out its priorities and specific objectives. These include provide emergency shelter, provide crime and delinquency prevention programs, provide support services for seniors, provide health services including mental health, provide emergency assistance, and improvements to community parks, public facilities, and infrastructure. In response to the coronavirus pandemic, Congress provided a total of $5 billion in the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security, or CARES Act, for the CDBG program to states, metropolitan cities, urban counties, and insular areas to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus. The City of Vista received $1,414,378 of CARES Act funds. In fiscal year 24-25, $38,802 of these funds were spent on bridge housing, senior meal delivery, and financial wellness programming for those impacted by the coronavirus pandemic. $144,035 of unspent CARES Act funds remain for the future program year. The total fiscal year 24-25 allocation of $953,823 were expended, in addition to $30,802 CARES Act dollars and $472,122 in unspent carry-forward funds from prior program years. This adds to a total of $1,780,373 supporting public service providers, program administration, fair housing services, and capital improvement projects. In fiscal year 24-25, a total of 8,461 Vista residents received new or improved access to CDBG benefits. This includes 95 individuals for fair housing, 8,129 for public services, and 237 for CARES Act funding. Additionally, the City of Vista funded community improvement projects, including senior center facility improvements and sidewalk improvements along Townsite Drive, Lotto de Loma Drive, and East Indian Rock Road. Here we have race and ethnicity data. HUD requires data collection and reporting on these demographics. These generally reflect the diversity of Vista, and if you notice, we'll have the Hispanic and not Hispanic can apply to any of the races, which was a question last year. Area median income is the household income for the median household in a region. AMI highlights the need for programs or services within a given community and is used to determine eligibility for CDBG funds. The objective of CDBG is to assist individuals at 80% AMI or less. Per HUD guidelines, a 30-day public review period is required to provide the community an opportunity to review the City Draft 2425 CAPER. The CAPER has been available for public review on the city's website and in the city clerk's office since August 24th, 2025, and no public comments have been received so far. Any comments tonight will be incorporated into the final draft of the CAPER. Thank you, and we're now open for questions.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you for your preparation on this. We have this as a regular item so that we can be in compliance with HUD. And I really appreciate all of the updates. I know that we're making a big difference with these funds. And very importantly, we are surpassing the expectations for reporting. I don't believe we have any public speakers at this time. So I would make a motion to close the public hearing and to receive this consolidated annual performance evaluation reports, and then also approve that report. Thank you.
Councilmember Contreras.
I will second. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Thank you for the presentation. That item is approved unanimously. That'll bring us to our third public hearing, one regarding the adoption of the 2025 California Fire Code and 2025 California Wildland Urban Interface Code with amendments. The public hearing is now open. If any members of the public wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature by pressing *9 or submitting a request to speak card here at the dais. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Our Fire Chief, Gerard Washington, will introduce this item.
Good evening once again, Council. Gerard Washington, Fire Chief. I have with me our Fire Marshal, Mark Vero, who will go through this PowerPoint and answer any questions you may have.
So our fire code adoption over.
Yep, there we go.
Sorry. The California Fire Code and Wildland Urban Interface Code set minimum fire standards for construction, buildings, properties, and operations throughout the state. The 3-year adoption cycle, the state releases revised California Fire Code every 3 years. City of Vista adopts the code through local ordinance, which we're doing tonight, with amendments that are more restrictive than state standards. Both the city and the Vista Fire Protection District adopt essential identical ordinances to cover their respective service areas. District versions remove redundant language already contained within the code. So the key updates for this year were technical amendments addressing battery energy storage systems, fire sprinkler requirements, and ground-mounted solar arrays. The new Wildland Urban Interface Code introduces enhanced home hardening and defense space requirements for wildland resilience. Assembly Bill 130 requires local amendments be supported by findings based on local conditions and submitted to the state by 10/1/25. Adoption ensures consistency with current building, electrical, and plumbing codes. If the city fails to adopt updated codes with local amendments, state-adopted codes automatically take effect, removing any local control and customization. Any questions?
Councilmember Contreras.
Thank you so much. It was to my big surprise that this item is before us, because we just had a conversation, which included legal, where I was asking, different ways to update our fire code to ensure the highest level of fire safety possible. And unfortunately, it seems like we have to adopt this before October 1st. Is that correct?
Correct.
So I'm really sad that I didn't get to work a little bit harder on reviewing this and adding additional, potentially additional features to it. But in the conversation that we did have, were any of the concerns that I brought up, were you able to address any of those with some of the amendments that are local? Some of the additional features of the fire code that were enhanced? Because I was talking to city manager, and it looks, like we were able to add a few different features, but.
This is related to the local amendments that we've made.
Right. If you're speaking about the fire hydrant issue.
Fire hydrant, that's that's on the list, yeah.
Right. Yeah, we addressed all those that we could in the time that we had allowed it. We weren't planning really on bringing it this quickly.
Right.
But because of this, again, the state bill that was passed, we have to have it done by the October 1st.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate you taking, and it just happened to be, good fate that we had that discussion, because we totally thought we had more runway to continue to work on our fire code and have some of those local amendments that I think are really critical. But from that conversation that we had, I'm glad that you were able to, adopt some of those thoughts and that they fit within the structure that the law provides. So thank you so much. With that, I'll go ahead and make a motion to close the public hearing and move forward with adopting this.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
I'll second that. And my only request would be, because I noticed that they have battery storage facilities within this, and I know that's probably going to be a topic that continues to come up in the future in all of our communities. So if we could do an extensive, just one-on-one review of that, and then see what we need to bring back for this council, if anything, I would really appreciate that. But thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the City Attorney's Office. A lot of work was put into putting this together, and we really appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Okay, that item is adopted unanimously. That'll bring us to our fourth public hearing, one regarding the adoption of 2025 California Building Codes with amendments. The public hearing is now open. If any members of the public may wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature by pressing *9 or submitting a request to speak card here at the dais. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Community Development Director Joe Vaca will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Mayor Franklin and members of the City Council. So this evening, our building official, Nabil Shahadi, who also is the manager of our Building and Safety Division, is going to present the building code updates for our next cycle.
Thank you, Mr. Vaca. Mr. Mayor, member of the council, Mr. Conley, the California Building Standards Commission updates the building codes every 3 years. Cities may adopt the building codes by reference in an ordinance, but even if not adopted by reference, the most recent version of the building codes become the applicable code by default. The new codes become effective January 1st, 2026. State laws authorize local governments to adopt amendments to the building standard codes. Local amendments need to be filed with the Building Standard Commission to become effective. AB 130, which was signed into law on June 30th, 2025, requires that local amendments to residential building codes be filed with the state prior to October 1st, 2025. After that date, local jurisdiction cannot update the residential code until June 1, 2031. The proposed ordinance formally adopts the 2025 California Building Standards Code as amended by the California Building Standards Commission, incorporating necessary local amendments. The local amendments carry forward existing local standards which are necessary for public safety and general public welfare. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And seeing no request to speak on the item, I'll offer a motion to adopt staff recommendation. And Councilmember Fox.
Second.
Okay, seeing no other request to speak on this item, please cast your votes. That item is approved unanimously. That'll bring us to item D1, which is a proposal from Councilmember Contreras to bar federal agents and law enforcement officers from certain city facilities and to post signs on the way into those facilities indicating that they may not be accessed by federal agents and making Vista a sanctuary city. Councilmember Contreras added this item to tonight's agenda, so we will ask her to introduce the item.
Thank you. First of all, that title is completely wrong. If you look at the item before us, we're talking about community safety and due process. I understand that the mayor wants to color this a certain way, but it is just not true. We're seeing right now, unfortunately, that regardless of your immigration status, whether you are a citizen or not, folks' rights are being violated. And it is incredibly important that our community, every single one of us, understands what our rights are. That's what we're going to be talking about right now. So if you're here for Sanctuary City, you're at the wrong meeting. Sorry. Are there comments from the public?
Yes, there are quite a few.
Okay. First, I just want to say thank you to everybody who came, regardless of which side you are on or if you're undecided. But it is incredibly important to me that every single person has access to due process and that we uphold our Constitution to the letter of the law and that we safeguard especially our 5th and 14th Amendments. Gracias a toda la gente que están aquí. Tenemos una discusión hoy sobre la seguridad de nuestra comunidad. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I can't understand what you're saying. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to ask all the members of the public, we're going to maintain order and decorum, and especially in honor of what's happened in our country recently, we're going to all respect one another, we're going to hear each other, we're going to disagree, but we're going to do it respectfully. So please be silent. You'll have your turn to speak if you put a request card in. Councilmember Contreras.
And just to let you know, when I do speak in Spanish, if you're able to read English, then you can go ahead and see the translation up there. Thank you. So para comenzar otra vez, muchas gracias a la comunidad que está aquí que habla español. Yo sé que en nuestra comunidad ahorita tenemos un tiempo muy difícil, donde los derechos que tenemos inscribido con la Constitución de este país, que esas reglas, esos derechos, ahorita de verdad no siente la gente que lo tenemos. So de eso vamos a hablar hoy. Es muy importante tener esta discusión, porque yo quiero que cada persona en mi comunidad, aquí en la ciudad de Vista, si vives aquí, trabajas aquí, estás aquí de vacación, yo con todo mi corazón quiero que tengan sus derechos completos. Y no es mucho pedir a la ciudad y este concejal que nos apoyen en eso. Es una cosa tan básica. With that, I would love to hear public comment. Thank you.
Very good. And just, did everybody get a copy of of this? Do we have copies for the public available? Okay. It's available electronically at vista.gov. If you go to on your phone, you can read it at the top of the web page. If you click on current council agenda, it'll take you to a list of items, and if you navigate to item D1, then you can see what's being proposed in writing so that you can read that now.
Pardon, sorry to interrupt. I was wondering if we could get a little bit of information from the city manager regarding the technology being displayed on the screen. I think this is the first time we're using this. It appears to be translating while we speak, whether you're speaking in English or in Spanish. So could we have a little bit of a briefing on that?
Sure. So this is technology that we're using for translation this evening. It will translate English into Spanish for the Spanish speakers, and we'll be able to translate Spanish into English for the English speakers. We also have a translator that's here with headsets if folks need audio capability that's available in the back. Otherwise, you can scan a QR code in the back and have this on your phone and be able to follow the meeting in Spanish or English, or any language you choose.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Okay, we're going to start with Christina Acabelli. We're going to then hear from Matthew Menke and then from Joe Hood. And if you would, if you heard your name called, go ahead and find a spot on the rail over here and be ready to speak when it's your turn.
Good evening. Before I begin, I just want to make a personal comment. How dare you, Councilmember Contreras, blame our mayor for painting this topic a different color? We know exactly what color you're trying to paint this as.
And I have to ask everybody again,
ignorant.
I'm charged as the presiding officer with making sure that we maintain order and decorum, and I'm charged with enforcing our municipal ordinance, which requires you to hold your applause for the remainder of the meeting. I apologize to ask that of you, but it's required by ordinance. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Christina Jacobelli. I am a 51-year resident of Vista, a local realtor for 10 years, a 31-year owner of a coin laundromat, and the vice president of the American Italian Club of Vista for 25 years. I appreciate this opportunity to speak. I strongly oppose the proposed sanctuary city policies because of the real-world risks it creates for our community. According to federal data, ICE detainers are often issued for individuals charged with or convicted of serious crimes. If our city refuses to cooperate, we risk releasing dangerous offenders back into our neighborhoods. That is not speculation, that is a fact, supported by multiple law enforcement reports across the country. Beyond public safety, sanctuary policies constrain our local resources. When we take on responsibilities that belong to the federal government, our taxpayers foot the bill for added services, legal liabilities, and compliance issues. We cannot afford to compromise our budget or our safety for political symbolism. We all want to be compassionate, but true to compassion cannot come with the expense of safety or the rule of law. A sanctuary policy sends the message that our city will look the other way when federal law is broken. It creates distrust, not unity. It puts the rights of those who break the law above the rights of the law-abiding citizens. Our families deserve a community where laws are respected equally, where dangerous individuals are not shielded, and where our leaders put the well-being of residents above politics. To adopt this policy would betray the trust of many who count on you to put safety first. Also, as a realtor, I can tell you firsthand that buyers pay close attention to city policies when deciding where to purchase a home. A sanctuary city designation will make many buyers hesitant to consider Vista, and that hesitation translates directly into lower home values. If home values decline, families' largest investments will suffer, and our city will see reduced property tax revenue, which funds schools.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. And I apologize. That's your 3 minutes.
Everybody gets a chance to speak.
Next.
We look like we have quite a lineup here.
Yeah, I apologize. That's everybody gets 3 minutes. Matthew Menke is next, followed by Joe Hood. Please hold your applause.
Read this quick because I have to pee. First, I want to thank you, Mayor, for all your work that you've done with us, with the homeless in the community. I'm part of a large group of guys that go out and service the homeless and take care of guys and get them sober and clean and back into the community and strong again. We've been very successful. Thanks for your sweat, because you put more than anything else you've worked at helping us with that. So thank you very much. My name is Matthew Menke, and I have lived in Vista over 25 years. Raised all my kids here, including my 27-year-old with CP, Kyle. I did that because the disabled schools here were great at the time. It is a kind act to have compassion, and all of us should have a healthy measure. But as a man that has 44 years clean and sober, that has always helped homeless people. I have 6 people at my house right now. It isn't the place of the city council to open our city to illegal citizens that are flooding in from all over the world. We, as in the USA, have the largest amount of legal immigrants, and I love them, allowed in every year in the world. For a city council member to suggest that criminal activity is okay just means we have ignorant council members. Not to mention the burden it puts on struggling schools. It overloads our hospitals, our law enforcement. Our local businesses suffer from crime and puts our children and the weak at risk. I love the compassion you are offering, but who pays for this compassion? There's a family in Texas that just watched their father's head get kicked around as a soccer ball by an unvetted illegal immigrant from Cuba. So before you waste my tax dollars and put my family at risk, let me ask you, how many of you have helped those in need already here? I know our mayor has, because I've seen him roll up his sleeves and help with his sweat at Rising Tide Sober Living and many others. What you are proposing doesn't help. It encourages lawlessness and is foolishness, but it is at the expense of your citizens. I also want to say that I find it really hypocritical that you mention the Constitution in a vague way, but yet when the mayor proposed something.
I apologize. That's your 3 minutes. Joe Hood is next, followed by Jim Day, then by Gary Lukovich.
Good evening. Again, ICE, hiding behind masks, have actions that include physical and sexual abuse, serious mistreatment of pregnant women, widespread abuse of solitary confinement, often retaliation for reporting abuse, dangerous overcrowding in unsanitary facilities, inadequate medical care with suicides and too little care for depression, anxiety, and PTSD, mistreatment of children, including some U.S. citizens. ICE lost a lawsuit for improper targeting based on language, ethnicity, and skin color. ICE detained South Korean workers with valid visas who were here to train U.S. workers for good-paying, skilled jobs. Most went home. ICE is deporting thousands with minor or no offenses and without due process. Due process. Many were sent to hellhole prisons without charges. Some farms aren't even able to harvest their crops. ICE's cruelty is intolerable. And Mayor and those voting with him, you should be ashamed. Your self-righteous claims that ICE is only taking the worst of the worst criminals are absurd. And deep down, you know it. Mayor, you even cowardly attacked our council on live TV when no one was there to respond. This slimy behavior is unacceptable in real leaders. You ask us to respect others, respect everyone. People applauded at your comments earlier tonight, and unlike many other times, you didn't shut them down. Where's that level of respect? Councilmember Contreras is right. Vista must be safe for everyone. In Matthew 25, Jesus says, quote, "I was a stranger and you invited me. Whatever you did for one of the least of my brothers and sisters, you did for me." What will you say when standing before the pearly gates?
Next, we'll hear from Jim Day, followed by Gary Lukovich, followed by Alejandro Sanchez. Alejandro Sanchez.
Good evening, Councilman, Mayor. Really glad to be here tonight. A sanctuary city in Vista? Why? Why would we do that? What is the cost to the Vista taxpayers? In the last few years, California spent $2.3 billion for free Medicaid for immigrants. Where is the money coming from? Surely this city has enough financial obligations. What services are you planning on providing the immigrants? Are you going to tell the very few sheriffs we have in the city to protect the immigrants from ICE? Or are you going to use the sheriffs to protect the criminal immigrants? What are the consequences for Vista citizens by taking the very few sheriffs away from protecting this city? What are the short and long-term consequences of being a sanctuary city? Is there a positive outcome to this city? A city whose infrastructure is already taxed beyond reason. Our roads are coming unglued. There's so many people in this town that you can't go anywhere. You can't drive any place without congestion these days. Our schools are overtaxed, trying to figure out how to school all of these people. We should have compassion. Yes, that's a great idea. And yet, do we have compassion for our own families first? Every service you provide immigrants costs money. What is that money coming from? If you spend it on sanctuary, it's not there for other things. Over the last few years, the federal government passed out billions of dollars to the NGOs, non-governmental organizations, and that money is no longer available. Again, how are you going to pay for this? What should Vista taxpayers be asked? Why should Vista taxpayers be asked to pay those bills? Please, think about the residents that are here, the long-term taxpayers. My wife and I and my family have been in this city for 37 years, and we've watched a lot of changes, and we've participated in a lot of things to help this city. 37 years, we volunteered with Special Olympics in this city. For years and years and years, my wife was the leader of the Parent and Teachers Organization in this city. We have been here for this city for years and years and years. You can't keep doing it. You can't keep putting all of this pressure on these services and expect negative things to not start happening. Thank you for letting me speak.
Gary Lukovich, followed by Alejandro Sanchez, followed by Jaime Romo.
Hello once again. I'm speaking in opposition to the plan to make it a sanctuary city in Vista. I think it's misguided and ultimately will do more harm. And before we go any further, I am not a xenophobe. I'm not a racist. I married a beautiful Hispanic woman. If you marry one, you marry the entire family, and I love them all. And one thing really nice about them, they all did it legally. They all stood in line, waited their turn, went through the process, and did it legally. It's unfair to let people that come here cross the border illegally to cut in line in front of all those people. You would not want anyone cutting in front of you if you're in a line for food or at a gas station or movie theater. People have to stand in line and follow the rules if they want to be an American. The second reason I think it's important is I think it ultimately encourages people to come here illegally. In doing so, they have to sometimes cross thousands of miles of country, go through horrible conditions like you've heard them speak of, face the cartels that only benefit and profit from them. They're abused sexually. Thousands of kids have disappeared on that journey. We have no idea what happened to them. So by encouraging them to come here illegally and avoid the normal processes, we actually end up doing more harm. Thank you.
Gary Lukovich, followed by Alejandro Sanchez. Oh, I'm sorry, that was Mr. Lukovich. Alejandro Sanchez, followed by Jaime Romo, and then Donna Layden. Is Alejandro's not here? Okay. Next we'll hear from Jaime Romo, followed by Donna Layden, followed by Jim Kelly.
Thank you. My formal title is Reverend Dr. Jaime Romo. I'm a minister, and I work with lots of people with trauma. The doctor is part of teaching teachers in education. I was so happy to hear the honoring of students and the concern for the protection of the vulnerable, especially children. And when I think of the mass swarming and separating people from their families, I think of DEI in a different way. What has been disrupted? What has been denied? What has been destroyed? Due process must not be denied. There's nothing general about that in the Constitution. All persons have the right to due process. No state shall deprive any person, not citizen, not immigrant, of life, liberty, or property without due process. That's what this is providing information and clarification about what is a federal right and what is not. I think about exclusion. The communities that have been built up by laborers who have paid their taxes and bring much more income than any use of public funds. I mean, the disruption to families, I want to just think about trauma for a moment. If we care about kids, if we care about learning in our future, we don't traumatize not just families who are directly impacted, but anyone, not just people who are brown, anyone who can now wonder who's next. We have an invisible history about scapegoating. And scapegoating is a religious idea that people heaped their fears and their sins on a goat and drove it into the desert. And that's what we do with immigrants. We blame them, we make them terrible threats, when the reality is that they do not create more crime than citizens, and they do not use more resources than citizens. And I think of those, someone earlier brought up, when I was hungry, you fed me. When I was a stranger, you welcomed me. This is a moral issue beyond a legal issue. How do we treat our neighbor? Not the neighbor we agree with or look like us or vote like us. There are a lot of things that have been legal in history that were wrong, and we're trying to protect our rights.
Donna Layden, followed by Jim Kelly, followed by Joe at PH something with an S on the end. Donna Layden.
Mayor Franklin and council members, I strongly support Councilmember Contreras' community safety and due process proposal. It includes basic rights provided by the United States Constitution for all people present in the United States. Included in the proposal is know your rights information, due process standards, privacy information protections, FOIA plans, and more. Providing these resources is not a political act. It's a fundamental act of compassion and a practical step towards ensuring the well-being of all who live and work here. Undocumented immigrants, like the people present in the United States, possess constitutional rights that must be respected. The 5th and 14th Amendments guarantees due process law to all persons, not just citizens. See the San Diego's Know Your Rights, the KYR website page for critical resources that are vital to include in the City of Vista Know Your Rights webpage and general resources. I strongly encourage the Vista City Council to place this community safety and due process resolution on the agenda sooner than later. It is the government's responsibility to develop policy that ICE agents operate within the United States Constitution. The current ICE modus operandi has resulted in Vista residents feeling increased anxiety because they do not feel safe. You need to do all you can to help our most vulnerable residents, including our children. Help to feel safer when they go to school, church, the grocery store, work, seeking medical care, courthouse, etc. Thank you.
Jim Kelly, followed by Joe, it might be Ferris, followed by Francis Vanderschaff.
Hello, I'm not in favor of tonight's policy, make that clear. I realize there's a large number of immigrants in our city. However, Los Angeles and other cities in California have found that such laws have not stopped the federal agencies from entering the cities. And in fact, it may make the city more of a target because they would believe it's a target-rich environment because they believe that people can hide here. So this policy falsely provides immigrants belief that they're safe here, when in fact they may not be safe, they may be more at risk. In addition, this may impact federal funds that may be considered for the city of Vista, in which case they might not, our funds would be cut back. I also believe that the majority of residents do not want a sanctuary city making all the residents higher possible crime risk. Lastly, I believe the agenda title inappropriately described what was going on here tonight. I think I looked at the agenda item not realizing that this was the topic. My suggestion is that we keep the city under the radar and not with a target on our back.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from Joe D. Ferris. I know I'm getting the last name wrong. I can't read the letters. Is Sky to Sky? Is Joe here? Nope. Okay. Now we'll hear from Francis Vanderschaff, followed by J.C. Hammond, followed by Brenda DeAngelis.
My name is Frances Vanderschaff, and I've lived in Vista for over 40 years. I am here because I strongly oppose instituting sanctuary policies in the city of Vista. We already have a sanctuary state. Sanctuary laws and policies create dangerous conditions for citizens, law enforcement, and criminal illegal aliens. When illegal aliens break our laws and local law enforcement are prohibited from turning those criminals over to federal law enforcement, those people are released back into the community. This allows them opportunities to commit more crimes. Then, federal law enforcement has to look for those same people in neighborhoods, stores, workplaces, or roads. This risks the safety of all people involved and bystanders as well. I oppose sanctuary policies and laws in the strongest terms. Thank you all.
J.C. Hammond, followed by Brenda DeAngelis, followed by Bonnie Lang.
Thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, City Council, J.C. Hammond, longtime Vista resident. Wow. I've never been in this building. Brought home to the hospital right here in Vista, and I've only been next door to the Mayor Vance for the Mayor's Prayer Breakfast. 41 years our pastor has been holding it. And you're the next speaker next month. Thank you. Yeah, if you want to support it, you support this guy by prayer. And I apologize that I've never been here. This city of Vista, we all need to come together. You see how difference of opinions. Look at how divided we are in this country. Look at what has happened to this country. I'm going to pray. Heavenly Father, I just thank you right now, God, that we are Vista. We're such a beautiful, beautiful spot right here in San Diego County. And I just ask that all this confusion and all the division that is occurring right now in the globe with wars and rumors of wars, that your word is never taken out of context, Lord. And it's right there. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men were created equal, endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. Thank you, God, for making us citizens of this state of America. Pray that it's united right now, God, that all these people were given supernatural wisdom in dealing with all this stuff that has divided us so well. The enemy is doing such a good job on dividing this United States of America. But God, you're doing something massive right now. You are bringing the hearts of the fathers back to the children, and what a blessing it is to be called a father. And now I have friends right now. These friends of mine in the city of Vista are going to go home and pray too, God, because they believe in you, love, and what love stands for. It's not a divider. It is patient and kind. And we know all those verses, God, because you put them in our hearts now. So I just want to thank you for letting me speak tonight, not on my behalf. Man, I'm the lowest of the low, but I am somebody in you, God, and that's what is such a beautiful thing by bringing us together and putting the citizenry of this country first, America first, because we are in this country, Lord God, and I expect that from every other country, to them put them first, God. So thank you on behalf of this United States that you're going to bring love back to this city council and see this divided wall break right now in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Brenda DeAngelis, followed by Bonnie Lang, followed by Jeff Underdahl.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Brenda DeAngelis. Thank you, Mayor, council members. I appreciate what you have all had to say about the last few segments, and I specifically heard you, Karina, and Katie both say that you guys were concerned about safety, so I wanted to talk to you guys about safety, especially when it comes to sanctuary cities. I'm not in favor of sanctuary cities, and it's mainly because of the cost to our city. It's extremely expensive. It is, right now, the estimates for California for state and local taxpayers is $30.9 billion per year as of 2022. It costs us for healthcare about $8.5 billion per year from the general state fund. In addition to that, the amount of our resources get used in these areas and then don't go to citizens, and so it's very unfortunate. Also, I'd like to address the gentleman earlier that had used the Bible in the way that he did. It was incorrect. In fact, the Bible is very clear that we're supposed to follow the laws of the land. The federal laws of the land exist and actually are over what our state does. And so we definitely do not want to end up in a lawsuit by our federal government. In fact, I provided you guys all with we did some kind of vote before in 2022, I believe, in 2018, and this was voted down before. So I hope, Dan, this is for you specifically, that you will vote along with Jeff and with John Franklin to not move this forward, because you're always the deciding vote. And you certainly don't want your beautiful Shadow Ridge to turn into a sanctuary city, because it won't work. It will deplete that area and make it much worse. And I feel bad for you to be the deciding vote, but I hope that you'll vote in the right way. In addition, lastly, I should say, I hope you guys would also create a resolution so that you don't keep voting on this again, because you're wasting all of our time, because we voted before about this. We don't want it, and our state doesn't want it. So you keep bringing it up. It's not okay. It's a waste of our time. I have children right now. I'm sorry I can't stay to hear you guys vote, because I need to go take care of my family, because my family expects me to be there for them, and I can't be at things like this. So I really appreciate your time, and I also want to ask you to make a resolution to not vote for this again, because it's just not worth it. It won't work here. It will continue to cause problems. Thank you.
Bonnie Lang, followed by Jeff Underdahl, followed by Tom Holland.
Hello, my name's Bonnie Lang, and thank you for listening to me this evening. I'd like to see some civility and see some humanity in my community. As I'm looking at D1, it says community safety and due process in discussion. I see nothing about Sanctuary City. I don't know where did that come from. I didn't see KUSI. I wasn't following. I'm not a sheep. I'm getting information that I'm a little confused because it seems that there's a lot of misinformation. So I'd just like to bring up some actual facts that I find very interesting. And I'm going to read this straight off the internet. It says multiple studies show that immigrants in the United States and Europe do not commit more crimes than native-born citizens, and in many cases have lower incarceration rates. Increased immigration has been linked to stable and declining crime rates, debunking the misconception that newcomers increase local crime. In addition, these folks do work on farms. They work and support, they pay taxes and contribute to the community. I don't care about the color of a person's skin. I don't care what your party is. I feel that we need to work together as a community. If I'm out with my children and I'm disabled, I fear for my family. I have every shade in my family. We don't discriminate. I have every party in my family. We don't discriminate. We may disagree, but we don't discriminate. We treat each other as human beings, and I would like to see my community join me in finding solutions and following due process. I don't want to be in a restaurant and have ICE come rushing into the door. There's been many instances, as previously stated, that people that are legal American citizens are being arrested, detained, families torn apart, traumatized, and put in unbearable and unlivable conditions. People have died and been violated. There's a baby today that is an American citizen that is now 3 months old, and it is in the news if you would like to check that. I find it extremely disturbing. This is happening in the United States of America. Americans are being detained by immigration. ICE are wearing masks. We don't know who ICE is. We don't know who the officers are. This puts pressure on our actual officers who had to go through the process to.
Thank you very much. You were Bonnie Lang, right? Thank you. Next is Jeff Underdahl, followed by Tom Holland. Did I call your name? No, okay. Jeff.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Underdahl, and I say amen to Brother J.C. Hammond's prayer. Thank you, Mayor Franklin, and those who are making real efforts to help improve and protect our wonderful town of Vista. I'm a second-generation resident of Vista. I grew up here with my grandmother and my great-grandparents. I absolutely love our town. I raised my family here, work here, own property here, and so, of course, I want to see our town be a safe place for everybody. Including our deputies. I love our deputies that'll help uphold our law here and protect us all who are exposed to additional dangers present, especially by the criminal element that take advantage of and the protection of sanctuary cities. I believe we should have compassion for all humans and all law-abiding citizens. I love all humans. I love all races, all ethnicities. I have family members that are white, brown, black skin. I support legal immigration. We cannot afford more illegal immigration. As a sanctuary city, we would be welcoming criminals to find sanctuary in our wonderful town. As a Vista Realtor of 35 years, I've helped hundreds of families buy and sell their homes in this town who all count on Vista becoming a safer city. For these reasons, I strongly oppose the idea of Vista being a sanctuary city as would the thousands of people that I know who live here as well. Thank you.
Tom Holland, followed by Mary Davis, followed by Linda Gunn.
Vista City Council members, thank you for this opportunity. I want America to thrive and welcome people into our country. Immigration strengthens our economy, and immigrants, for the most part, are honest individuals and hardworking. However, I believe in legal immigration. Illegal immigration keeps people in the shadows, allowing unscrupulous individuals to exploit them. When immigrants become legal and citizens, they gain protection under the law and our government's regulations. Sanctuary status, on the other hand, keeps them in the shadows and vulnerable. I oppose any attempt to keep them there. Instead, we should focus on improving our immigration process rather than circumventing it. Please vote against any attempt to make Vista a sanctuary city, which, while it sounds good, encourages people to stay in the shadows and vulnerable. Thank you.
Mary Davis, followed by Linda Gunn, followed by Steve Vanderscaff.
Hi, just real quickly before I start, is there a timer for us up here, or are we just winging it?
Can you see? Oh, it's actually,
Okay, well, I brought my own, but just...
there's a green light right there. It'll turn yellow at 30 seconds.
Oh, I need a 1-minute warning. It's like the NFL. Okay. Okay, I'm going to start now, my 3 minutes. So, good evening. Mary Davis, Government Watchdog Accountability Partner. I'm here tonight in defense of robustly defending our sovereignty as well as the safety and welfare of our ICE and law enforcement officers, many of whom are legal immigrants themselves. We live in an unprecedented age of polarization and political violence. This is most recently evidenced by the political assassinations, plural, of Charlie Kirk and Congressman Melissa Hortman and her husband. That we must ask ourselves then, what is the role of political rhetoric in this? We see posts that say terrorist, fascist, Nazi. In fact, recently in my little world of activism, I do a vinyl bridge banner, and somebody drove by, didn't like the words on there, and took to Facebook and called me a Nazi Mima. And I had to take a step back and think, wow, a mature woman with a vinyl banner is equal to the Third Reich and the genocide of 8 million people. That is rhetoric and hyperbole that leads to violence. This is evidenced by, it says, I prefer crushed ice. This was a sign in El Cajon City Council by activists that were pro-immigrant, anti-ICE. Another social media post, time to buy some outfits and fight back, not saying kidnap ICE, am I? Again, incitement and violence. And then we have Sean Elo Rivera, who in the end of May actually put a post showing ICE agents handwritten in red, terrorists, with a song by Rage Against the Machine. That is incitement by political leaders and is leading to the polarization. I urge you to oppose any effort to vilify ICE or to make them demask. It is dangerous. It puts their lives at risk, and it puts a target on their back. Also, I would like to remind you that California has led the way. Should you pass anything like this, super sanctuary or whatever, you made yourself sanctuary. Well, guess what? The federal government can play that game also, and they can just say that they are a sanctuary mask republic, okay? Lastly, I do want to say, since Corina Contreras is all about due process, I am the voice of the voiceless. These are the people that could not be here to advocate for themselves. There is a cost to these open policies that you are advocating for and the collateral damage. This is Omar Oscar Hernandez, 13-year-old boy who was killed in LA by his soccer coach. Ava Moore, killed in a boating accident in Texas.
Thank you, Mary. I'm sorry. Now from Linda Gunn, followed by Steve Vanderscaff. Is Linda Gunn here? Okay, we'll hear from Steve Vanderscaff, followed by Lourdes Farhart, followed by Robert Mendez.
My name is Steve Vanderscaff. Thanks for giving me the podium for a few minutes here. I feel like a short timer. I was born and raised in Southern California, but I only came to Vista 37 years ago. And I'm hearing these other folks that are third generation and such, so forgive me for being a Johnny-come-lately that doesn't have much of a standing to talk about a nation of laws. And that's really what this is about. This isn't about Republican versus Democrat. It's not about compassion versus discompassionate. It's not about white people hating brown people. It's about laws versus those who support lawbreakers. We don't get to choose in our nation's laws that, oh, this week we like murderers, or we like rapists, or we like burglars, well, unless they're breaking and entering our country. This is about supporting law enforcement, not demonizing law enforcement, burning down cities in mostly peaceful protests, demonizing ICE, demonizing these fine men with a badge that protect our laws, okay? I know that there's one anti-American member of this council, and it's a fool's errand thinking that I can speak to her and my magical words will turn her into being not a crazy leftist. These words are for the other 4 members of the city council who on item PH1 said, in so much bureaucratic speak, our hands are tied. The almighty state of California has told us that there's no way we can prevent this crazy density on this Monte Vista property. And so 4-1, you said we're a land of laws. Now we have the federal law. Are you going to go against we're a land of laws, our hands are tied? I'm sorry, your hands are tied. ICE, the federal government, policemen wearing the badge, they are law. The people that get taken into custody, they get their due process. The hype about, oh my God, it's not due process. Sorry, not true. Nation of laws. Represent your constituency. Your constituency are the citizens of the city of Vista, not illegal aliens from another country who then break a secondary law and become the target of ICE. Support your constituency. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from Lourdes Farhart, followed by Robert Mendez, followed by Ken Roy. Please hold your applause.
Good evening, Mayor and the City Council. My name is Lourdes Farhart from St. Francis Social Justice Ministry. I've been on this country for 43 years now. I came here with an H-1B visa, working class, because I'm a skilled professional. I just recently retired after working 41 years in this country as a registered nurse. Thinking about where I came first, I was sent to Chicago, the inner city. Thinking about that now, no one probably, any American citizen would work in that area. That's why they went to the Philippines to get us to work and serve the American citizen. But I went through the state board exam, I passed that, and I got my green card. Then I became a naturalized American citizen. But I agree with City Council Contreras about due process. Due process ensures that immigrants, regardless of status, have the right to fair, unbiased legal treatments, including receiving proper notice, an opportunity to present their case, and a decision from a neutral decision maker. The constitutional protection outlined in the 5th and 14th Amendments. It will uphold also justice and prevent abuse of power within the immigration system. I think we're seeing that a lot in the news. I mean, I know I'm against violence or criminals, but if you are a law-abiding citizen, I think we all, as an American citizen, we have to think of the solution, not to fight with each other who's right and wrong. We have to find a solution for these people that needs most likely, especially the ones that were born here, a pathway to being legal, or especially like they have skills too. Like I came here with my professional skill. I mean, I cannot do what they do. So not everyone is criminal. And if you see all the nurses, Filipino nurses working in our hospital, you could be assured they started like me as well. But, we just have to find a common solution for the future of our country to be better and to be unified. Thank you.
Now we'll hear from Robert Mendez, followed by Ken Roy, and then Esmeralda Gonzalez Jimenez.
Oh, back again. So it's another issue here that I think should just be turned down immediately because, I have family that work for Border Patrol, Homeland Security. My father went in the Marine Corps in the Second World War. I had two brothers in Nam. I almost went to Nam. And I just don't get it. We follow the rule of law. Our family's been in this state for 6 generations. Y yo soy hispano. Y hablo el español mejor que tú. So I'm going to tell you right now, I don't want to hear it, okay? You don't belong in the Border Patrol business. Let them do their job. I volunteered for the Sheriff's Department for 2 years as a volunteer deputy, and I'll tell you, I just don't like it. I don't like getting involved in these politics and stuff like that, but you got to understand, rule of law. That's what we live by. My credence comes from God, country, and man. That's it.
Now we'll hear from Ken Roy, followed by Esmeralda Gonzalez Jimenez, and then Thomas Moore.
Good evening, I'm Ken Roy, and what a tough act to follow. I'm a son of an immigrant. My father came to this country legally back in the 30s, and my heart breaks for anyone that has to leave their home country for a better opportunity in the United States, which the United States did give my father. He did very well for himself in the mercantile industry, and he was here legally. And once again, my heart breaks for those that feel that they have to flee their country to something better other than where they came from. And once again, it's the rule of law, the legal immigrant. I'm not against immigrants. I think it makes the fabric of our nation what it is. It's strong and it's building. Unfortunately, this area, the San Diego area, is a human trafficking corridor, both for children and for adults and people that prey upon them and pushes them into the shadows. So if there's law enforcement that's doing something wrong or illegal or immoral, get them out. I'm sure all the police force here would not want to have a crooked cop on their docket. As far as why would we want to support the criminal element? My question is, whose thumb are we under that we would want to support people that are career criminals feeding upon those that are the most vulnerable? Thank you.
Esmeralda Gonzalez Jimenez, followed by Thomas Moore, followed by Richard Inn.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm here tonight as a resident of Vista to urge you to vote yes on a resolution that would provide safety in our city to all of our residents. Not that we need to justify why people deserve dignity, but in 2023, undocumented immigrant households paid $89.8 billion in federal, state, and local taxes and held $299 billion in spending power. Also, according to the Congressional Budget Office, they will have a projected impact of $1.2 trillion in federal revenue over the next decade. Everyone deserves safety and dignity, regardless of their immigration status. When any member of our community does not feel safe because they fear leaving their home, it impacts us as a whole. It results in decreased use of public spaces, less support for our local businesses, and our children, the ones that we all agreed on that are the most vulnerable parts of our society, missing school. Our village is being impacted, the very community that raised us and the leaders of our community. As our elected representatives, you have the duty to protect the residents of your communities when the law fails to do so. We are looking for you to be brave, vocal, and unwavering in your support of all of your residents, including our immigrant communities. If you do not have fear or feel this is not necessary, I invite you to check your privilege. Do what is right for our city, enact our local control, and vote yes. History is watching. Thank you.
Thomas Moore, followed by Richard In., followed by Sandra Im.
All right, good evening. My name is Thomas Moore. I'm here today as a member of the veteran community, which makes up 7% of Vista residents, 3% higher than the state average, to urge the City Council to reject the proposed Community Safety and Due Process Resolution Ordinance. While its intentions may seem noble, this proposal is deeply flawed, potentially unconstitutional, and presents a genuine threat to our national security and the safety of our community. National security is something the veteran community takes very seriously. This proposal would prohibit federal law enforcement personnel from performing immigration enforcement in non-public city areas without a judicial warrant. It also bars city contractors from disclosing sensitive information to federal immigration agencies unless legally required. This creates a dangerous sanctuary policy that hinders cooperation between our local law enforcement and federal agencies like the FBI, DEA, and DHS. The resolution's guidelines are a minefield of potential constitutional conflicts, forcing contractors to refuse cooperation with federal agents and requiring the city to withhold data on individuals' immigration status could put Vista in direct conflict with federal law, making it unenforceable virtue signaling for political reasons. By creating a policy that actively prevents federal law enforcement from doing its job, the city is overstepping its authority and creating a legal gray area that is sure to be challenged. This is not about due process, it's about obstructing legitimate constitutional law enforcement. Beyond the legal issues, this proposal undermines our safety. It would limit the city manager's ability to assist federal law enforcement, even in cases of imminent threat with reporting to the City Council required after the fact. This is a recipe for disaster. When there is a threat to life or public safety, our law enforcement needs to be able to act quickly and seamlessly with all available partners, regardless of agency. Delaying or hindering this cooperation puts all of us, citizens and non-citizens alike, at risk. The resolution also calls for reports on joint law enforcement task force and other cooperative efforts which would jeopardize ongoing investigations and create a chilling effect on the collaboration that keeps our city safe. This is not a matter of politics, it's a matter of public safety. Let's not adopt a resolution that could make our community a target by creating an environment where federal law enforcement is hesitant to cooperate. Our city should not be a haven for those who threaten our national security. I urge you, council members, to vote against this resolution and instead support policies that foster, not hinder, cooperation at all levels of law enforcement. Thank you.
Richard In., followed by Sandra Im.
Mayor Franklin, members of the council, and the public. Democrats and leftists are master wordsmiths who distort words, their meanings, and ideas in general. They obfuscate the issue of immigration by conflating illegal immigrants with legal immigrants under the umbrella of simply immigrants. But they are not the same. Legal immigrants obey the law and can be good for America. Illegal immigrants break our laws and by definition are bad for America. Any rational policy must distinguish between these two separate and distinct groups by separate and distinct policies. I urge this body to reject this proposal. You all took an oath to the United States Constitution, so let me remind you of a few things. Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution created a legislative branch that makes the laws. We know that body is Congress. Article 2 created an executive branch that executes those laws. We know that executive is the president. Moreover, Section 8 of Article 1 gives Congress the authority over immigration, not the president, not governors, and certainly not local officials. Regardless of what you think about President Trump, he is doing the right thing by enforcing immigration laws. He is upholding his sworn obligations to faithfully execute the laws set forth by Congress. This is called democracy at work. The solution is simple. If you want more immigration, petition Congress to increase immigration levels. But what is completely wrong is to ignore the laws, or worse yet, aid and abet illegal aliens, as this proposal advocates. If President Trump's actions seem drastic, it is only because his predecessors were derelict in their duties. Joe Biden let 20 million unvetted aliens into our country. The problems we have now are not the result of President Trump, but of Joe Biden. Section 6B of this proposal is a great example of Democrat distortion by lumping gender identity, reproductive health care history, disability status, political and religious beliefs, and immigration status into one protected group. Notice the sleight of hand. Gender, health care, disability, and belief systems are all legal conditions. Yet the author slipped in immigration status, which means illegal aliens, that is lawbreakers, into this group of otherwise lawful people. Shame on her. A related distortion is the red herring of separating families, quote unquote. Having children is not a get out of jail free card. Americans who are arrested and separated are separated from their children. This is proper policy. We would not want to put children in jail to keep them with their parents. Separating adult perpetrators, including illegal aliens, from their children is correct policy, and those who break the law must be held accountable. Democrat criticism of this is simply a political lie. It is true that under federalism, state and local officials are not obligated to enforce federal law, but the obstruction of federal laws or providing support to illegal aliens, as this measure does, is a betrayal to the United States, its laws, its citizens, and the oaths you all took to the United States Constitution. Federal policy on immigration is sound and just. Petition Congress if you think otherwise, but please do the right thing and reject this proposal. I'd add that
Thank you very much. Sandra Im, followed by Helen Linder, followed by Kevin Williams.
Good evening, everyone. I think we all want a system that functions so immigrants can come legally into this country. What I see going on right now is that as everyone is suffering from the lack of this process functioning. Both sides of the political spectrum are playing for political gain rather than working towards an actual solution. Meanwhile, undocumented people, taxpayers, and U.S. citizens alike suffer from the hate and division that is being created through misinformation and the propaganda in the media. There are real solutions, but we're not doing them. 1, accountability. 2, improve legal processing. 3, modernize immigration quotas. And 4, cooperate with federal government to remove actual criminals. Immigration is essential to our country. Both the companies that hire undocumented workers and undocumented workers themselves are involved in infractions and need to be held accountable. During the last administration, our border policies failed not just U.S. residents, but those who entered the U.S. People were allowed to cross into California without being properly vetted or documented. That negligence of duty, unfortunately, has created a very gray area for people who entered without the proper paperwork. Coming across the border without permission is an infraction of the law, just like a speeding ticket. However, if I don't pay a speeding ticket, the fine escalates, and eventually I'll lose my driver's license. And if it gets really bad, I'll go to jail. What accountability do you propose for illegal immigrants who violate and have an infraction? People who have come here without formal documentation, but they have other documentation and court dates. They went through the border process. Sometimes those court dates are way in the future. Our legal system needs to streamline its process. People from some countries have to wait years to come here, yet we haven't increased those quotas to accommodate the need. Why not? This has been needed to be addressed by Congress for decades, yet neither Republican nor Democratic Congresses have done so. This agenda item proposes to work against the federal government. Wouldn't it make more sense to actually solve the issues rather than reinforce them with more division? If someone has the paperwork for their court date, wouldn't it be nice if local law enforcement spoke with ICE and shared that this person is following the process they were instructed to when they crossed the border? But by actively working against communication and participation with ICE, it keeps an undocumented person and his or her family at more risk and living in continual fear. No one benefits. If a criminal has come here or someone is not following the procedures set forth, then yes, they need to be referred to ICE.
Thank you very much. Helen Linder, followed by Kevin Williams, followed by Katie Ventura.
My name is Helen Lindner. I'm a 40-year resident of Vista. I'm a resident of District 2. I am a Vista Unified School District employee. I'm a librarian at an elementary school. I'm also a part-time City of Vista employee as a recreation assistant. I am here to urge you to vote yes on the safety and due process policy. I've read the policy. I feel it's being misconstrued here a little bit by some of the speakers who maybe haven't read it like I have. I really feel that we should want this for our city. We should want Vista to be a welcoming place where all immigrants, regardless of their documentation status. I've heard some people try to distinguish that, but what is happening is people that are documented, or basically anybody who could be racially profiled, is living in fear right now, is living in fear that their families could be separated. Children aren't attending school because of that fear of deportation and ICE coming around. I would like our city to be a welcoming place where immigrants don't have to live in fear. Students could feel that they could attend school, and that all residents feel like they could report crimes. I will actually feel safer in a city where a policy like this happens, where if a crime is being committed, people would report it. That would be very important, and I would feel safer, since so many of us are talking about safety. And even if you believe that ICE is only targeting criminals, which I don't necessarily believe that, wouldn't you want due process for, just know that many people are fearful, and wouldn't due process and the resolutions that are set forth in this proposal to occur, everyone will feel safer. Everyone should have the right to due process and receive dignity and respect. Thank you.
Kevin Williams, followed by Katie Ventura, followed by William Wells.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak. I had something to read, but I'm just going to try to speak from the heart. I feel like immigration is such a tough issue for this country. There's so much division, as we've heard all night. And I'm not here to argue what the solution to that is by any means. What I'm here to talk about is just maintaining our humanity and treating people with respect, dignity, care, love, and standing up when something just hits us as being wrong. Seeing people being thrown on the ground, shoved into vans with no opportunity to defend themselves, say goodbye to their families. To me, it's really heartbreaking to see. And if there's a way to solve the illegal immigration problem that we're talking about, I don't see it being solved this way, by people in masks, by fear, by profiling, by grouping people together without consideration. And so I'm just looking for one way that I can stand up and try to do what I think is right. And I thank you, Councilmember Contreras, for presumably doing what you feel is right here, and I'm in support of what you're proposing. So please just look at your consciences and see, does any of this actually feel humane? Is that how anyone, whether they're right or wrong, deserves to be treated? Sure, there are examples where there are violent criminals, but there's criminals in any population group. But we all deserve certain basic human rights, and due process, I believe, in this country should be one of them. So, thank you very much.
Katie Ventura, followed by William Wells, followed by Sandra Marino.
Good evening, Mayor Franklin and council members. My name is Katie Ventura. I am a Vista resident, tech professional, and proud daughter of Mexican immigrants. Last month, 2 men were detained in front of my parents' church here in Vista, a place that should be safe, a place of worship. In that moment, I realized no one is protecting the immigrant community here in Vista. Other cities are stepping up. When Encinitas faced ICE raids, officials released statements and measures to stand with their residents. Just last week, Oceanside passed a community trust resolution to safeguard their community. But here in Vista, a city that is nearly 50% Latino, silence.
We've seen this before. This summer, a father kidnapped on his way to work, his truck abandoned. Families are being terrorized and still silence from our city. I've heard people say ICE goes after those with criminal records. Well, that's simply not 100% true. Time and time again, US citizens and lawful residents have been racially profiled and detained. Protecting our community means protecting everyone's rights because federal agencies do not always act narrowly or fairly, unfortunately. We need action, we need education, we need safeguards. I urge you to vote yes on the Community Trust Resolution. Show us that Vista will stand up for its people. Thank you.
William Wells, followed by Sandra Marino, followed by Norman Anderson.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bill Wells, native Californian. I just realized that I'm also older than the city of Vista, which I've lived in for 30 years now. And I'm opposed to Vista becoming a sanctuary city. You know, our country, the greatest country in the world, you know, is built on it's a nation of laws. That's why people want to come here. That's why people want to immigrate here, right? I get it. Everyone wants to be here. Everyone in this room is either an immigrant or a descendant of an immigrant, except for some of my forefathers that were Cherokee, okay? Now, you know, the people that come in here, they should come in legally. We've heard about people, you don't want to jump in line there. We allow over 1 million immigrants a year to come to this country legally, okay? More than every other country in the world. We're a nation built on immigrants, legal immigrants, okay? If people want to come here, they're more than welcome to come through the normal process of legal immigration, not to be an illegal immigrant like whatever number you want to put on it, 10 million that came over the last 4 years, okay? Now, the people that ICE are getting right now are normally the worst of the worst. There's always going to be exceptions, okay? But most of the time, they're here getting the criminals, like the animal that accosted that little girl, and I keep hearing about people being fearful. What about people fearful about the criminal element? Over the last 4 or 5 years, in my neighborhood, it's gotten worse. I don't keep up to date on the data from the city of Vista on crime, but I can see it. I can see it. We had, within the last couple of years, we had a gang from Central America come through our neighborhood, hitting just about every house, stole a table saw that my contractor was using out of my backyard, and just hit every house. Luckily, our great law enforcement caught them down the road, and so that was awesome. But that is happening, okay? We need to be realistic about this. And you know what? We all want to be compassionate about people. We don't want families torn apart or anything like that. So, but by becoming a sanctuary city, that elicits that, because what's going to happen is, instead of getting a criminal that we already have locked up in a jail and hand them over to ICE, we let them back out where they can commit another crime, and then ICE has no other option other than to get those people out in the neighborhoods, in people's homes, or wherever. You don't want to do that. And my time's almost up, but last thing, I didn't get a chance to talk about the Glock, but eliminating Glocks or outlawing them is the most asinine thing I've ever heard in the world. I mean, one brand of gun, that's going to make a difference. Obviously, people don't know the difference about how to make a gun fully automatic versus semi-automatic, which fully automatic weapons are already against the law. Thank you for your time.
Sandra Marino, followed by Norma Anderson, followed by Jeffrey McGehee. Sandra Marino. Is Sandra here? Okay, not seeing Sandra. We'll hear from Norman Anderson. Norman Anderson, is he here? Jeffrey J. McGehee. Sandra was in opposition. Norman was in opposition. Jeffrey's in opposition. Oh, Jeffrey's here. Very good. Thank you. And after Mr. McGehee, we'll hear from Jill Parvin, followed by Greg Boudreau.
Hi, I'm Jeff McGee. I am a resident of Vista since 2010, but a North County resident my whole life, Carlsbad, Oceanside. I'm here to oppose this proposal. I don't believe it's the place of the City Council to enact such a policy, number one. And I believe that Vista immigration policy should be that Vista governs immigration based on local, state, and federal law. immigration enforcement is a civil law issue, not a civil rights issue. I see there's a lot of overlap between civil rights and civil law. People should not be detained or questioned for suspicion of violation of immigration law. Just like it's illegal for me to be pulled over driving because an officer may think that I don't have a valid driver's license. But if I do violate the law, it's incumbent on the officer to review my license, make sure I'm driving legally, that I have insurance, and my registration is up to date. Same thing should happen with anybody who has an altercation with the law. Their immigration status should be checked. And I think it's incumbent on law enforcement to validate citizenship. I do have compassion for the immigrants' plight. I think we're all dealing with the, unfortunately, in capital letters as big as this building, we're all dealing with and suffering from the insanity of the previous administration's open borders, including the immigrants who came in. I totally understand their motive to get in this country. It's the best country in the world. It's not their fault that they were allowed into the country illegally, but they're here, and we have to deal with that. Usurping federal law is not the way to deal with it. There's been a lot of people talking about process changes, which should definitely happen. Immigration reform is long overdue, but this body and this level of jurisdiction is not the appropriate place to make that judgment. So passing legislation that usurps federal law is federalism, and that is a serious detriment to our country as well as it's illegal. So I strongly oppose sanctuary city ideology and policy. Thank you for hearing my combo. One more thing. Previous spoker spoke.
I apologize, that's your time. Next, we'll hear from Jill Parvin, followed by Greg Boudreau, followed by Maria Jolliffe.
Mayor Franklin, council members, I stand here before you tonight, a proud granddaughter of an immigrant, of 3 immigrants. My mother's family came over in the 1700s, so I guess you could say 4, could you not? I'm so sorry. Vista is a part of the United States, is it not? You would agree with me, correct? And as such must uphold the law of the land, which states quite clearly that if you do not come to this country legally, you will be deported, period. End of story. My grandparents came legally. The city council is not above the federal government. They have to acquiesce to the federal government. In the McCarran-Ferguson Act, wherever state law does not protect the people, the federal government has the right to step in and take over. And you should understand that the job of the city council is to uphold the law of the land. We are a city in the state of California, which is a part of the United States. I'm sorry I have to give this educational moment. But I feel it would be remiss of me if I did not. I would ask Councilwoman Contreras to remember this. Yes, it's sad. It's sad to see children separated. It's sad, but their parents broke the law. Period. End of story. And Councilwoman Contreras, you don't get the opportunity to be the savior. You truly don't. Oh, the job that you promised, took an oath, was to uphold the law of the land. You may not be politically aligned with President Trump, but he is the president. And as such, your job is to carry out what he says. And if he says that Vista needs ICE and National Guard, we open our doors wide. Because it's not just about you or your political agenda or anybody else's political agenda. I'll keep it equal opportunity. It is about the safety, and it's about teaching our children right from wrong. Not everybody gets a trophy. Not everybody wins. Not everybody gets to come to the United States and do what my grandparents did. They worked hard. My grandfather was 12 years old when he came here.
Thank you. That's your time. Next, we'll hear from Greg Boudreau, followed by Maria Jola, followed by Junie Barath. Or Barati. Or Barahi. No, Greg Boudreau. He registered his opposition on his card. Now we'll hear from Maria Jolliffe. Maria Jolliffe was in favor. Don't see her here. How about Junie Barath, or Barati? Junie was in opposition. Michael Neeland. Did we already hear from Michael Neeland? Or not another subject, right? Okay, Michael Neeland. Followed by Joshua Tienda, followed by Carla Albright, followed by Bob Marsilia. Mr. Neeland.
Again, I'll keep this brief. Thank you for allowing us all to speak tonight. I've heard some really good back and forth. I want to commend, there's a lady here, I don't know if she's still here. She had nice red hair, yeah. She was proposing solutions, which I thought was really valuable. We tend to be the products of our environment, particularly with the news that we get, whether it's from one side or the other. As an educator of young children for my whole career, 22 years teaching elementary school, we teach them the value of laws, of rules, of keeping them, and of consequences. I see that it's no different here, that we are appearing by this proposal to snub our noses at federal law, which is concerning to me. My question is, how's it working out for other sanctuary cities in the nation? I would contend that there's lawlessness running unchecked, infrastructure is being destroyed. Hat goes off to our Vista Police Department, Vista PD. I'm with you, and I think that this proposal is against not only the oath to the Constitution, but the effectiveness of our Vista Police Department. So I'm in strong opposition of this proposal. Thank you.
Joshua Tienda, followed by Carla Albright, followed by Bob Marsilia, followed by Lilia Zamora.
Good evening, council members. My name is Joshua Tienda, and I'm a resident of Vista. Last time, something similar that this issue of immigration the California Values Act was talked about here as AB 4454. I was sympathetic, but something happened in June of this year that made me rethink my position when I saw members of my community my Hispanic community acting like hooligans, burning cars, and obstructing traffic and assaulting officers who were just doing their job. And I said, what created this chaos? And the governor and Mayor Bass said it was Trump's fault. But actually, when I look at our AB 54, and Bill Asadley, Attorney General, put it plainly that because the state handcuffs the federal agents for cooperating with state and local agencies, that federal agents have to go out into into the immigrant communities and meanwhile they're arresting the criminal element that otherwise law-abiding immigrants get caught in the net. So actually, our AB 54 is actually counterproductive, and I feel that by putting more wedges between ICE and local law enforcement, actually it harms the immigrant community rather than helps. Thank you.
Carla Albright, followed by Bob Marsilia, followed by Lilia Zamora, followed by Wesley Inglis.
Hello, thank you for letting us speak tonight. I have a few concerns about the document that was put on the agenda. I believe for the city of Vista becoming a sanctuary city, obviously, public safety concerns, it promotes divisive environment, as we've heard here tonight. It hinders our local law enforcement from protecting the residents of our city and creates legal challenges which can place unwanted financial burden on our city's budget. And then, according to the City of Vista website, the Vista City Council, as a legislative body, defines the policy direction of the city, meaning the council should make decisions on services, projects, and regulations that shape the city's future rather than focusing on the day-to-day management. The safety and due process that was presented sounds operational and procedural. Again, according to the website, the city manager oversees the day-to-day operations of the city, not the legislative body. So the document that was brought, I feel, is overreaching and oversteps boundaries. And then, my last note, on April 4th, 2024, the City Council approved goals for 2024 to 2026. And please note, we are on the backside of 2025 already, and 2026 is an election year. I challenge the council to take a hard look at those goals again, and in particular, the goals for public safety and economic development. Would becoming a sanctuary city align with those goals? And would this safety and due process document enhance the community or divide it? I oppose the document that was brought, and thank you for letting me speak.
Next, we'll hear from Barb Marsilia, followed by Lilia Zamora, followed by Wesley Inglis, and then Robert Rawl.
Actually, it's Bob Marsilia, but nobody ever gets it right.
I couldn't read the last letters.
Okay. My name is Bob Marsilia, and I'm a 35-year resident of the peaceful city of Vista. Councilwoman Contreras is advocating passing a series of 7 sanctuary city measures and says she's not trying to make Vista the sanctuary city. I firmly stand against Councilwoman Contreras' proposal, since I support our peaceful, law-abiding, and law-supporting community. ICE has repeatedly stated that they are not seeking out people who have only entered our community illegally, but those who have also committed multiple offenses and have multiple convictions, like drug smugglers who carried the fentanyl into this nation that killed my nephew, Ryan Bentley. It's a bad choice that is made by local and state politicians refusing to hand over illegal aliens who have multiple convictions that has forced ICE's hand. Have we not learned the lesson? Have we not learned the Los Angeles lesson? If you want to see ICE raids in our community, then do what Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass has done or what Karina Contreras is advocating. Councilwoman Contreras' actions will lead to a large pool or concentration of illegal aliens who have committed multiple crimes in our local jail. That is not only overcrowding our local jails, but it is creating an ICE magnet that will draw ICE into our community. And you have seen on every network what happens when ICE goes into a community. The word goes out over social media. Anti-ICE crowds gather. Someone picks up a rock and throws it. Our law enforcement officers arrest individuals, possibly shoot tear gas canisters to protect themselves and the local law-abiding citizens. Then with rocks flying, local business windows get smashed, stores get looted, fires might start, and it goes on and on. So if you want to create problems in our community, then create an ICE magnet. Besides that, why do we want to harbor criminals like the likes of those who have murdered Laken Riley, Jacqueline Noguera, the 12-year-old girl who was found strangled to death in a Houston creek, Kate Steinle, the 12-year-old who was fatally shot while walking on a pier in San Francisco, and so many others. I only have 3 minutes, so I can't even scratch the list of victims. In conclusion, let's keep our city, that is our neighbors, safe by rejecting Councilwoman Contreras' proposal, as well as their support of the Glock ban. By the way, every sheriff in the back, as well as every other sheriff in San Diego County and the majority of law enforcement agencies in California and nationwide issue Glock pistols. I think they know what a safe gun is. Let's not let Councilman Contreras use.
Thank you. Next is Lilia Zamora, then Wesley Inglis, then Robert Rawl, then Deacon Jose Luis Maldonado.
Mayor Franklin and council members, my name is Lilia Zamora, and I am a resident from here, Vista, and I am strongly support safety and due process policy. I'm an immigrant and a mother. We fight so hard to keep our family together. It breaks my heart when I heard that our family has been separated when one of the parents has gone out to work to feed their family. Please, we have the right to be treated with respect and dignity. Being an immigrant is not being a criminal. So please, I ask the city council that so much violence is not implemented by federal government. And then I'm gonna speak a little bit in Spanish. And yo creo firmemente en el trabajo del Departamento de Policía, quien hace su trabajo excelentemente en busca de los verdaderos criminales. Porque digo yo esto, porque yo soy una sobreviviente de un asalto y secuestro. ¿Ustedes creen que viviendo en miedo yo podría ir a la policía y reportar el crimen? Lo cual afortunadamente yo lo hice, porque siendo una inmigrante también conozco mis derechos y también sé a quién debo ir. Dejemos que cada quien haga su trabajo. Yo sé que muchos de ustedes no entienden esto porque no están en nuestra situación. Y sé que nunca lo entenderán porque tal vez nunca lo estarán. He cuidado a 2 muchachos que son muy responsables. Son unos ciudadanos muy respetables que terminaron su educación universitaria. Yo he trabajado muy duro también. Por favor, yo sé que esta política que trae es muy segura para la ciudad. No implementemos miedo a nuestra comunidad y salgamos a reportar lo que verdaderamente.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Wesley Inglis, followed by Robert Rawl, followed by Deacon Jose Luis Maldonado, followed by Kimberly Simmons.
Everyone else has said it, so I'm going to say 56 years that I've lived in Vista, 1969. And let me tell you, 69 to 25, you can't recognize the city. It's not the same city, and it's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. But the Bible was brought up. I'm going to bring up the Bible. It says in 1 Timothy, but we know that the law is good if a man use it lawfully, knowing this, that the law is not made for a righteous man, but for the lawless and disobedient. Breaking the law is disobedient. Square one, right off the bat, it is illegal. I find that this thing that I found really recently, unfortunately, is so disingenuous because it puts this gender-affirming care and all these other things. Oh, and by the way, immigration. When that's your focus, don't lie to us, that was your focus. You want to put up little signs up saying, you can't come in here. But yet, there's the supremacy clause. Your little signs don't mean anything. I mean, we have to realize that I've been here, of course, it's been illegal since I've been here since 1969. I'm not blind, but what we have is blind where we didn't do anything about it for years. Our fault. We didn't do anything about it for years. But then all of a sudden we had a president that wanted to destroy this nation and allowed 14, 15, whatever amount to come over. It's gonna hurt to send them back. It's gonna hurt, but it has to be done. They're draining a system. Their goal is to destroy this system. And trying to pass these little laws where you already know you don't have the right to do it is not going to help. Get over the pain, rip the Band-Aid off. These that came over illegally and all the other ones that you're speaking of, we already know what they are. They're collateral. They're going after certain ones. Hey, if you happen to be there and you're illegal, you're still breaking the law. You're still a lawbreaker, just right off the bat. So you have to understand. And then to be biblical again, I mean, my current study every morning, my devotions, is Nehemiah. They built the wall. Why did they build the wall? Because they knew they'd be attacked if they didn't. And they were attacked by officials. He was tried to be led away so that he could be killed. And they had to finish the wall, laying brick of one hand, holding the sword with the other. Man, that's where we're at. It's unfortunate that a previous president put us in this spot. But thank God somebody with strength is there now saying, man, we got to get this right. We got to right this nation so we have a nation. I have a granddaughter that's 1.5 years old. I'm about to have my second son in January.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Robert Rawl, and then from Deacon Jose Luis Maldonado, and then from Kimberly Simmons, and then from Jenna Madrid. Robert Rawl.
Good evening, Mayor Franklin and City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. God bless America. We are in the United States, right? A nation that is divided against itself won't stay. We need to be united. I'm in favor, not for a sanctuary. We're not asking for a sanctuary. It says here, safety and due process. Due process is the law. And you were elected to enforce the law. And I'm here to beg you for the people. We're not asking, I won't contradict any of them. They are absolutely right. We don't want any criminals. And that was the goal for the government. Unfortunately, the way they are enforcing the law are doing it in a way that they are getting out of control. It's so sad to see how they break into houses, dragging people out in front of the little children. If they have the order, okay, just do it the right way. That's due process. We are not against that they make people comply with the law. What we have to do is, if they need to go for whatever they did, fine. That's the law. They broke the law. The law needs to be enforced. Everybody's right about that. But now, what about the ones that, for example, don't have anything to do with breaking the law? You know, I feel so unsafe. Now I have to carry my passport with me. Because if they see me that I'm a brownie, sometimes they don't even check your documents. Doesn't matter if you have your real ID. It's not real. What the real thing is that they beat you up and they will ask if you know, it's so sad. Even one senator was dragged out and he said, I'm senator, blah, blah, blah. Who cares? So we are all created equal. And I'm asking you, I'm begging you to really enforce the law and protect the ones who are here legally. Not all immigrants are illegal. There are many, many immigrants that are suffering the consequences of the way the government is enforcing the law, and that is costing a lot of money. And where do you think that money is coming from? Taxpayers. Is our money. I'm not telling you to reject any of the way they are enforcing the law. I'm just to check it, to make sure that we're getting the right treatment. And that's what's your job. That's why we voted for you. I've been a resident of Vista for 20-something years. I worked for the Vista.
Thank you very much. Okay, so Robert Rawl was not here. All right, and that was Deacon Jose Luis Maldonado. Now we'll hear from Kimberly Simmons, and then from Jana Madrid, and then from Amelia Alexander. Is Kimberly Simmons here? There she is.
Mayor, Mr. Fox, nice to see you guys again. Hello to everybody. First, tell me you're a sanctuary city without telling me you're a sanctuary city. And I think that's exactly what the proposal resolution is doing. You're skirting behind the actual words by the implementation of what you're suggesting, and also putting handcuffs on our sheriffs and doing their job. It might be a better job fit for you if you want to become a sheriff and you can handle the law that way, but we really should leave the law to law enforcement. My name is Kimberly Simmons. I am a longtime resident of Vista, and I'm here to express strong opposition to any proposal that would designate Vista as a sanctuary city or any, sorry, it's been a long night. Or any version of a sanctuary city. Well, I fully support treating all individuals with fairness and compassion. I believe that sanctuary city policies are not the right path for Vista and would bring more harm than good. I'm going to give you a couple examples. First, public safety must come first. Sanctuary policies can block law enforcement from cooperating with federal immigration authorities when dealing with individuals that have committed serious and heinous crimes. That puts our community at risk. Fun fact, I really quickly went and asked AI about how many of the detainees or deportees that have criminal records. And 10%, or they're short of 10% of those that have been deported have a violent, AKA murder or rape, history. But my question is, can you knowingly allow one single person that does have that history sanctuary in our city and put our residents at risk? That's the question. Moving on. We don't want to undermine the rule of law. Refusing the cooperation with federal laws sends the wrong message that cities can pick and choose which laws that they want to enforce and that they don't want to enforce, and it erodes trust in our legal system. 3, Vista's resources are already stretched. Vista faces challenges with housing, infrastructure, and public safety. Adding policies that could increase demand on services only strains the taxpayers. 4, it divides the community. Clearly, we're divided. Vista is definitely a diverse community, and this issue is extremely divisive.
Jana Madrid.
Do you have an objection to the way that I'm conducting the meeting? Did you want to state it for the public? Go ahead. You seem to have an objection to the way I'm running the meeting. What is it? Yeah, I want to hear it too.
Well, I think the display that we're seeing now is objectionable, and you're not
You think the hearing from the public is objectionable?
Everybody gets a chance to speak, Mr. Mayor.
Everybody's getting a chance. What's the issue? You've moved your chair over. You're crowding me physically. What's the purpose of that?
I'm seeing who is next on the speaker card, Mr. Mayor.
What is your objection that you're jumping in and trying to now lead the meeting?
I just shared that with
You
you.
don't like what people have to say?
I have appreciated hearing everyone's comments, and
Okay.
I'm seeing
Why don't
next
we get
that
back to
Jana
hearing-
Madrid is next to
Yeah,
speak. It's
thank
been
you.
a
Thank
very
you.
long
I was
night.
elected mayor, so I'll lead the meeting. Why don't you return to your desk location and let me do my job? I think I've conducted the meeting very fairly. Okay. Please come back to order. Jana Madrid, then Amelia Alexander, then Donald Chadwick.
Evening. My name is Jana, and
Why don't
I
you
am
sit in front of your monitor and I'll sit in front of mine, okay? I don't know what the physical crowding of me is, but why don't you return to your monitor location? Okay?
Question for the city attorney. Is the council able to view the speaker cards either during the meeting or after the meeting at any point?
Yes, they're a public record, and I'm going to ask for a copy of them, and often the city clerk provides me a copy of them, and I am sure that she would be happy to provide you with a copy of them as well.
I am concerned that there have been people that haven't spoken, perhaps they were left for the day, that were not.
I'm concerned about that too, but you know something? When I brought it to this council, that when we were going to have more than 30 people, everybody would speak
City
for 2
attorney,
minutes.
I have a specific concern for
You
the city
absolutely
attorney.
objected to that?
No,
and
I have
Karina
a concern
Contreras
for
objected
the-
to that. So
I have a
and what I
concern
said
for
was
the city
people were going to
attorney.
have to go home because they couldn't
That
speak.
there are
You're seeing
people
that
who
tonight, and now
have
because you don't like what people are
registered their
saying,
dissent.
you want to shut people up. You want to shut
There
them
are
down.
people who
You're the
have
one that wanted everybody to have 3
participated,
minutes.
they've put
We're going to
their
abide by it
cards in.
tonight. Do you have a
City-
point of order? You
I
are out of
do.
order.
I
What
do.
is your point of order? State it now.
So
What is
there
your point
are
of order?
members of the public who've put in a card who have registered their opinion on the item, who the mayor may not have expressed what their opinion is, and they were not here to say so themselves.
Forgive me. You know what? I'm more than happy for the people that weren't present. I'm more than happy to have. Was that your concern? Why didn't you just say that? I'm more than. Robert Rawl was in opposition. Kimberly, who didn't speak that you are concerned?
This is
I
why
didn't-
I'm asking the city attorney if I could have the collection of cards at the
You
end
know
of this
what?
meeting.
No, you can't. At the end of the meeting, yes, every member of the council and every member of the public is entitled. It's a public record. You're more than welcome.
Very good. I'm
I will
satisfied
make
with
sure.
that.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
for bringing up that I may have
satisfied
forgotten to indicate which box was checked. Okay, I will make sure to Jana Madrid, who did not check a box for the record. You're now recognized.
I am in opposition. I don't know if you can check that box.
I'm checking it for you right now. Thank you. This is what they do when they don't like what people have to say. They try and shut them up.
Okay, well, I just wanted to let you know that I am a recent returnee to my childhood city. I appreciate Vista, its services, and the ability to speak in front of City Council, so thank you for that. I'm standing before you as a retired Air Force service member, continuing my civic duty by sharing my thoughts on community safety and the possibility of Vista becoming a sanctuary city. I'm shocked that those who make laws would so flagrantly support breaking the law. It is not for us, you or me, to pick and choose which laws to follow. As one who chose to enter the military and lived by stricter laws than those of my fellow citizens, I understood the consequences if I broke one of those extra laws. This is similar to those that cross the border illegally. They know the consequences of their actions. Is it cruel to hold someone accountable? Well, no, it is not. We do so with our children who may sneak out at night, students who cheat, and even staff members who steal. If I wanted to, let's say, enter an area within this very building that says for employees only, I would face some unpleasant consequences if caught. It is not that I'm a bad person, but that I failed to follow the laws. Most individuals that cross the border illegally are really good people that want a better life, one that is offered by this country, this state, and even this very city. However, there are some people that cross the border illegally that are criminals or who commit crimes once they're here. Those individuals should be the first to be held accountable and removed from this beautiful city. It is not that I seek removal of all who have crossed, but for the safety of all, legal and illegal, who live here, that we commit to forming a cooperative environment with the federal government for removing those who seek to cause harm. It is truly unfortunate that other good people will be arrested at the same time, yet they knew the consequences of crossing the border illegally. For the love of this country, its people, and its laws, we must work within the system to change the aspects that we dislike. As Martin Luther King Jr. insisted, power at its best is love implementing the demands of justice. And justice at its best is power correcting everything that stands against love.
Amelia Alexander, followed by Donald Chadwick, followed by Luz Godina. Amelia Alexander, are you with us tonight? Amelia registered that she's in opposition to the sanctuary policy. As did Donald Chadwick register his opposition. Mr. Chadwick. I won't forget, I promise.
Good evening, Mayor Franklin and City Council. My name is Don Chadwick. I have family members who have immigrated to the United States legally. It was a lengthy process, and it required them to live in displaced persons camps for over 5 years, to have a sponsor, and to repay all of the costs associated with coming to this country. They were required to learn our culture, our language, knowledge of the U.S. history, and fundamentals of U.S. government. They were required to take an oath of allegiance. I am now retired, but before I retired, I worked in facility management for San Diego State and then UC San Diego. With both of these institutions, I actively participated in hosting immigration and naturalization ceremonies for new citizens. These were beautiful ceremonies that recognized both the people and their efforts. I support immigration when it is completed in the proper and legal manner. Immigrating properly is the best way for immigrants to assimilate and to lead productive lives. I'm opposed to turning Vista into a sanctuary city. If Vista is turned into a sanctuary city, it will only attract more ICE activity. I think you know that. I encourage you to vote against it. Thank you.
Luz Godina, who did not check a box for the record. Not that you had to. We'll let you speak for yourself.
I am not in opposition.
Very good.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Luz Godina, and I am a Vista resident and from Katie's district, I forget the number, and a parishioner from St. Francis Catholic Church and part of SDOP. I'm here tonight in strong support of the safety and due process policy and urge you to vote yes on the important local policy. This is important to me because I am the daughter of immigrants. My parents came to the U.S. to build a new life. They worked hard and raised 13 children. 8 of them went to college. In the 80s, my parents became U.S. citizens. They were very proud. The thing that bothered them, though, is they now did not have their green card, their U.S. resident card. So they were afraid to go out without it. So they started carrying their passport cards, which worked for them because they had something to carry. And I thought, how silly. You don't need that anymore. But now, because of what's happening in the community and other communities, I feel like I need to carry my passport because I, of course, look Latina. I will speak Spanish when it's easier for me. I don't want to be harassed. I don't want people to say, what do where's your concern? I feel like they are harassing people that look like me. And it's not right. And my older sister feels the same. She retired from the Vista School District, and she's saying the same thing. And, we just are very concerned. So if I'm feeling like that and I have nothing to worry about, what about new immigrants? They need to be protected. Just because they're an immigrant doesn't mean they're not documented. You don't know what's going on. We don't know what's going on. They should not be harassed. So by passing this policy, you will ensure that Vista is a welcoming place where immigrants do not have to live in fear and have the right to due process and receive dignity and respect. Thank you.
Next, we're going to hear from Tyler P., followed by Clara Dan, followed by Chris Muse, followed by Lisa Amanda Buck. We have Tyler P. here. Tyler registered that he's in opposition.
Good evening. First of all, thank you to the members of the city staff and city council and everyone that's here. I'm really heartened to see this level of community involvement, and I'm so proud to be a Vistonian and live in a country where we can have this discourse. So, well, she just left, but I had a positive story about Councilmember Contreras. I guess it'll wait for another time. I'm a first-generation American, and my stance on this proposal is not based in race. It's not based in politics. It's really about right and wrong. And to me, there's a right way to enter this country, and there's a wrong way. My mom came to the U.S. when she was a young woman. It took her years to get here. She had to hire an immigration attorney, and she spent thousands of dollars working through the process. She did it right, and now she gives so much to her community. And this policy and policies like it, frankly, I think are a slap in the face to her and so many other people who go through this process just for the privilege to be here. I believe that every person has the right to pursue a better life for themselves and their family. If any of my neighbors calls on me, I will serve them however I can. It doesn't matter what color they are. I don't care what their political affiliation is or their immigration status. I was raised to love my neighbors, and I will care for them. But I will not stand between them and the laws of our nation. And you, council, do not have my permission or the permission of my family and neighbors that I speak for to use city resources, and a quote directly from the policy or the proposal that was uploaded to the city website, prohibiting federal law enforcement personnel from immigration enforcement. Thank you.
Now we'll hear from Clara Dan, followed by Chris Muse, followed by Lisa Amanda Buck.
Mayor, I would ask respectfully, I appreciate everybody that's here right now and the public comment, just the comments directed at other people speaking. If we could just maintain decorum as we have asked throughout the meeting, I would appreciate that.
Sure. Is Clara Dan here? No? Clara registered in opposition. Chris Muse. Chris Muse did not check a box. Not sure which side Chris was on. Lisa Amanda Buck, who checked the opposition box. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. I want to thank each and every one of you for doing your job and for your convictions. I pray for you to do what you believe is right. Following the law is extremely important. I don't believe sanctuary cities is the way to go for Vista. And I hope you will vote against it. So I will keep you in my prayers. And thank you so much for respecting each other, because truly, God wants us to love one another unconditionally. And the Bible, that's what it is all about. Forgiveness and putting the other person first. So it's a very difficult situation, and I hope that you will not be in favor of this for Vista. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Leslie Marie Bowden, followed by Josh Como, followed by Eros Garcia. Is Leslie? Who registered her opposition.
Good evening, Mayor Franklin, City Council members, and fellow residents. My name is Leslie Marie Bowden, and I'm a resident of Vista. I actually came here when I was 5 years old in 1969. I'm 61. I'm here tonight to vote my opposition to any proposal or designation that would make our city a sanctuary city. Let me be clear. I support legal immigration and believe immigrants have made incredible contributions to our country and community. But a sanctuary policy undermines public safety, the rule of law, and the trust that should exist between citizens and local government. Sanctuary cities limit cooperation between local law enforcement and federal immigration authorities. This can prevent the removal of individuals who have committed serious crimes and are in our country illegally. Public safety should be a top priority, and we should never adopt policies that could allow violent offenders to remain in our communities. Beyond safety, there are practical concerns. Sanctuary policies can increase strain on local services such as schools, hospitals, and law enforcement without adequate funding. Taxpayers shouldn't be forced to shoulder that burden. Finally, I believe we should respect the rule of law. Federal immigration laws exist for a reason. When cities choose to ignore them, it sends the wrong message and creates a patchwork of inconsistent enforcement that hurts everyone. In closing, I ask the council to carefully consider the long-term consequences of adopting sanctuary city status. This isn't about politics, it's about safety, responsibility, and respect for the law. Thank you for your time.
Next is Josh Como. Is Josh here? There he is, who registered that he's in favor.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Josh Como, Associate Minister at Pilgrim United Church of Christ in Carlsbad, Vista resident as well. I'm here to express my favor for this resolution. I engage, I serve, work, know too many individuals and families who have been adversely affected by the brutal policies and expression of those policies, by ICE raids and everything else that have been going on in the recent events. And I'm here on their behalf to advocate for their fear, for themselves, for their families. And it's just, we all want a safer and stronger community in Vista. I believe this is a solution that it may not fix everything, but is a step towards that. And I would like to urge you to move that forward tonight. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Rose Garcia, followed by Samantha Aguilar, followed by Teresa Frazee. Rose Garcia, who registered that he's in favor.
Good evening. My name is Eros Garcia, and I am a resident of District 1. I am part of my family's first generation to be born in the United States of America and proudly raised in Vista. My immigration family supported me through an education system where I was deemed to fail. But the struggles and hardships that my parents underwent working in the agricultural system in our city gave me strength and endurance to continue my education and receive my bachelor's in medical anthropology from CSU SM. This year, I began my own business located here in Vista, providing healthy and organic trees for our community and allowing me to give back to the city that raised me. I am also a member of a local band called Los Paisanos, who are proud of sharing our love for music and bringing joy and cultural awareness to our community. I am asking you to stand with us to make sure that our neighbors do not have to live in fear and support discussion item 1. As someone that has lived his entire life in this city and knows firsthand the impact that immigration enforcement has in our families, I am asking you to stand with us and let our neighbors know that they are not alone and that in Vista we protect each other. Thank you, Representative Contreras, for leading this effort.
Next, we'll hear from Samantha Aguilar, followed by Teresa Frazee, followed by Vanessa, I think it's Mendora. Samantha Aguilar? Is Samantha here? Samantha registered that she's in favor. I don't see Samantha. Samantha? Next, Teresa Frazee, who registered she's in opposition.
Greetings to all the Vista residents here, to the Vista deputy mayors and council members, and to Mayor Franklin. I would like to thank you all for attending this important forum meeting. My name is Teresa. My husband and I have lived in Vista for 35 years. And Katie, I'd like to thank you for your leadership in our community, in our district. My husband and I are opposed to Vista becoming a sanctuary city for a number of reasons. I'll keep this brief though, because it's late. Our main reason is every citizen has a right to equal protection. Vista City sanctification is not a good solution and would not protect every citizen. We applaud Mayor Franklin for his wisdom, discernment, and insightful leadership to protect our community and its citizens. Thank you so much.
Next, we'll hear from Vanessa Mendora, or it might be Vendura. Then we'll hear from Maria Rosso, then Alondra Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor and council members.
Thank you, Corina Contreras, for supporting this. And just to clarify, my name is Vanessa Mendoza.
Mendoza, thank you.
I'm a Vista resident. I've been here for many years, not as many as a lot of people here around here. I'm in favor of the safety and due process policy. I repeat, the safety and due process policy. This is to help everyone that is gathered here, immigrants just like myself and my parents who came here. This is to protect every single one of us. This is not about race, like a lot of people have said. This is not about, white, brown, black. This is about protection for everyone. And I do support this policy. I am also going to speak in Spanish because I feel a little bit more comfortable as well in Spanish. Gracias a todos los que pudieron asistir, a la comunidad hispana que está aquí. Gracias otra vez, Corina Contreras, por todo el support que nos has dado. Espero que todos tengan el corazón, ustedes aquí que representan el pueblo, la ciudad de Vista, a proteger a los inmigrantes, de que tengan el derecho de ser protegidos y no ser robados por personas que no son identificados. Eso es lo que venimos aquí a buscar, que no sean robados por personas que no se identifican. Y lo he mirado y lo he estado mirando y me llena de tristeza saber que Vista se ha convertido en una ciudad que no quiere proteger a los inmigrantes. Todos tenemos el derecho de ser protegidos. No importa el color ni la raza, pero algunas personas tienen el privilegio de ser protegidos y desafortunadamente no son del color que son de piel morena o de piel negra. Muchas gracias.
Next, we'll hear from Maria Rosso, followed by Alondra Alvarez, followed by Lillian Serrano. Maria registered, she's in favor.
Buenas noches, el señor John Frankie. Buenas noches, la señora Contreras. Mi nombre es María Rosso, pertenezco a San Francisco, la parroquia de San Francisco de Asís. Como persona de fe les pido al alcalde y miembros del concilio que por favor voten por el artículo 1, la ordenanza de seguridad comunitaria, proceso de Ciudad de Vista. Mi fe me enseña a cada persona que es sagrada, merece ser tratada con dignidad. Lo que se ve en este momento sí gusta contar algo del dolor por lo que estamos viendo mucho, nos están atacando mucho como migrante a nosotros. Y nosotros como inmigrantes estamos aportando mucho a la ciudad de Vista. ¿Cómo? Pagando nuestros impuestos. Cada que vamos a las tiendas y todos nosotros pagamos impuestos. Entonces también tenemos el derecho de ser protegidos, ¿verdad? Entonces, señor alcalde, ahora necesitamos que, le pedimos que usted nos proteja, así como cuando usted pidió nuestro voto, nosotros se lo dimos, o sea que nos ayudemos unos a otros. Usted nos necesitó, ahora necesitamos a usted, por favor. Es lo que le pedimos. Es muy triste, ¿verdad? Yo tengo 40 años aquí y tengo mis hijas y se han graduado de universidad y no somos criminales, nada más venimos a trabajar. Aportamos para la ciudad, aportamos para este país. Los inmigrantes también pagan impuestos. Los que no tienen permiso están pagando sus impuestos. Nosotros, como yo estoy pagando mis impuestos, toda mi familia, nosotros no estamos, cuando vamos al hospital, no estamos gratis, estamos pagando, todo se paga. Aquí como muchos nos están diciendo que somos carga, no somos carga, somos trabajadores que venimos a aportar. Muchísimas gracias, Dios lo bendiga. Señora Miss Corina, perdón porque lo están faltando al respeto, pero gracias y que Dios la bendiga a todos.
Next, we'll hear from Alondra Alvarez, followed by Lillian Serrano, followed by Flower Alvarez Lopez.
For the record, my name is Alondra Alvarez. Good evening, Mayor Franklin and members of the council. Mayor, I watched your interview with KUSI speaking out against this resolution, and I came here to comment on some of the things that you said that has no doubt fomented a good amount of misinformation. So you spoke out against the signage that states that ICE agents are not welcome on the city property, claiming that it was disrespectful and unenforceable. Okay, it is enforceable because we live in the United States, and the Fourth Amendment requires that federal law enforcement have the proper warrants to enter any building. The signage will not deter a federal agent who has a valid warrant from entering the building, but it will inform those federal agents that the people under that roof are educated on their rights as protected by the United States Constitution. You also say that it's disrespectful. Sir, with all due respect, ripping families apart is much more disrespectful than reminding an ICE agent of our Fourth Amendment rights to proper warrants in order to conduct searches and seizures. It is not as though these signs are going to stop a federal agent who has the right to enter the building. As an elected member of government, why on earth would you be opposed to signage that reminds the public of our constitutional rights? Let me remind everyone that the Constitution, everyone is entitled to due process regardless of citizenship status. The framers of our country worded it that way in the Constitution, and it really baffles me that these so-called American patriots have rolled their eyes and groaned every time that they've been reminded that due process is entitled to all, but please read the Constitution. Finally, you said this in regard to the proposed resolution, quote, "Creating this division and this fear that is being sown in our communities is totally unnecessary." Unnecessary, sir? In Vista, cars are left on the side of the road because fathers get ripped out of their trucks on their way to work. In Vista, children are terrified to go to school out of fear that their parents will be missing when they go home. In Vista, breadwinners of the home are being ripped from their children and families are left shattered. I shouldn't need to stand here and justify to you that they are good people, that they are hardworking mothers and fathers with jobs who pay taxes. I shouldn't need to remind you that undocumented immigrants paid $96 billion in state and federal taxes in 2022, but these are people that are being abducted in Vista. Take a second and really look at the people that you are serving. A quarter of your residents are immigrants, and nearly half of all your constituents are Latino. When local law enforcement corroborates with ICE, your constituents will be fearful of calling the police when they themselves are witnesses and victims to crime. I implore you who sit in this chamber and oppose this resolution to look inward. What is the actual issue that you have with this? That we want our community members to be informed of their constitutional rights, or that we want our local police to focus on the job rather than help masked secret police rip families apart? I implore you to think of the children that will grow up with the trauma of being ripped from their parents' arms. And I ask you to show empathy and do your job you were all meant to do, the job that the people in this room voted you in to do. You are public servants called to protect your constituents, and it's your duty to ensure community safety and ensure due process for all. Thank you.
Okay, Lillian Serrano, followed by Flower Alvarez Lopez. Please contain your applause. Please maintain the decorum of the chamber. Lillian Serrano.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Lilian Serrano, and I'm a Vista resident of District 2. I'm also the proud daughter of immigrants, and I had the privilege of working with immigrant families in the city of Vista and the area for many years. I also work as the Border Policy Director for Alliance San Diego, so I know a thing or two about the issue that is in front of us today. I'm here in strong support of the city of Vista moving forward with a policy to stand with all of us in Vista and protect our constitutional rights, especially for our immigrant families. This discussion is not just about immigration. It's about standing with the Constitution and human rights at a time when some politicians think they can pick and choose which laws they follow. The Constitution, let me remind you, is the supreme law of the land. And it actually affords protections for all of us for power overreach by the federal government. And that is what is in front of you. Our presentations about Know Your Rights are actually presentations in which community members will get to learn the protections that the U.S. Constitution affords us. Also, as a human rights expert, I will like to share with you that under international law, all elected officials are responsible for protecting human rights. The actions of ICE is taking in the city of Vista are human rights violations, and it is your responsibility to step up and do everything within your power to stop those human rights violations. Item D1 takes an important step promoting the adoption of common sense measures that will give our community the tools to claim their rights and ensure Vista does not contribute to federal overreach. Vista families have already felt the devastating impact of immigration enforcement. That is why it is critical for the city to affirm its role in protecting the rights and dignity of all of its residents. Today, this council can send a clear message. Our city will uphold the Constitution, honor human rights, and protect the dignity of all of us who call Vista home. Thank you.
Flower Alvarez Lopez, followed by Sid Rothenberg, followed by Dimitri Brown.
For the record, my name is Flower Alvarez Lopez, representing Universidad Popular. Buenas tardes. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council members. Please bear with me, so I'm a little under the weather today, but I believed the importance in this discussion, so I'm here. I have the privilege of serving as the co-director of Universidad Popular, proudly based in North County, San Diego. Universidad Popular is a community-based organization rooted in North County. We are guided by a commitment to human rights and dignity. Our work is deeply embedded in the fabric of North County alongside communities we serve, which includes right here in Vista. I would like to register our support for agenda item D1, community safety and due process. As human rights defenders, we appreciate policies that are in line with protecting community members, especially vulnerable community members. Everyone has to do their part to uphold human rights, civil rights, and dignity. Do your part to mitigate the harm for Vista residents. Please take the necessary simple steps to support impacted families. Since we're doing some educating in this room, let me remind everyone that Native people of this land didn't come on the Mayflower. Our ancestors did not come on the Mayflower. Some of you have been here for 10, 15, 20, maybe even 30 or 40 years. Our people have been on this continent since time immemorial. It is the erasure of this truth that makes this issue appear complicated when it's not. Many of the people who are labeled immigrants, quote unquote, are in fact original peoples of this land. And in the spirit of education, before Vista was part of the United States, it was Mexico. And before it was Mexico, it was native land. We respectfully urge you to consider supporting what is proposed under the Community Safety and Due Process agenda item. Because if it's about following the law, why is ICE arresting people in their court hearings in their federal courthouse? If it's about the law, let's remind the room that SB 54 exists. If it's about the cost of immigration and the burden on services, why are people being arrested at job sites or employment sites while they're working? Immigrants participate in labor force and start businesses at higher rates than native-born population. If it's about safety, then why is it that undocumented people have far lower crime rates than US citizens? So let's talk about what it really is about. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Sid Rothenberg, followed by Dimitri Brown, followed by Rosie Herguera, followed by Susan Custer.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, fellow council members. I'm here tonight as a private citizen. I think there have been many speakers before me who have made very good points, but I would like to point out to our audience who's still here and the audience who left that when you mark the census, you're asked your race, and 50% of Vistans mark white, black, Asian, and other. And the other 50% mark Hispanic. So we are representing some very divergent I'm sorry, I lost my word here, divergent interests. But I think we need to keep in mind that we have permanent Hispanic residents here in Vista, and they need to enjoy the same rights and privileges as the rest of us who mark the other 50%. I know that our fellow council members up here have been maligned tonight, but I challenge you all, those here and those who are listening on YouTube, to go look at the district designs and how that's broken out, and think about who's living in those areas, and think about these members up here on your council who are representing the people from all these districts, and they're very different in how they're broken up. And this is an important thing to keep in mind, because when they're voting and when they speak, they will be speaking about the members of the district they represent. I think it's rather ironical that tonight this issue is here, because this is the National Hispanic Heritage Month from September 15th to October 15th. And historically, it first came into effect in 1968 by Lyndon B. Johnson, and then Ronald Reagan signed a law in 1988, and finally, George H.W. Bush made it recognized as a National Hispanic Heritage Month with the dates I just cited. So here we are talking about the diversity, and we've had some very good speakers talking about the challenges they've had.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dimitri Brown, followed by Rosie Higuera, followed by Susan Custer, followed by Cipriano Vargas.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and family citizens and fellow citizens. My name is Dimitri Brown. I'm a son of God, number one, and I've served this nation's military for the last 15 years, including 2 deployments into combat zones. I fought to protect this nation overseas. And it's that same sense of duty is what brings me here tonight, to protect this nation. I'm not here to give a fancy speech or to argue politics. I'm here because I see what's happening and I can't stay silent. Our families are the backbone of this community, but sanctuary policies put them in danger. And I'm going to look right at you, Mrs. Contreras. We've all heard the stories. Violent criminals should have been deported, are instead released back into the streets. That means innocent people pay the price, American citizens. I've stood guard in war zones so children could sleep at night. It doesn't make sense to me that our own children here at home can't have the same protection because of sanctuary policies. And this isn't just about safety, it's about justice. Romans 13 says leaders are supposed to protect the innocent and hold the guilty accountable. Sanctuary policies flip that around. They should, those who break the law while leaving the law-abiding citizens vulnerable. That's not compassion. Real compassion has accountability in it. Without justice, there's no peace. Without order, families cannot thrive. And I believe it's God's call to us both to have both mercy and justice. You can't have one without the other. Not one without the other. I've worn this nation's uniform for 15 years, and I know what it takes to protect people, but tonight, I'm asking you to protect the people of this city. Put citizens first, stand for justice, and make sure families here in America are safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your service, Mr. Brown. Please hold your applause. Rosie Higuera, followed by Susan Custer, followed by Cipriano Vargas.
Thank you for the intro music. Good evening, Council. So I see, Karina, you thought it best to not put America first and try to degrade and destroy our community and our citizens and engage in divisive identity politics. There are borders, there are federal laws for a reason. You took a constitutional oath of office to uphold the Constitution and all laws, whether or not you agree with them. I remember a couple of months ago, you and your lover, Katie Melendez, you came to the Oceanside City Council and you tried to pass the pride flag. And now I see something about gender affirmation in this motion as well. That tells me all that I need to know about you, that you're a globalist and the people of Vista deserve better. I know Max Dispositi, the LGBT director, is behind a lot of the pride flags and a lot of the garbage in the schools and the influence. And I see that Deputy Mayor Eric Joyce is also here. He's also part of all of that pushing. He was part of that La Costa Meadows and the whole My Shadow is Pink, gaslighting Shea Encinas. So we know what you globalists are all about. You're all about destroying families and rights, and why should illegal immigrants get a $2,000, $3,000 debit card? Why should they be here? Have you seen what they've done to destroy New York City, Dearborn, Michigan? They're not here to assimilate. They're here to destroy America and our country. Come legally. My father came legally. He married my mother, who was an American citizen. He followed the laws. He was a contributing member of society. These policies have no place in America. And Karina and Katie, if you're not for America, you guys should resign, because you're doing our country, our city, a disservice. You're weakening our city. You're weakening our families. Why should our tax dollars pay for illegal immigrants? They're criminals. They should be deported, every last single one of them. They're criminals. And so they should not be here. And they should self-deport. Trump said self-deport and you'll have a chance to come back. And I do agree that there should be an easier legal pathway, but do it legally. Why is it on our tax dollars? In the UK, they are destroying, the illegal immigrants are destroying Europe. 844,000 women have been raped, okay? So there are a lot of criminals that have come in, like 20 million. And very innocent people have paid the price, like Laken Riley and many other people. So I suggest that you...
Thank you. Susan Custer is next, followed, please hold your applause, followed by Cipriano Vargas, followed by Kathleen Boyle. Susan Custer, are you with us tonight still? Susan Custer. Is Susan Custer here? Please, everybody, come to order. Please come to order. Is Susan Custer here tonight? Okay, she's not here. Very good. She didn't register whether she was in favor or opposition. Okay, Cipriano Vargas is here. And Mr. Vargas, you're next, followed by Kathleen Boyle.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Councilmember Contreras, thank you so much for standing up for our community, for the work you do, for the work you've done. I know, the community and what we're experiencing right now with federal immigration rates abducting people in our community. And what this discussion is about having that discussion. What do you all want to do as a city? What do you stand for? Do you stand for the Constitution? Do you stand for due process? Do you stand for dignity of immigrants? Because when we look at San Diego County, there are over 344 small businesses, many of them who are minority owned. When you look at the workforce in San Diego, 1 out of every 4 workers is immigrants. So Rosie, yes, immigrants do pay taxes, and they contribute not just to the economy, but also to the well-being of our community. And this issue should matter not just to immigrants, but to all of us, because we're also seeing DHS take U.S. American citizens, taking them, Mayor, do you stand with those U.S. citizens for due process?
Of course.
For transparency? For
Absolutely.
engagement and making sure that, there's a fair process in place and not just, being abducted for hours and days at a time? And so, Council, you have an opportunity to have a discussion to talk about what you want to do. Gavin Newsom signed a couple of bills over the weekend. One of them is, making sure that when these activities happen near our schools, that we notify community. Why? Because when a father is abducted, that impacts the entire community. That is a child that may not ever get to see his father again or mother. That is a son that is now traumatized and is going to come to our schools not ready to engage, not ready to learn. And let me tell you, as a child of immigrants, our children are smart, they're intelligent, they have so much potential. But when you have these policies in place, that obstructs what they can achieve. And we know what happens, because we've seen many of our kids go to universities, go to college, become doctors, become nurses, become model citizens for our community. But when a family is disrupted, that impacts the quality of education. As it relates to public safety, our own data shows that the City of Vista's crime has been reduced. Thank you for the lengthy conversations. I watched the City Council meetings. It's not a black and white solution. You all discuss, have robust conversations, but at the end of the day, you do what is right. And so I expect you all to vote right, to have a robust conversation, and stand with the immigrant families.
Next, we'll hear from Kathleen Boyle, followed by Kenneth Zuniga, followed by Christian Amador. Please contain your applause.
Good evening. There's been a lot of talk about respect for the rule of law. I don't want to get too hypocritical here. I don't want felons in our city. I'm anti-felons. I don't want felons in Washington, D.C. either. I think the worst of the worst with due process should be deported. But we need practical programs to legalize immigrants who have been in the U.S. for years, working, establishing families, and contributing to the community and the economy. You know, the Ronald Reagan approach. Remember? Let's stop the hypocrisy. Our felonious president ordered border czar Homan, a newly revealed felon caught accepting a bribe, to deport large numbers of immigrants. To reach the goal, he was told to go to Home Depot because immigrants might be there. Not gang members or criminals, job seekers might be there, but go round them up. Now there are daily atrocities. Homan is comfortable with collateral damage, rounding up families of the immigrants with criminal records, or immigrants with no criminal records, or citizens, or peaceful demonstrators. Those wrongly detained are kept in jails for weeks and for days and weeks. With cruelty, with no due process, immigrants are deported to gulags in third countries. El Salvador, Uzbekistan, Eswatini. Have you heard of it? I hadn't. It used to be called Swaziland. They're sending people there. And South Sudan, which is on the verge of a civil war. We're sending people there. For the kind of thrill usually enjoyed by 8-year-old children who pull the wings off butterflies, ICE opened a 10th gulag in the Everglades and dubbed it Alligator Alcatraz. They had such good times mocking the prisoners. Schools, churches, and courts must be safe spaces and off limits for ICE patrols. Now that the Supreme Court has deemed it just fine to detain anyone who kind of, sort of looks like an immigrant due to skin color, I suggest that Congressman Darrell Issa should have his ID with him when he goes to Home Depot.
Next, we'll hear from Kenneth Zuniga, followed by Christian Amador, followed by Jeannie Ortiz, followed by Chris McFadden.
Okay, hi, my name is Kenneth Zuniga, and I'm here to urge you to pass this proposal for the community and safety process. Right, we're discussing more than just policy. We're discussing our values, our community's health and safety, and what truly makes our community safe. Right, we hear fears about this policy, but we must be guided by three things: the laws, the facts, and the well-being of our residents. Right, people talking often ignore, that we have the 10th Amendment for state rights, that the federal government cannot compel local police to enforce federal laws. This ordinance isn't about defying the federal government. It's about upholding and protecting local control. It's ensuring Vista's resources are only used for Vista's priorities and not being commandeered for a fascist federal agenda. A key component to due process, which is required by the 14th Amendment, and Franklin's a huge constitutionalist, for everyone in the United States, it's required for them to have their rights informed of their legal rights, especially in legal proceedings, interacting with law enforcement, and having know your rights information is not only fair and just, but it needs to be upheld by the law, by the city council. When cities adopt these policies, crime goes down. A study from the University of Texas in 2022 found that since 2014, over more than 300 cities across the country that have adopted policies similar to this have showed both property crime, violent crime decrease in sanctuary counties than non-sanctuary counties or cities, whatever you want to call it. In June in San Diego, the San Diego region, 72% of ICE arrestees in our region have no criminal charges or convictions. That's 425 people that are ripped off our streets, taken from their families, and the total arrest in San Diego region has increased more than 400% in the first 6 years of 2025. While the National Institute of Justice funded a study that said the rate of undocumented immigrants are arrested for committing crimes, the study found that undocumented immigrants are arrested less than half a rate of those that are native-born U.S. citizens for violent and drug crimes. So what's the cost of not acting, right? The cost is a community living in fear. It's the cost of victims afraid to call the police, to work with law enforcement when there is actual crimes. The cost is eroded trust within the community and the risks to financial burden to family members, especially when they're ripped away from their homes and their family. So please vote for this. We need this in Vista. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Christian Amador, followed by Jeannie Ortiz, followed by Chris McFadden, and then Judy Free. Christian Amador.
Hello, thank you for having me. First of all, I want to thank you, Ms. Contreras, for clarifying in the very beginning that this is not a sanctuary resolution. It is for due process. And I think that's very important to distinguish because it's been misconstrued not only by the mayor, but continued by others. One of the things that will make us worry about due process is cases like Kill Mario Abrego. And what further makes people like me and my family, my brother, my sister, my mother, my father, is that the Supreme Court did a ruling allowing police to discriminate for race and language. So I could be picked off because of the color of my skin, or if I choose to speak Spanish. Another worry is, sorry, 1 second. This is my first time doing this kind of speaking, so forgive me.
Please maintain the decorum of the chamber.
So, because apparently we could use AI now, it says here, decades of research indicate that immigrants, both authorized and unauthorized, are less likely to commit crimes or be incarcerated than native-born citizens. Some studies even suggest that immigrant populations increase, crime rates tend to decrease. Not only that, I just think it's really interesting that there's always talk in these topics about legal immigration just come legally. But when it came to legal immigration decreasing, not only did that happen, the funding for legal immigration also went down for the courts. So I never hear any actual work towards legal immigration, only decreasing illegal immigration, which I think is fair. We should have legal immigration. But then it comes to the rule of law, talking about crimes. And I think that's really ironic during this administration with the pardons of J6ers. And then there's talk about having too many laws in a bill, but then support for one big, beautiful bill. States' rights go out the window when it comes to immigration. And frankly, that just makes me feel like that this issue isn't really cared about, and I really wish it was. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Jeannie Ortiz, followed by Chris McFadden, followed by Judy Free.
Hi. City Council and Mayor. I am here in support of the proposal by Corina Contreras, and I really appreciate that she brought that through here. And I'm sorry that it's been misconstrued by like probably 2/3 of the people that have spoken. They all jumped to the sanctuary city thing, and the things that she's proposing are basic, positive things that can create more understanding for the community of our rights and the things that we are allowed to do and able to do. And it helps protect people, and that's really important. These, the ICE agents have been coming in like gangbusters and being very against the rule of law. They've been being extremely harmful, and they have been told that they have to meet a quota, 3,000 a day. They're not looking for who's a criminal and who's legal, who's illegal. They're not doing that. They're just grabbing people, as many as they can. And they tend to grab brown people, and maybe black people too, I don't know. But it's not a good situation. And we need to be here to protect our people, protect our communities. So this is what I wrote the other day, and I'm going to read it to you. Our community is under siege, and we must protect our neighbors, all of them. Our community deserves to live among us without fear. So let us resolve to live in solidarity with our Black, Indigenous, and communities of color, and not allow them to be taken from us, harmed, and removed from our lives and their homes and families. Please pass this resolution to be a community of compassion and caring, intentionally mounting a defense in protection of our entire community. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Chris McFadden, followed by Judy Furry, followed by Clint Carney, followed by Gadriel Jackson. Do we have Chris McFadden here? Chris McFadden.
Excuse me, Mayor?
Yes.
I'm noticing that we're approaching very close to 10:30, and I think it would be really important for this council to take a vote to extend the time.
I agree. You're making a motion to extend the time till midnight?
So be it.
Okay, I'll second that, unless there's debate on that. Is there any debate on that item or any?
How many more speakers do we have left?
We have.
So obviously I'd like to get to everyone, but we're obviously not going to have
Close.
time for our discussion tonight. Oh, Zoom.
About 26, between 26 and 27, depending upon how many more people on Zoom. Clearly, the community wants to be heard on this issue, and I'd like to be in bed with my wife right now too, but I think we owe it to the community to stay here until the sun comes up to hear the community on this and have this debate. So,
Okay.
anybody else want to speak on the motion? Okay, seeing no more requests to speak, we have a motion and a second to extend till midnight. Please cast your votes. That is approved unanimously. And now we'll hear from Chris McFadden was not here. So now we'll move on to Judy Furry. Chris McFadden was in opposition.
Good evening. I almost passed on speaking because everybody was so eloquent and said so many wonderful points, both for and against, but I am definitely in opposition of any type of proposal like this, because basically, you know, a sanctuary law by any other name is still a sanctuary law. And, you know, due process, my understanding is it does not come under city councils. It comes under federal jurisdiction. So why are we even considering a proposal? But my biggest concern that I have not heard anybody say yet is that, to me, when you try to propose something that prevents federal law enforcement from doing their job, basically you're telling everybody, especially immigrants, whether they're legal or illegal, that following the law in this country is optional. It is not. And now we're in this situation because for decades, different factions of our government have allowed it to continue and continue and continue. And now here we are after the Biden presidency with all the millions that he allowed through, and everyone still expects that being here illegally is acceptable, and it is not. I really hate to say this, but I really think I need to. I'm concerned that some of you proposed this because you think it's going to garner votes for you because of the ignorance of your constituents. And that is simply taking advantage of their ignorance. And I'm not saying all of you, but a lot of you are. Based on your comments that you have made, you do not understand how the government works. Federal law always trumps state law, city laws, county laws. Yes, federal law is paramount, not city law. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Clint Carney, followed by Gadriel Jackson, followed by Bradley Hart.
Hi, Mayor and council members. Thank you for making space for this discussion and for staying late. My name is Clint Carney. I'm on the advisory board of the San Diego Immigrant Rights Consortium, and I also work with an organization called Survivors of Torture International. The Immigrant Rights Consortium represents 50 organizations throughout the county that support and advocate for human rights with direct services and opportunities like this to provide to the discussion. It's important to know that immigration law is second in complexity to U.S. tax law. Everybody has a different situation. Refugees are known and approved before they arrive in the U.S., and they have to sign a promissory note before they arrive here. They have to promise to pay back any assistance that they get to get established in the U.S. Asylum seekers, nobody knows who they are till they get here. But seeking asylum is a legal right. The Immigration and Nationality Act, Section 208, it says you can appear at the border and ask for protection. That's a legal right. That's the legal immigration system. You're in the system, you're known, you're not undocumented, you have a court date, you have a chance to plead your case. But that is the law in the United States, that you're allowed to appear at the border and apply for asylum. My organization works only with torture survivors, but torture is carried out in 141 countries around the world. That's 75% of the world. There's 125 million people that are forcibly displaced. That was last year in the world. They come to America seeking protection. They're not criminals, they're running from criminals. But the biggest issue tonight, we're talking about public safety over and over again. Violent criminals have always been deportable. It's nothing new. The point is that a lot of people use the word murderer and rapist and immigrants in the same sentence over and over and over. Degrading and dehumanizing any of us is harmful to all of us. When we don't trust each other, we don't talk to each other, then the community starts to fall apart. Profiling and targeting people, it's simply unconstitutional. And so is denying someone due process and their day in court to plead their case. So thanks again for making space for this discussion.
Gadriel Jackson is next, followed by Bradley Hart, followed by Mike McKnight.
Good evening. Mayor Franklin and council members, my name is Gabrielle Jackson. I live here in Vista. I'm here to speak in favor of the resolution proposed to provide safety and due process to the people of Vista. Here is what the proposal does not do. It does not offer safe haven to criminals. It does not disrespect law enforcement, and it does not cause fear. On the contrary, it upholds the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution of the United States of America, which states, here it is, the law of the land, search and arrest warrants. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. Basically, what that means is they can't just nab you down off the street for no reason without saying anything, which is what they're doing, and you have to have a warrant, and that is the law. This is supported by the proposal in that it requires warrants for arrest, a requirement that is still guaranteed by the Constitution. Next, actual career law enforcement officers are not disrespected or threatened by the requirement that due process is followed. Unknown agents wearing masks to hide their identity and who fail to give reason for seizure would not have free rein to terrorize people on city property. They are not career law enforcement agents. Finally, the contention that this proposal would cause fear is unfounded. When people know their rights and feel supported by their elected officials, they feel security and well-being. Thank you.
Next is Bradley Hart, followed by Mike McKnight, followed by Lana Leichhardt.
Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, City Council, and everyone that's still here. I'm Brad Hart. I'm a resident of Shadow Ridge, been here since 2018. I'm a refugee from the sanctuary city of Los Angeles. And I love it here. I love North County. I love everything about Vista. But when I heard about this, I had to be here tonight. And I'm so glad we can all engage in this process of what the Bible says is reasoning together. And I hope there's somehow, some way we can find some common ground, because we're so divided now in so many ways, culturally, politically, unfortunately, racially. I am a loving husband of a Latina. She's Native American and Spanish descent and a legal immigrant. And I love her dearly. But if she was here tonight, she would oppose this bill, as I do. Nevertheless, I think we need to find some common ground. And Councilmember Contreras, if you ever want to just go get some coffee, maybe we could talk about this. All right? Amen. So let's find a way. Because everyone marrying into a Mexican-American family, I love how you embrace family. That's one of the reasons I fell in love with my wife. And I know we're on opposite sides of this, but everybody, we've got to find a way to come together. Otherwise, divisive issues like this are going to ruin us. If we stay divided and angry, we're headed for civil war. And we have to be careful. We have to find a way to love one another. The Bible has been quoted here tonight, but that's the main message of the Word of God, is that we're to love one another and love our neighbors as we love ourselves. I'm a proud volunteer chaplain with the Vista Sheriffs, and I love these people. I've been on ride-alongs, and I've seen the evil that's out there and the difficult job. If we shackle them, according to this bill, we're only putting ourselves in danger, and that's going to be a lot to fear. Pray for one another, please. We've got to come together on this. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Next is Mike McKnight, followed by Lana Leichhardt.
Hello, my name is Mike. I've been a homeowner in Vista for 21 years. Oh, she left. I wanted to ask Ms. Contreras a question. Okay. I want to know if you agree with the statement, America first.
We actually technically can't respond. The back and forth is prohibited
Oh,
by
really?
our
Okay.
policy.
I've been practicing what I want to say, but a lot of people have made points that I wanted to bring up. One point I wanted to bring up is people keep talking about how, well, first of all, immigrants seems to be synonymous with illegal immigrants. They are not the same. They keep saying, oh, immigrants are doing this, they're paying taxes. One thing you never hear about when they talk about how they're paying taxes and they pay more than they take, they never talk about schools and how much it costs to put a child through public school. And I've done some research on this. It's over $12,000 a year per student per year. The average Mexican family has 1.6 kids. That's like $250,000 that taxpayers are paying for their kids to go to school. But nobody ever puts that into the statistics of how much they're paying in taxes and what they're taking in benefits. The other thing is they're talking about people's rights, how you need to protect these immigrant families. But nobody talks about the rights of the ICE agents, why they wear the masks. Their families are in fear. That's a big thing. I would be afraid. Liberals are nuts. You can Google it. Statistically, they are much more unhappier than Republicans. They really are. I mean, you hear them up here speaking and they're shouting. You know, they can't just talk normally, they have to shout. The other thing is they talk about how ICE is dividing the country. You see people being tackled and arrested and forcefully taken, they're resisting. You know, I have my wife of 12 and a half years, she's an immigrant. She's scared to go anywhere, and this was way before Trump. We've been divorced for 10 years. She was afraid to go anywhere without a green card. That was a normal thing for her. Nobody ever asked her, and I told her, once you're here and you're married to me, nobody's ever gonna ask you. It's like this game that if you're here, no one's ever gonna ask you. You get to stay and do whatever you want. And that's just not true. So I'm opposed to this, what is it, AB 6? So that's it.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Lana Leghart, followed by Kurt Cumming, followed by Tazeen Nizam.
To start with, I'm deeply concerned that the mayor has used Fox News to reframe and derail this discussion by painting sanctuary as a dirty word and sanctuary city as an unconstitutional act. Consider the path of our current president's administration that he has taken with due process by using ICE to intimidate and harass, and tell me that is constitutional. As a white woman, I could sit back and watch other people being arrested because of the color of their skin and think I'm safe, but that's not how I roll. And even if I did, I found out this weekend that I may not be safe because I am an advocate for transgender rights. So, who among us is next? Until each of us faces discrimination, surveillance, threats of deportation, harassment, and arrest, we don't know what it is to lose our right of due process. Due process is one of the bedrocks of our democracy. This proposal is about due process, and I support it. And finally, it's easy to stand up and support an authoritarian. It's harder to oppose one. I believe the imbalance between today's supporters and opposers is telling of how unsafe it feels to fight this president and his supporters. Thank you to the brave people who have spoken in favor of this proposal today. Council members, please hear their voices and know that they represent so many more voices that have been silenced. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Kurt Cummings, followed by Tazeen Nizam, followed by Tway Reevy.
Thanks, Mayor, council members. My name is Kurt Cumming. I'm a resident of Vista. I love Vista. My wife and I have been here for over 10 years now. My wife is a legal immigrant. She came here from Burma. That's a country which is about 8,000 miles from here. She came from a family of 6 people who came here under threat of persecution and death, under a tyrannical government who is imposing a military coup. It was really horrendous and scary, and it was really fortunate that she was able to come here, and they all did so. They came here legally, and having done so, they had every right and desire to want to embrace the country, to learn the Pledge of Allegiance, to respect our flag, to learn English. And they went on to be a very successful family here. They enjoyed all of the rights and privileges that anybody would come here legally would do so. The problem with a lot of people coming here illegally is that they almost never assimilate. They come here expecting to have things handed to them, and oftentimes are here not even willing to work or are committing violent crimes. Now, it's got to become incumbent at some point upon our local officials and state legislatures to create the kind of laws that will change the perception. It's the perception of our laws that need to change, because right now, people that are willing to come to this country illegally, they don't respect the laws. That's their perception. There's no reason for them to want to respect the laws and do what's necessary to get here legally when our laws are weak and our laws only remind them that, hey, don't worry, we'll fix it after the fact. Just get across the border and just get here. It's an after-the-fact approach that's like a bandit on a hatchet wound. Sanctuary cities are not the answer, because how long can we sustain that? A sanctuary city is unsustainable. You can't have a sanctuary city forever and just allow people to come and come and come and come, and then guess what? The whole place is a wreck, and now you have people that want to leave. We need stronger laws that are respected. We need the perception of our laws here to be understood, that you need to do it illegally, and that you can't just flagrantly come by and think that it's just going to be okay. It's not, and it's damaging, and it's not even safe for those people that come here wanting sanctuary, because they are often preyed upon by the very people who are involved with sexual trafficking and other things like this, because they are voices and they are people that will oftentimes go unnoticed if they are gone or stolen or kidnapped. Human trafficking. So I'm here to speak.
Thank you. Next is Tazeen Nizam, followed by Twy Reevy, followed by Lucia Acosta.
Good evening, council members. I'll start by saying that this discussion is not about sanctuary cities. It is about due process. The 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution states that no state may deprive any person of life, liberty, property without due process of law, nor deny equal protections under the law. Discussing due process here in Vista is not an option. It is an obligation and upholding of the Constitution. We also have SB 54, which allows us to follow the law that ICE will not be cooperating with local law enforcement. So here in Vista, we are following the law. Unfortunately, ICE is a rogue agency which refuses to follow federal law itself. It has repeatedly arrested people based on racial profiling, removed people, and changed jurisdictions without following court orders. I, as a Muslim woman, a hijabi, is afraid of being detained and deported without due process. This is not an unfounded fear. Many cases across the nation have shown. Mahmoud Khalil was detained for 4 months without due process. Rumaisa, a student who was a legal student visa holder, was detained for 2 months. Badr Khan Suri was detained for 104 days, and he has a J1 legal visa. Our legal statuses are no longer being upheld and are being used as a mechanism to deport us. I have lived in Vista for 25 years, and for those 25 years, I've been a US citizen. I'm a naturalized US citizen, and I've enjoyed citizenship privileges all this time. But no longer do I feel that I have those privileges and those protections. I now carry my passport card with me constantly because I am afraid of being deported without due process. I'm a single parent, and if I were to leave the country, who is going to raise my child? So I ask you to afford due process to the citizens of Vista, to people who are in the city of Vista without concern of what their legal status is. Because as we read, the 14th Amendment requires us to follow these protocols for all people within city limits in the state of California. So please consider investing time, effort, energy into this discussion of due process, because you need to afford that to the citizens of Vista and the people who live here. Thank you very much.
Next is Twy Reevy, followed by Lucia Acosta, followed by Brianna Ferner.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for hearing me. My name is Twy Reevy. I am a homeowner in Vista. I'm a United States citizen. I'm also an immigrant. I came here legally. I took a pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God. And I intend to follow this. I intend to teach any of my fellow citizens and to parent them if necessary to follow this as well. I intend to help anybody who wants to become a United States citizen to follow that as well. I would encourage you, Councilmember Contreras, to work with Mayor Franklin to find a solution if you truly wish to help people. I used to work in an industry before I retired where we had a lot of immigrants from Mexico specifically, other countries as well, but a lot of Mexicans. They all signed papers with their individual employers and had work visas. And we all worked together as a group to make them legal to work here. It is not difficult, it is not impossible, and there is zero reason why anybody should come here illegally. It is very possible to be legal. There is no reason to be making strange accusations against the federal government when all they're doing is protecting our country. I also do resent the fact that I had to go through all the proper process. What makes other people think they don't have to? Why should they? Is it fair? So, if we could find a way to help everyone who really wants to come make it legal, then yes, let's do the due process. How is it that people keep talking about due process and don't even want to do the due process of their own immigration? How is it that they don't bother filling out the proper paperwork and then cry about due process? Do your due process. Fill out your paperwork. And stop complaining about other people not doing due process. Do it right. There is a way, and there is a way to do it right. Do it. There is also another important factor that might be, and is vetting out diseases. And so, because my time is short, there is something I would love to meet with Councilmember Contreras also regarding this, if there are ways to improve and come to an agreement and make Vista a truly properly processed city. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Lucia Acosta, followed by Brianna Ferner, followed by Alan Krestick.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and then everybody else at the City Council. My name is Lucia Acosta, and I live here in Vista. I live in District 4, and I vote. I've worked in the legal field for over 10 years, and I've heard and worked on immigration cases since before COVID, when I was actually allowed to go into the USCIS building, which I'm guessing not many people have had that opportunity or privilege. So when you go into that, I would always tell clients that it's okay to be nervous, that it's okay have the butterflies or any of those things. Why? Because it means you're human. Did you kill anybody? Did you commit a crime? Are you a murderer? And their answer was always no, heavens no. I came here to work. I came here to have a dream. I came here for a better life. And then I would say, then don't be nervous. I don't lose, you don't lose either. You are here for a good cause and a good reason. All we're here asking and saying here today is that we want our rights under the law, which is in the Constitution. It's something that we had to read in high school. We have those rights. We respect those rights, that we teach our children, because yes, I have children too, that you know what? These are the rules. We follow them. These rights are for everyone. They're inalienable. Everyone, not just the people that were born here, everyone. I'm privileged to be a US citizen by birth. I'm grateful for that, but that does not mean I'm gonna watch my brothers and sisters and my neighbors be trampled over because somebody decided to be afraid and not speak up, because somebody decided that it's okay to follow orders from the direct government that is saying it's okay to hurt others, that it's saying it's okay to kidnap people and take them from the church or to take them while they're dropping off their children in school. It's not okay. This has been happening since I was in high school. What I recall, our neighbors actually knocking on the door, begging my mother to please walk our children to school because we are afraid of being deported for taking our children to school, elementary school, by the way. This is now even more dangerous because parents cannot do this. Again, I've had the honor and the privilege of working on the cases where USCIS, Tussin, and LA, where they're called asylum cases. I've worked on the paperwork, I've seen the photos, I've seen the medical reports and the police reports that people are fleeing because of the terrorism in their countries. Not anyone and everyone has the opportunity. I'm hearing these terms thrown around, legal, illegal. No human is born legal. We are born people. We're talking about rights for people.
Thank you. Next is Brianna Farner, followed by Alan Krestic, followed by Chris Krestic. Please hold your applause.
Mayor and council members, my name is Brianna Farner, and I'm 27 years old. My family's story is deeply tied to the city and this country. On my father's side, we've been here for 3 generations. My grandfather is even painted in the downtown mural, sitting with his mountain lion Sheba wearing his Purple Heart after surviving as a prisoner of war in World War II. My grandmother on that same side has immigrated here from Denmark as a child. My mother's story is different. She came here hidden in the back of a van, chasing the American dream to work hard, give back, and live in a country where the word united and United States truly meant something. I still remember being in 3rd grade, terrified that if she didn't pass her citizenship test, she would be taken away from me. That fear has stayed with me, and I know that it's reality for too many families right now. Today, I stand here for those who are too afraid to speak. People being detained, not for crimes, but for how they look, how they speak. ICE is operating without due process, without notifying families, without access to lawyers. That is not lawful, that is not just. History has shown us that not everything legal is moral. Segregation was legal, it was not just. The Holocaust was carried out through laws, and it was not just. Today, ICE is not arresting the monsters we want behind bars that everyone's talking about. They are targeting people who are contributing to our communities, treating them like dangerous criminals. They're storming homes, breaking into cars, dragging people out, beating them down, and leaving children behind, children who are now traumatized and terrified. Immigrants, whether Hispanic, Asian, European, or otherwise, are the hardest working people I know. They work in agriculture, construction, service industries, and countless other fields. They do not drain resources. They strengthen our economy, our neighborhoods, and our culture. I cannot comprehend how these people who have spoken before me think that immigrants just leech off of tax dollars and benefits. That's not how easy it works. Do you see them all having Ferraris and mansions? No. Don't confuse racism with patriotism. True patriotism is protecting our neighbors, keeping families safe, and living up to family values and the claims of Americans. I'm asking you, our mayor and council members, to show compassion, to lead with courage, and to pass this law declaring our city as a sanctuary for immigrants. And finally, I want to acknowledge something I've noticed in this very room. Those speaking in support of immigration safety and protection have been respectful and thoughtful and mostly quiet. Meanwhile, most times opponents have shouted, interrupted, and clapped, and Mayor has not stopped it as quickly or at all. It's a reminder that privilege does not equal morality. They have mostly been dressed adequately for those that are for this to be present here to speak in front of political people, and those opposed, dressed in t-shirts, sorry, I just came out of T-Mobile, out of work, sweats, hats, and disrespecting this room. Born citizens who already hold the greatest protections commit far more crimes than those that they be blaming on immigrants. We all came from immigrant roots. Let's honor that by making sure our city stands united, safe, and compassionate for everyone who calls it home. And I hope you never have to live in a world without immigrants.
Thank you very much. Next is Alan Krestik, followed by Chris Krestik, followed by Evelyn Bejarano.
Can you hear me? Okay, there we go. Been a Vista resident for over 25 years, and I don't care what Karina worded this discussion. She is testing the waters to lay the groundwork for Sanctuary City. My grandfathers fled their countries. That's my grandfathers, not my great-grandfathers, and came through Ellis Islands. One was from Czechoslovakia, one was from Finland. They fled because of Hitler's advancing, and Hitler was killing Christians, not just Jews. And my ancestors were Christians. And each person, I've had one person from each generation in my family fought in a war for this country. And the problem a lot of I see is there's no symbol. I'm married to a Mexican woman from Guadalajara, and she loves this country. And that one flag back there, I don't raise my grandfather's flags. That's my flag right there, the red, white, and blue. But I see a lot of people come from other countries and they try to force their, but if you read the naturalization oath they take, a declaration made by immigrants becoming naturalized U.S. citizens, the oath requires individuals to renounce allegiance to their former countries, support and defend the U.S. constitutional laws, bear allegiance to the U.S., and serve the nations when required by law. That's what they're supposed to do, but I don't see that anymore. I see them, they come over here and they want to bring their country over here and change this country. Sorry, this is the way the country is. The Constitution was written by a bunch of long-haired dudes. I'm sorry, that's just the way life worked out. And I used to be a compliance officer for my union, and we caught a lot of people, we busted a lot of prevailing wage jobs here in San Diego. I mean, we're talking about millions of dollars. They had illegals always work on the job. And I was one of the best compliance officers in our union. And we used to bust on public works jobs. Illegals were getting paid cash. So this one lady saying how these illegals give money to taxes. There's a lot that don't. Then they live with a woman as a kid. They're getting money from the government. They you know what I mean? They get free medical. They get everything, and then they get cash. And then they get subsidies from the government. So I'm just opposing this thing of hers. Sorry, I just kind of, and this to me is just fear-mongering the immigrants of Vista that ICE is coming to get you. So it's fear-mongering. It's for political gain. That's what I see. I go, I've met a lot of illegals in construction. I'm 40 years in construction. So I know a lot of illegals. And even the illegals don't want Sanctuary City because they know that's just going to put up a red flag for ICE. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Chris Krestik and then Evelyn Bejarano.
Good evening, everybody. I'd like to tell everybody in this chamber, I really believe I'm Vista through and through. I'm a product of the Vista Unified School District, RBV, Hook 'em for Life, Madison Middle School, Mustangs Forever. And unfortunately, due to bad government, I don't have my elementary school anymore, which was Crestview, go Cougars. But I have to start by saying this tonight. My mother is a full Mexican woman, 5 feet tall, the hardest worker you'll probably ever meet. Born and raised in Guadalajara, Mexico. And walking through the back of the chamber and into this hall, I saw a lot of people that reminded me of my mother. And I feel sorry for them. Not for the reason that they're not protected, but they continue to be lied to. They've been promised to be pulled out of the shadows for far too long by one party and one party only, and that party has done nothing for these immigrants. History lesson, the last immigration reform passed in this country at a federal level was in 1990 by George H.W. Bush. Guess what? He was a Republican. The last time amnesty was passed in this country was in 1986 by Ronald Reagan, also a Republican. So I'm glad they're translating to many languages here tonight so people can understand what I'm saying. In 2012, DACA was passed. DACA was written with no pathway to citizenship. So at the end of the day, it's not about protecting our lawful, undocumented people, because if that was true from that side of the party, those people's parents have been mentioned here tonight, the family members that we all know are undocumented, they would have been already pulled from the shadows. They continue to bring people down and let them be undocumented so they have something to talk about. The Democrats don't want to solve this issue because since 1990, they've had 6 years of full power at the federal level. That's very difficult to have. And what did they do with it? Nothing. Your mom, your aunt, your cousins, people that you've come to speak here tonight about, the hard workers that you love, and these people are claiming that they're trying to protect. They're not. They're protecting criminals and just hoping you don't get caught in the dragnet.
Okay, next we're going to hear from Evelyn Bajarano.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you, Corina, for your support. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry I have a brain concussion, but I would like to express myself. I was not ready, not prepared for this, but after listening all the stuff that some people is saying here in this place, I feel that I have to say something. I am from Colombia original. I had been here for almost 30 years because my husband is American, so I had to move to this country. But I appreciate all that I am getting here from this country, but also I feel so sorry because most of the people, 80% of the people that lives here in America is not native. So the only ones who can say that are Native American are the Indians. So all of us have roots from Europe, Asia, Africa, Latin America. It's not nobody here pure, just those Native Americans. So I just feel so sorry because people that is just for 2 generations, 3 generations feel that they are no more immigrant. No, their grandparents or great-grandparents have to no live in the same situation that now we are living. So I just want to say that I feel so sorry for those migrant people who are not illegal. Nobody is illegal. They have no papers, but they are, yes, human people. We are experiencing now that the ICE and people under masks and using customs as police are coming to communities and kidnapping them. It's not fair because they are living, taking mama and daddy. I have a situation now, a lady in Los Angeles. Tomorrow she has a court and she's anxious. 3 days ago she wants to suicide. So it's just not possible that we are all humans and we are not taking care of each other. So this is not the way that this world is going to be showing a better life to live for the future. So it's just, if you see in Palestine or in South America, my country, Venezuela, Cuba, other countries that are experiencing situations that they had to live like that. So my country, I just want to tell you, where are the criminals that I feel are here in you?
Thank you very much. Sorry. Okay, is Andrew Hernandez with us in person? Andrew Hernandez, who registered that he, oh, there he is. After Andrew Hernandez, we're going to hear from Benita Cooper, followed by Julian McKnight, followed by Martha Alvarado.
Mayor and Council. My name is Andrew Hernandez, and I want to speak in support of the Community Safety and Due Process Resolution. A lot of concerns raised tonight are framed around respecting the law, and I want to be very clear. This ordinance fully respects the law. In fact, it strengthens our compliance with existing state and federal requirements. First, nothing in this resolution prevents federal agencies from enforcing federal laws. What it does is clarify how Vista's own resources, our facilities, our contracts, our data, and our staff are used. We are not legally obligated to dedicate local resources to federal enforcement, and it is within our authority to set those boundaries. Second, this ordinance is consistent with California state law, including the Truth Act and California Values Act, or SB 54. These laws already require transparency and limit local involvement in immigration enforcement. Adopting this resolution simply brings Vista in line with these requirements and makes sure we are acting consistently, openly, and responsibly. Third, requiring a judicial warrant before allowing access to non-public city property is not obstruction. It is a safeguard of due process under the 14th Amendment to all people. This is a cornerstone of the United States Constitution. This ensures enforcement actions happen within the bounds of the law and oversight from the courts. Finally, this ordinance does not make Vista more dangerous. It strengthens public safety. When residents trust that city resources won't be used against them, they are far more likely to report crimes, serve as witnesses, and work with local law enforcement. This trust makes Vista safer for everyone. Imagine you're on a trial and a key witness who can save you is too afraid to communicate with local authorities because they do not know their own rights granted to them by the United States Constitution. This is the reality of today, and based off the rhetoric I'm hearing in this council, it'll continue to get worse without all of us coming together to support our fellow neighbors. In short, this resolution is lawful. It is consistent with California mandates. It protects constitutional rights, and it promotes real public safety. I urge the council to support it. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Benita Cooper, then Julian McKnight, then Martha Alvarado.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. I was very conflicted about speaking because my history with you guys. I respect all of you. With that being said, Jesus Christ is King. 1 Timothy chapter 1, verse 8 and 9a. But we know that the law is good if a man use it lawfully, knowing this, that the law is not made for the righteous man or woman, but the lawless and disobedient, for the ungodly and for sinners, for unholy and profane. Being in the United States undocumented, first of all, let me give you brief history. You're looking at an American dream. My mother left Haiti, one of the most conflicted countries under Papa Doc. You know who Papa Doc is if you're in politics. The first Papa Doc, not the son. My grandfather's brother brought my mother here legally. My mother did not become a citizen until I was 16. She had a green card the entire time. My father was in the Navy. That did not afford her the right to usurp the process. He served in the Navy. I honorably served in the Marine Corps at Camp Pendleton, where my oldest son was born. South Carolina, and in North Carolina. I own a home in Sandalwood. I'm the American dream. My grandmother, grandfather, none of them spoke English. I'm literally the first generation born here. My children, second generation. But we do not usurp laws, Karina. I respect you, but we cannot usurp laws. My mother escaped Haiti. Do a Google search on Haiti under Papa Doc. She came here legally. Illegal immigration is not a victimless crime. I worked for the Social Security Administration for 5 years and 4 months. You know what illegal people do? They take the Social Security numbers of U.S. citizens, work under those Social Security numbers, commit identity theft. You know what I had to tell them? Oh, well, look at Palms. Google Palms for SSA. We cannot issue a U.S. citizen a new Social Security number if someone illegal is here using their Social Security number. It's their issue, the citizen. It's their problem to clean up their record. That's not fair. We want to talk about equitability. That's not equitable. We have to be fair and just and lawful, Karina.
Thank you. Okay, Julian McKnight is next, and then Martha Alvarado. And we're going to go to Zoom.
Hello. Hey, thanks for letting me talk tonight. So I just kind of wanted to bring up an issue that I don't know if anybody else has thought about. The fact that we have that bird that goes over with the gibberish. We have the jail here. Vista has a transit jail. There's people all over San Diego, North County. They come here. Vista, we have a duty as people, like the jail is here. Like if we offer special protections, it seems a little unfair, especially when you look at, I don't know the status of, say, San Marcos, but is it gonna be fair if you get transferred to San Marcos? How is all that gonna work? This is all very vague, and we have the jail here. We have the courthouse. There aren't many jails, there aren't many courthouses throughout the county of San Diego. So, and what, I forgot her name, what she just touched on, is another thing that I wanted to mention is I grew up here. I've lived here basically my whole life, and it just breaks my heart to see that we, as a society, we're divided. We literally have another language up on a board in front of us. When I go every day, I'm out of work and I look for jobs. Over half the places I apply, a requirement is you have to speak Spanish. How is that fair? Like, and then we talk about, okay, well, you know, there's a lot of great hardworking people that come here and that do the jobs nobody else wants to do. Okay, cool, but like, I would love to do some of those jobs. And the scales are totally shifting. I walk around my neighborhood, I don't recognize it anymore. And it makes no sense. And it's late. I'm gonna let you guys get out of here. That's it. Jails.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Martha Alvarado, followed by Eric Joyce.
Good evening, Mayor Franklin, council members. My name is Martha Alvarado. I'm a proud daughter of Mexican immigrants. I served my country in the Marine Corps for 8 years, and I've served students across North County for 26. I'm an educator in public schools. So many valid points have been made on why we should support D1 and empower our community, but I just want to speak to two, because I have a little bit of background knowledge. I want to speak to the trauma that is being inflicted on our students who live in homes where they have mixed status families, where they are fearful of going to school because they think they're going to come home to a house without their parents, or worse, be in a car with their parents and have their parents ripped out of their car and them left in the car alone, unaccompanied. This trauma that is being inflicted on students in North County, in California, and across the nation will change their brain permanently, and it will take decades, if ever, to get over that damage to their brain and their psyche. The other thing I want to speak to is due process and veterans. I served, like I said, 8 years in the Marine Corps, and I know of many cases where U.S. veterans, citizens have been taken and detained illegally. We had a case of a Puerto Rican veteran in New Jersey in January 2025. He was detained. Why? Because he's brown. Another case here in California, I believe that the last name was Jorge Rice. He was taken and held illegally, a U.S. Army veteran. No due process, and why? Because they're brown, because they have a Spanish surname. And I know a little bit about the fear of being detained. In 2018, I was detained by ICE on the 78 for what? Driving while brown, or having a last name when they ran my plates, Alvarado. The fear is real. I didn't know what was happening. I didn't know who was trying to block me in. Unmarked cars. I said, am I gonna be abducted? Who are these people? I didn't have my red card. I was too scared to even think about it. So I am in favor of empowering our community members so that they know their constitutional rights. We can do better. I'm thinking like with those veterans that were taken from their job, perhaps if they had more information at the employment, if they had signage for public and private spaces, I don't know, maybe we could have prevented some of these unlawful, illegal detainments. We can do better. We must.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Eric Joyce.
Good evening, Council. My name is Eric Joyce. I am a representative in Oceanside, but I'm here as a private citizen speaking on behalf of the folks that I know and love in both of our cities. Oceansiders work, love, eat, play soccer. They do all the wonderful things that we do together as a community in Vista. And Vistans come to Oceanside. That's why I'm here to show support for this, because if everybody doesn't have the protection of due process, then nobody has the protection of due process. And it has to be really clear about that. You can't pick and choose who you give it to. If they're not following due process, then they can pick up anybody and send them overseas. They can violate anyone's rights if due process is not followed for everyone. That's why it's in our Constitution. The Constitution, by the way, that our amazing school board member swore an oath to protect, and that all of you swore an oath to protect as well when you took office. I will keep it short because it's been long and you've been gracious with the time for the public. This is about the law. This is about the Constitution. I want everyone to pay very close attention because we're about to go into the conversation between the council members. And some of them will be talking very clearly about what's on these papers, about upholding due process, and some of them will be throwing a bunch of other stuff in the mix to confuse the conversation. It can be very simple. Protect due process for all, and you protect all. Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to hear, please hold your applause. Now we're going to hear from some people on Zoom. We have a caller who's just labeled Samsung 1. Caller, can you hear us? Samsung 1.
Yes, I can.
Okay, go ahead.
Can
You
you
have 3
hear me?
minutes. Yes, we can.
Good evening, Vista appointed leadership and staff and the members of the community. My name is Barbara Garcia. I have lived in Vista since 2019. I've called San Diego County home since I was 4 years old and California my entire life. I am proud to be a second-generation Mexican-American and a Chicana woman, identities that root me in both the struggles and the strength of this city. I also come from 4 generations of military service. Both sides of my grandparents, uncles, sister, nephew. Service, sacrifice, and responsibility run through my family, and I carry that same commitment into my work here in Vista. I serve as a Vista Commissioner, manage a registered workforce program, and have been a Vista Rotarian. These roles keep me grounded in service and deeply connected to the families and communities of this city. Safety is not only about policing or enforcement, it's about creating conditions where families can live, work, and raise their children without fear. And that begins with trust. When residents fear reporting crimes, the entire city suffers. Policies grounded in due process ensures Every person is treated with dignity and fairness, regardless of status. And when people say we need to adhere to the law of the land, I agree. But the law of the land is not selective enforcement. It is the Constitution of the United States. That means equal protection, due process, and justice for all. Sanctuary policies don't break the law, they honor it. They ensure that our local resources are used to keep communities safe, not to erode trust or discriminate against families. Following the law of the land means upholding fairness and protecting rights and ensuring safety for every resident of Vista. Vista is not a melting pot. We are a tapestry of cultures and racial identities woven together to form the fabric of our community. Our undocumented neighbors are not only part of our culture, they are essential to our economy and civic life. Across San Diego County, immigrant households contribute billions in taxes, sustain small businesses, and keep industries running. Many are homeowners, parents in our schools, and community leaders. And while some raise concerns about the risk of being a safe haven, the risk is even greater failing to act. Sanctuary policies make our communities safer. When residents know they can trust local institutions without fear, they report crimes, cooperate with law enforcement, and strengthen public safety. By contrast, turning our back leaves families vulnerable, undermines public safety, trust, and weakens our city. And let's be honest, the worst of the worst is not coming here. The worst of the worst is what has already been taken from us on this native land. The real harm comes from stolen safety, stolen dignity, and stolen belonging. To deny sanctuary is to repeat that same harm from stripping people of their humanity in the very community they call home. If we want to talk about expenses, let's be honest, millions of dollars are wasted painting the wrong side of the border wall. That was a waste, but contrast investing in sanctuary protection.
Next, we'll hear from Beryl Daggy on Zoom. Beryl Daggy. Beryl Daggy. First name Beryl, last name Daggy. Are you there? Next, we'll hear.
Sorry, yes, I'm here.
There you go.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you for your time. Good evening, Mayor Franklin. You've done a good job of framing this as a sanctuary city issue, and that's not what this is about at all. I want to strongly support this safety and due process policy. It's not about laws. It's not about anything, but it's simple. It's a message that you're going to send to the people that live in your community. It's an easy message. There's racial profiling going on. There's violation of due process going on. These immigration policy has been broken for many, many years, and it's getting worse. The only way we're going to fix it is to put our foot down and say enough is enough and try to reverse the policies and procedures that are happening today. We've already demonstrated, community members have already demonstrated, and by earlier proclamation, that what's most important to this community is the safety of children and families in our community. We need to send a message to everybody in our community that we support the laws and we support the due process, and send that message strongly to the public that we are going to support them. Your vote tonight will be expressing your beliefs of what you stand for. Show the community that you will do everything possible to protect the families you serve. Thank you for your time.
Okay, now we'll hear from the caller labeled iPhone 3. You're on Zoom with the label iPhone 3. Can you hear us? iPhone 3.
Hello?
Yes,
Hello.
go ahead, please.
Yeah, this is James Leon. I am been a resident for 40 plus years. First, I just want to say I think it's wrong that two people on that panel are in a relationship, and that gives a gross amount of power to them. I think that's absolutely disgusting and an abuse, and that shouldn't be allowed. Secondly, we all know that this is the fault of the Democrats. This is because of their policies. I don't ever remember sanctuary cities being a thing during Clinton when he deported almost more people than anybody else, as well as Obama. Sanctuary cities became a thing during Trump because the left hates Trump so much. And so they had to do something to say, oh, we're fighting for you. But you're really not. You don't do anything for minorities at all. And in fact, all you do is hurt them by, and like someone else that was speaking, he says you keep them in the dark and don't give them any way to citizenship, right? But now you're like, oh no, we're fighting for you. Oh yeah, we're going to be here for you. Sanctuary cities, we're going to tell the federal government what to do. Federal comes before state. So I don't know what you're going to do in that situation. Thirdly, I honestly believe that sanctuary cities are dangerous. They open the door to actual criminal behavior. And we need to look at every single young girl, young boy, victim of violence that has been done by illegal immigrants to this date and say, is this really what we want for our city of Vista? That's all I have to say.
Okay, next we'll hear from Diva Robbins. Diva Robbins, and following Diva will be Patricia on Zoom. Diva Robbins, can you hear us? Might be Dira.
No, it's Diva. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I want to strongly support Councilmember Contreras' proposal for community safety and due process. ICE agents are not targeting immigrants who are committing crimes or those without legal immigration status. ICE is detaining parents dropping off their children at school, they're raiding workplaces, and they're waiting outside courtrooms to detain those attending their court appearances in compliance with the law. This is a frightening time, not just for immigrants, but for anyone who could be suspected of being an immigrant. ICE has detained and deported people back to countries where they were fleeing religious persecution or political persecution. They're deporting people to countries that they have no affiliation with, and they're deporting people to prison in El Salvador without due process required by the United States Constitution. As a Republican, I always believe that this is the duty of local government to stand up to federal government overreach. The Supreme Court recently allowed ICE to use race as a factor in deciding to detain someone. I'm a citizen. I was born at a naval hospital in Oakland. That won't protect me from ICE because my skin is brown. And I doubt Mayor Franklin keeps his passport with him at all times, so why should I have to? ICE is conducting themselves in a manner that is unaccountable to the people. They wear masks, they don't have identification, and they refuse to provide any. Predators are dressing up like ICE to kidnap women off the street. People who do not want to get mixed up with ICE are not reporting crimes to local law enforcement, which leaves offenders roaming the streets and all of us less safe. I want my tax dollars to support local law enforcement to fight actual crime here, not to aid federal law enforcement to enforce civil federal law. I don't want our law enforcement to contribute to the brutalization of our community by cooperating with ICE or sharing information with ICE. Maintaining public safety means keeping ICE out. Thank you.
Next is Patricia on Zoom, followed by Lupita Hernandez. Patricia, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm on now.
Thank you.
Patricia Mondragon, the proud daughter of Mexican immigrants. My immigrant father worked as a farm worker in the 1960s all over California, including here in North County, putting food on your family's tables. This ordinance is about due process, not sanctuary status. It's clear that much of the opposition tonight is echoing Mayor Franklin's talking points, filled with the same divisive rhetoric we hear anytime immigration is mentioned. It is also clear that many opponents haven't actually read the ordinance. Instead, we've seen a flood of misinformation and fear-mongering that distracts from the truth of what this ordinance really does. For hours, I've heard repeated arguments about the right way and wrong way of doing things, that we are a nation of laws and that everything must be done legally. Well, that standard applies to government and law enforcement as well. This ordinance does not stop federal agents from enforcing immigration laws in Vista. What it does require is agents to follow the law themselves by obtaining warrants before entering non-public spaces, conducting searches, or making arrests. It protects the right of all of us, regardless of immigration status. That's not radical, that's fairness. That's the Constitution. Our rights are not privileges reserved for some. They belong to all of us, no matter our status. It is our responsibility to assert those rights. When government agencies violate constitutional due process, we all lose. If we fail to stand up and demand our rights, we allow them to be eroded further, and taken away one violation at a time. Vista residents deserve to be treated with dignity and respect and have their constitutional right to due process protected. I urge a yes vote on this ordinance because the government and law enforcement must also follow the law. Thank you. Please vote yes.
Lupita Hernandez is next, followed by Sarah Spinks. Lupita, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you guys. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So thank you, council members and Mayor Franklin. I urge the council to take concrete steps to protect all Vista residents regardless of their immigration status and to prioritize the safety and dignity of our most vulnerable families. According to the American Immigration Council, as of 2018, 4.4 million U.S. citizens' children lived with at least one undocumented parent, and 6.1 million lived with an undocumented family member. These children are deeply affected by immigration enforcement. A 2010 study found that after parental arrest, children often experience severe emotional and behavioral trauma, including heightened fear, anxiety, and aggression. More recent studies from 2020 have linked family detentions and deportations to increased rates of PTSD, suicidal ideation, and substance use among Latino youth. No parent should have to choose between being separated from their children or being returned to a dangerous environment. That is not a choice any family should have to make within our city. Vista must be a place where families feel safe, seen, and protected, no matter where they come from. To uphold this vision, I urge the council members to adopt the following protections as part of any sanctuary city declaration. Require a warrant before federal immigration informants can access city property. Protect sensitive personal data from being shared with immigration enforcement. Ensure all city contractors comply with these protections. And then also share and know your rights resources within the community. These are not radical demands. They are humane, lawful, and just. They reflect our values as a diverse and inclusive community. Lead us with compassion and courage and ensure that Vista truly is a sanctuary for all. I strongly support the item D1, community safety and due process. Thank you.
Okay, next we're going to hear from, is Sarah Spinks not with us anymore? Okay, Sarah Spinks is no longer with us. Now we have a caller labeled iPhone. No longer with us. Okay, Jim Carlson, followed by Bonnie Lang. Is Jim Carlson with us? Can you hear us, Jim?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Jim Carlson. I am a 15-year Vista resident and 20-year Marine Corps veteran. I support this resolution. Vista is under no obligation to support ICE. The feds are sufficiently resourced without our local tax dollars supporting their efforts. And we certainly don't need to support their lawless mass deportations. Let's be very clear. The current administration is not targeting violent immigrant criminals. The administration is executing the very mass deportation program that they explicitly and vocally ran on, a program that rips long-standing, law-abiding residents out of our communities. This mass deportation program is not focused on criminals. It is focused on cruelty and spectacle. What's happening in America today is not normal. It's historical and not in a good way. Nobody wants to live in history, and yet here we are. In the last 2 months, the US military has occupied 2 major American cities, LA and DC. They're still there. Masked agents are kidnapping law-abiding Americans off city streets and sending them to foreign prisons and war-torn states, not to their home countries, not to their countries of origin, to places they have never been before, including Libya and South Sudan, without due process and in violation of the Constitution, in violation of court orders, and in violation of every principle that makes America truly great. Law-abiding green card holders, legal immigrants, are being deported based solely on their political speech. US citizens are being targeted for denaturalization and deportation. I'll say that again. The current federal regime is deporting legal immigrants for exercising their speech rights and stripping citizenship from citizens, and it's publicly mocking our courts as it does so. This isn't normal, it's not legal, and it's not American. We don't have an immigration crisis in this country. We have an authoritarianism crisis. What stalks the land today is the exact tyranny that my conservative upbringing taught me to deplore abroad and fear domestically. Scapegoating outgroups is step one in every dictator's playbook, and even a basic understanding of history tells us that this leads nowhere good and fast. Vista should absolutely send a message that we won't bend a knee and cooperate with masked secret police that would kidnap our residents without due process. Thank you.
Bonnie Lang, followed by Samsung 2. Bonnie Lang. Bonnie, can you hear us?
I believe,
Okay, I'm unmuted. Thank you so much.
I'm
Can
sorry,
you hear me?
I apologize. I believe Bonnie spoke on this item already, and per our policy, you can speak once on the item.
What, did she speak here in the chambers? No.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I had something else to address, though.
Yeah, I apologize, but the deputy mayor has a point, and everybody's allowed to speak once for 3 minutes, so I apologize. We're going to have to go to Samsung 2. I'm very sorry, but those are the rules. Samsung 2. Caller with Samsung 2. Are you there? How about Stacy Melton? Miss Stacy Melton there?
Yes, I'm here, and it's William Melton. I'm using my wife's computer.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. Sanctuary city policies support increased crime by allowing individuals with criminal records to remain in our community. These policies place a strain on limited local resources and get in the way of lawful enforcement of federal laws that are intended to protect our communities. My concern is that by limiting cooperation with federal immigration authorities, sanctuary policies allow people with criminal backgrounds to remain in communities to molest and kill our local residents. The policy to actively subvert ICE's ability to remove criminals puts the criminals' interests above our residents. We are all safer when criminals are removed for public safety and safer when we follow our laws. From a fiscal perspective, an influx of residents into cities puts a strain on public services like schools, hospitals, and social welfare programs that are funded by our local taxes. As our representatives, you should take our safety and fiscal interests into consideration when making any policies. It is my sincere hope that all of you vote no on sanctuary policies because such policies hurt our local communities. And finally, I thought that the notice provided to this important issue was too short. Didn't see why it had to be rushed onto tonight's agenda. And the title of the item did not indicate a discussion of the proposed city of Vista becoming a sanctuary city. I find that I find that distasteful. I would expect an item of this importance would be provide greater notice to the public. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Bradley Zuniga Diaguid.
Hi, hello. My name is Bradley Zuniga Diaguid. I'm a Vista resident, and I reside in District 4, Shadow Ridge. The resolution before you tonight is to protect community safety and due process. Will allow the city to uphold the Constitution and the 14th Amendment. This was presented to protect all citizens of Vista, regardless of immigration status. Immigrants are our neighbors, and no human is illegal. This nation was founded by immigrants for immigrants. And to reiterate what many before me have stated, immigrants do pay taxes and are valuable members of the community. Many before me have also mentioned the crime rates in Vista, and I'd like to remind this council that crime is at a 20-year low. The measure tonight would protect the individuals reporting crime out of fear of being detained under suspicion of their immigration status. The current federal government is overstepping and allowing ICE agents to detain individuals based solely on the color of their skin or the languages that they speak. This government is revoking student visas, green cards, and citizenship status. They're abducting people at their immigration hearings in a courthouse. The North County Superior Courthouse resides in Vista, so we definitely need to support this measure. I urge this council tonight to protect our communities and our neighbors. Without this item, under current federal law, people of color are at risk, and this measure would uphold policies that the federal government is supposed to be. I would also like to recommend an additional measure similar to what LA has to ban facial coverings on federal agents. It is this council's duty to protect the majority of your constituents, not to listen to the loudest minority that many individuals have shown up tonight. I'm speaking for many individuals that have not shown up tonight out of fear of ICE activity in the area.
Okay. We're going to now close the opportunity for public comment on this item, with the exception of any of these individuals whose names I read next to wrote on their card that they did not want to speak. According to staff, most of them do say do not wish to speak. But if there's anybody here who, because some of these I don't strictly see the words I don't want to speak, so if anybody's changed their mind. But we had Clicero Montalvo Juarez, who was in favor. We had Clarissa Smelser, who was in favor. Socorro R. in favor. Juana Martinez did not check a box. I think that's Rocco Jimenez is in favor. Israel Mendez in favor. Maribel Isor is in favor. Blanca Perez is in favor. Apollonia Martinez is in favor. Yesenia Ruiz is in favor. Sofia Lopez in favor. Guadalupe Gonzalez in favor. There's no name with this one. Somebody with St. Francis in favor. Soledad Sanchez in favor. Gabriela Dominguez in favor. Gregorio Guzman in favor. Rosa Guzman in favor. Edwin Corbone in favor. Cecilia Perez in favor. Joan Turley in opposition. Eric Sharping in opposition. Jacqueline Imani in opposition. And Mackenzie Lewis in opposition. Okay, I think that is the end of our public comment. Deputy Mayor, I noticed that you and Councilmember Contreras got your names reversed on the request to speak. Did you do that on purpose, or was that by accident?
We had a couple times where we dropped off, but am I able to go ahead and make some comments?
Okay, so are you seeking recognition next then?
Yes, I am.
Okay, all right. I was going to speak after Councilmember Contreras, so I'm just going to, I'll say shortly here. For all of those who said this is not about Sanctuary City, it says here on page 5 of 6 that Councilmember Contreras wants to nail a sign to the front door of City Hall that says that federal law enforcement agents are not welcome here. Now, if that's not a Sanctuary City policy, I double dog dare you to tell me what is. Do not tell me this is not a sanctuary policy. That is outrageous that you would assert that. Many of you who spoke in favor of it were very honest about the fact that it's a sanctuary policy. Why are you embarrassed to identify your policy for what it is? Is it because you know the community won't support it? How possibly can you instruct the city manager shall provide standardized signage on the way into all city facilities, letting them know that federal agents are not welcome unless they have a judicially issued warrant? You know, I'm going to ask a rhetorical question of the city manager. When's the last time that there have been any ICE or other federal immigration enforcement actions on any city property that we have any awareness of? Is there any that you can think of in your entire 25 years? Any during the last year? None stand out. This is a complete problem. You know, it's a solution in search of a problem. This is not happening on city property. This is not a problem. And this is absolutely an effort to sow fear in the Latino community and in the immigrant community. I want to say clearly to our immigrants, I love our immigrants. I have so many friends who have come here to this country from all over the world, Mexico included, and have lived the American dream. And I tell all of them, and the people that know me know I have said this time and time again, our immigrants, I am certain, are going to be the ones to save America. The reason for that is because they are some of the last people in this country that truly believe in the promise of the American dream. They know that if they come here with nothing but a work ethic and an attitude and a desire to love their families, to serve God, serve their community, and to work hard, they know that they can own a home. They know they can build a business. They know their children can access educational opportunities unheard of in the rest of the world. They know they can live the American dream. In fact, so many of my friends who are immigrants to this country who came here with absolutely nothing, they have succeeded far beyond what I would call the average case of my compatriots who were born here into the great privilege. Wealth is not always a privilege. Sometimes necessity is the privilege that makes us successful. It was for me, and it is for so many. The idea that because I'm opposed to putting a sign on the front door that says law enforcement isn't welcome here, that somehow I'm a racist, I reject entirely. That is totally false. I do not hate anybody, think less of anybody because of the color of their skin. You are no less welcome in my home. I shared my bedroom with people from Argentina and from Brazil as a child. I had exchange students. I've studied Spanish most of my life. I'm still not fluent. I'm working on it. I care about people from all over. And, you know, I never really stop to ask people who I come into contact with in my life. I never say, are you legal or are you illegal? I don't ask. I don't think most of us do. But we befriend and we come to know people in our community. And certainly all of us lament that families would ever be separated. But, you know, we have to be a nation of laws. We have to be a society of law and order. And this is what is in the best interest. Why can you succeed wildly in this country? And in so many of the other nations of the world, you cannot. It is one simple reality. We are a nation that honors the rule of law. That is it. Because the rule for one is the rule for all. And so many came tonight, thank God, to quote from the United States Constitution. Get in line behind me, brothers and sisters, because there is not one of you here who's read the Constitution more times than I have, or who would die sooner to protect it. I proudly have sworn the oath to uphold the Constitution, and I've done it so many times, I can't even count how many times. I've done it many times as an elected official. I did it as a public servant before that. I take that oath with the greatest seriousness, serving my country, my city, my state, and upholding my oath to defend the Constitution is absolutely paramount to my heart. And were this an effort to provide a copy in Spanish and English of the Constitution, I own one I got from the Cato Institute. I love to study the Spanish versus the English, and I love watching this translation tonight because it helps me improve my Spanish. I would be happy to join you in sponsoring a resolution to provide free copies of the Constitution, bilingual. Happy to do that. I want everybody to know, no matter where they're from, what language they speak, what color they are, I want everybody to know their Constitution. Our Constitution is the greatest guarantee of liberty that we have. But please, please do not come to me with a request and then tell me you cite due process. What has the city of Vista got to do with ensuring the due process given to people who have broken the criminal and civil statutes of the United States of America, that is the federal government? This is not a federal court. This is not the venue that we're going to debate whether the due process rights. There is a place to do that. And if we are going to study the Constitution and we're going to be citizens and we're going to be aspiring citizens, then we should know where our federal rights are exercised and where they are upheld. They are upheld in a federal court of law. That is the place to go to uphold your federal rights under the United States Constitution. And we see the federal judiciary with its 800 plus federal judges. We see decisions. You can lower your hands, sir. The time for the public comment is over. I apologize. When I'm finished, they will. Please be silent. Okay, you had your opportunity, and now it's ours. Okay? I got elected to be the mayor, so I don't have a 3-minute timer. Okay? Please, if you would, let us do our thing. It'll go faster. Okay? I'm almost done, by the way. But just because you don't like what I'm saying, and just because somebody else didn't like what the public was saying, you're not going to silence us anymore. Okay? We're not going to be called racists. We're not going to be cowed into silence. We're not going to have our laws disregarded anymore. And let me tell you something. Yes, Vista is 50% Latino. And my friends in this city who are of Latino heritage, like my friend Frank Nunez here, he does not want to see anybody's rights run roughshod over, but he also wants to see our laws upheld. And so many who came tonight who are immigrants, be it from Haiti or from Guadalajara or wherever they're from, they want to see the law upheld. This is not about the color of your skin or where you hail from. This is about upholding the law. Don't tell me it's about due process, because tacking a sign to the front door of City Hall that says federal law enforcement agents are not welcome has nothing to do with due process. Not when Mr. Connolly, for 25 years, an employee here, and for me, 11 years, the mayor and member of the council, never once has there been a federal immigration enforcement action that ever took place at our senior center, at our civic center, at our fire stations. It's never happened. So you come here with this nonsense to an affront to our law enforcement. By the way, our career law enforcement, people who have worked during Democrat administrations and Republican administrations without regard for partisanship. They are serving their country for their entire lifetime. And you tell those career people that they are not allowed, they are not welcome. Many of those people live here in our city. This is patently outrageous. And any member of this council that votes for this, I commit to every voter in this city. I will make you famous for this. This is offensive. This is offensive to the law-abiding sensibility of the good, common, decent people. And the last thing I'm going to say before I find some more interesting thoughts after you speak, I know you love my next-door polls. You deride them as being completely irrelevant, but Dan O'Donnell, let me tell you, most of the people in this poll live in your district because it's centered around my home on Nextdoor. And right now I have 429 Vistans voting in a poll. Go read it right now on Nextdoor. Very simple. Says, do you think Vista should be a sanctuary city? 27% yes, 73% no. 429 Vistans. We had, I don't know how many hundreds of people here tonight. Vista does not want this. Vote no on this affront to law and order. Vote no on this affront to the common sensibilities of the people that you represent. Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Very well. Tonight we heard from many members of the public and received different perspectives, and that is very important to give everyone a chance to speak and be part of the public record. And I can share my history too. I was born and raised here in Vista. For those of you who don't know me or have had the chance to see my public service, on my dad's side, I'm Puerto Rican, and Puerto Ricans are colonized citizens. They're not immigrants, but my dad never taught me Spanish. And on my mom's side, my Jewish great-grandparents fled persecution after the Holocaust. And also on my mom's side are Irish farmer immigrants, and I don't know how legal they were, but here I am, born and raised in Vista. I also have a degree in biblical studies, and I truly do believe that we are all children of God. When I was elected twice to the Vista City Council, I took an oath to defend the Constitution of the United States and of the state of California. Many tonight have said that we must comply with federal law, which is true, and we are. And I will insist that the federal government and all federal agencies must also follow the law and ultimately ensure due process and uphold the Constitution of the United States. There have been many false statements made tonight, and it's important to address these lies and ensure that our discussion is centered on logic and facts. One of the main misconceptions and false statements that we heard tonight was that immigrants increase crime in neighborhoods. The truth is that our communities are safer, not less safe, when immigrants are a part of them. The data shows that scapegoating immigrants for crime doesn't match the reality. Immigrants, both documented and undocumented, are less likely to commit crimes than native-born citizens, such as myself. A study from the official journal of the United States National Academy of Sciences states, contrary to public perception, we observe considerably lower felony arrest rates among undocumented immigrants compared to legal immigrants and native-born U.S. citizens, and find no evidence that undocumented criminality has increased in recent years. FBI and state crime data consistently demonstrate that higher immigrant populations correlate with lower crime rates. This is supported by an additional study from the Cato Institute, showing us that immigrant communities that are protected by local policies guarantee an increased cooperation with law enforcement. That means that immigrant victims are more likely to report crimes, and then we can go out and catch those perpetrators. We can reduce crime when we improve trust with effective policing.
Deputy Mayor, would you yield for a motion to extend our meeting because we're 5 minutes away from midnight?
Yes, a motion to extend and continue this current session.
Would you want to make it?
I will make it to extend an additional half hour.
Okay, that's fine with me. I'll second that. Any discussion on it? Is there any opposition? If not, by unanimous consent, it's approved.
Should have gone for an hour. I appreciate that. Essentially, when we have policies that protect our immigrant communities, they're more likely to participate in crime fighting, such as the heroes that we met earlier this evening. And for our community that is 50% Latino with strong immigrant families, we need to ensure that those families have good relationships with law enforcement. Another study from NAS found that such policies that ensure due process do not increase crime. So, we can talk with our city attorney and with the member of the council who's bringing this item forward about how it is defined as a sanctuary city or not a sanctuary city. But the facts are that sanctuary cities and cities that have policies that protect due process for immigrants do not increase crime. Those are the facts, and that's the logic and reason that I have available from the National Institute of Sciences. In addition to not increasing crime, I know we're shaking our heads, we don't like to hear the facts, I'm sorry. They also do not reduce deportations of people with violent criminal convictions. So when we have policies that protect due process, we have less crime, and we continue to deport the individuals that have violent criminal convictions. So what are we worried about? We want to make sure that violent criminals are deported. Well, the facts state that with policies that defend due process, we actually can maintain the assurance of that. So that is the first misconception, which is that immigrants increase crime in our communities. It is not true. It's patently false per the data that I have, and you're welcome to present any information studies to me. Our second topic is that immigrants waste our resources and don't pay taxes. The Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy estimated that over almost $2 billion a year went to state and local taxes from undocumented immigrants alone, contributing billions of taxes. Many immigrants are essential workers, propping up industries, and contributing far more to the economy than they consume. So that was patently false as well. Lastly, we've heard that ICE is just following the law and ensuring due process. But no agency is above the Constitution. Due process means more than what ICE claims. It means timely hearings, access to counsel, and protection against wrongful detention. According to reporting from the National Immigrant Justice Center, ICE arrests that occur at or immediately after immigrant attending immigration court hearings, when people are cooperating with the system, have occurred. These arrests stop the process and actually cause a backup in our immigration proceedings. And this is occurring. ICE is going into legal proceedings where people are doing it the right way, and they are violating their agreement. Numerous court rulings and reports have shown systematic due process violations. People denied access to lawyers, detained without timely hearings, and even U.S. citizens wrongly detained by ICE. In a 2021 report from the Government Accountability Office, they reviewed ICE's use of detainers and found that ICE does not consistently ensure probable cause before issuing detainers, leading to wrongful holds. The Cato Institute found hundreds of wrongful detainers in Texas, and the Cato Institute also found that 65% of people taken by ICE had no convictions, and 93% had no violent convictions. So we can all agree, we want to make sure that people with violent cases are not integrated into our communities, but the reality is that nonviolent immigrants who are doing it the right way are still being violated by our federal agencies, and they must uphold the law. We've heard cases, many of the speakers tonight shared cases, but I want to highlight Kilmar Abrego, a Salvadorian man who came to the US to escape gang threats and then was deported to El Salvador despite a judge's ruling that he was not to be deported. Finally, I'm also concerned about recent reporting from the Miami Herald. As of the end of August, the whereabouts of 2/3 of more than 1,800 men detained at Alcatraz detention facility could not be determined. Details of their disappearance are not clear to their attorneys and their families. This has the markings of human trafficking. When masked men are profiling people, abducting them off the street, only for them to go missing, I am highly concerned about the morality and legality of our immigration enforcement. And you cannot force me to trust our federal government. I'm a local elected leader. I am going to have criticism of whatever is coming down from the federal government. Authoritarian governments demand strict adherence to the law while violating our own rights. And instead of catering to authoritarianism, we should do as our own oath states, which is to defend our Constitution and protect our residents against unlawful detainment, racial profiling, and human rights violations. I believe that this resolution does just that. If you are on the clock working as a federal agent, you should be here with a judicial warrant. That would be in adherence with the law. So items 1 through 5, I do believe, capture a resolution that would keep us in adherence with the law and present a position to our federal agencies and ensure that our residents are being protected as well. So I would make a motion to, really, we're putting this back to staff. We don't necessarily have the time or the bandwidth tonight to say exactly the details of the resolution. It will come back before us. But from what I've read and from my facts, from my logic and data and research, 1 through 5 will go very far in ensuring that the city of Vista is protecting people's rights and ensuring due process. So I would make a motion to move forward a resolution with items 1 through 5 for a community safety and due process resolution.
Councilmember Contreras.
Thank you. To the maker of the motion, can I add an amendment to that, please? I would like to strike out the language in item number 5, strike out on behalf of the city. Would you accept that?
Yes.
Okay, I second the motion. And listen, I am not an American. I was born here. I'm a patriot. I don't believe that I need to blindly follow the government. I will never blindly follow any government. It is my duty as an elected representative to ensure that the Constitution is followed. I swear an oath to the state Constitution and to the federal Constitution, and there is nothing before the public today in these policies that denies federal agencies from doing their job because there are legal processes that they must follow. City Attorney, I have a question for you. Are any of the provisions that we're focusing on right now, 1 through 5, with the amendment posed, would this impede federal agents from conducting their business in a lawful way?
No.
Would this constitute a sanctuary city?
I don't know if I can give you a concrete answer because there's no official definition of sanctuary city. So there are popular definitions of sanctuary city, but I don't know, how much water that holds. The popular definitions I've seen are local jurisdictions using local resources or funds to protect citizen rights by limiting the interaction or cooperation with federal or with immigration officers. So that's the generic definition I've seen, but I know of no official definition of sanctuary city.
Yeah, I think if our president wants to make it really clear about what a sanctuary city is, I would implore all of you to ask him to define that. So that way we could have maybe a better conversation. So thank you. There is so much more that we need to talk about. So much more. I think it's interesting that the mayor pointed out someone who's running for city council from his position here, which it's just interesting. I'll let you decide what you think about that. But there is so much education. I am doubling down on the fact that we need to have more education after this conversation. This actually might be the first time that some folks have even heard of these facts. So I thank you for coming here. I thank you for all your comments, even folks that, wanted to attack me. I don't get bullied around. Mayor has tried to do that since even before I was elected, when I was over there with you on that side. And I haven't gotten weaker. I haven't gotten less popular. I continue to get stronger because my resolve is that I am here to support my city and make it better. And I've done that. We've decreased our crime 18.3%. We continue to see a decrease in crime. Also, I want to roll back hours and hours and hours ago when someone talked about how we shouldn't be tracked and have massive surveillance on us. You should probably ask the mayor what he thinks about that. Because that conversation is going to come back. And I hope that everybody here that's so concerned about your privacy will attend and let us know exactly how you feel about having surveillance in our city. One of the things I think is necessary as well, and it'll have to be potentially a discussion for a different time, even though it's listed on here, is taking a look at our sheriff's contract and looking at some amendments to it. None of the amendments would hinder law enforcement. They would simply give us data on what's going on where we can't see. I'm also wanting to know how much of your taxpayer dollars are being used at the Vista Detention Center when it comes to detentions and transfers. You know, I just, through a lot of inquiry, I found out recently that we're losing out a little over $200,000 a year by servicing the county jail. It's one of our hot spots for our first responders, for our firefighter paramedics. We're not getting that money back. We haven't even received all of it back yet. That's just for 1 year. And it's only because I have inquired about this. I'm still waiting for a written contract that says that we are going to be paid for all the services that we provide to the county jail. Haven't seen that yet. You should be concerned about that. $200,000 a year adds up. Not only that, when our firefighters and paramedics are, busy conducting emergency services for the county at the county jail, that means they're not over here ready for us. So I want to know more about how our taxpayers are being spent. Because our taxpayers should be spent, our tax dollars should be spent to ensure that we are safe here and that people are following the law. The federal government, they have tons of money. They just print it all the time. We can't do that here. Every dollar is important. And that's just the economic part. If you don't care about humans and you don't, think that people deserve due process, care about where your money is going. Or if you don't want to care about anything, you don't have to. But I'm really concerned about where our money is going. And I want it to be here to connect folks to resources like we've been doing. So I look forward to getting some more information about how our tax dollars are being used. The other thing is, I do believe that we have room outside of a resolution to incorporate some of this language into our municipal code via an ordinance. An ordinance, I think, could be important. There are many more years left of possible extreme escalation of federal involvement in our local community that is extra legal outside of the law. I would like to explore whether we can put fines on some of these ordinances for being not followed. And if those fines incurred could go to a Vista Mutual Aid Fund that can ensure that our folks are going to have access to the resources they need, whether that is healthy food, whether it's transportation resources or potentially legal resources. I think these are all questions and discussions that we need to have as a city. And I look forward to having those in the future. I know we're running out of time, so I will go ahead and cede to the rest of the council to see where they stand.
Seven. I thought I heard that too, but I apologize. I have to maintain order here in the chamber. We'll go to Councilmember Fox.
Thank you. First, thank you all for staying till past midnight on a, was it Tuesday night? I guess Wednesday morning now, because you care about your community. I think that's really impressive, and I'm happy to be serving alongside you guys. So, we're here really because of a long series of failures by our federal government. A failure of Congress not to do immigration reform and actually put together policies that are adequate. A failure of our federal government for selectively enforcing those rules over the last decades, and a failure from our judicial branch to not hold states accountable or federal government accountable when things aren't being followed. And so this is something that has been a federal failure for a very long time. And as some of the speakers mentioned today, on across the aisles, both sides have, both parties have had power and not done a thing about this. And so I can see why our community is very frustrated. I can see why they're coming to us for help, because it doesn't seem like they're really getting it anywhere else. And so I definitely don't blame people for wanting us to do something. But that's kind of the problem, is, I've read through the resolutions and tried to evaluate each one on what the effect would actually be. And if we have any enforcement power on pretty much anything on this list, because a lot of this we're putting rules on federal immigration agents, which is not necessarily something that's within our jurisdiction here, and whether we're able to levy fines on ICE agents for coming into our public facilities, which, and so that's the first problem, is that, the jurisdiction part of this is something where I really just don't see a way around it. When it comes to due process, I 100% agree, whether you're here legally or not, you are entitled to due process. What that due process looks like, is a conversation that needs to be had at that federal level in Congress. Because we have an administration right now who's saying that papers for deportation is due process, and going to Article 2 courts is due process. And some people disagree with that. Well, that's a thing that we really need to have a discussion at federal level. But if there's anything that we can do, if there's egregious violations of due process happening, I'm fully against those as well, 100%. But when it comes to the actual efficiency or the effectiveness of the policy, we're talking about banning federal law enforcement from non-public areas of city-owned properties. So, that this room wouldn't qualify, our library wouldn't qualify, our parks wouldn't qualify. I guess if you come into the back of City Hall and we have a meeting in my office, then a federal agent wouldn't be able to come in and violate your rights. And when it comes to disseminating know your rights information about what people's rights are, I mean, I don't think that anyone in this room's first option would be go to the City of Vista website. I mean, I think we'd probably be Googling that stuff, and, you know, there's probably, you know, this information all over the internet. If, you know, people are curious about what their rights are, I'm sure there are a huge number of nonprofit organizations out there that are set up specifically to help you find them. When it comes to the FOIA requests, you know, I did watch the City of Oceanside's meeting. I think we may have beat you guys for a number of public speakers. I think you had like 65 or so, as I think. Yeah. But, you know, I think Mayor Sanchez over there made a good point that that, you know, our Congressman Levin's office is able to get a lot of that information to people a lot quicker than a FOIA request can. It usually, from what I've heard, takes about 6 months to hear back from a FOIA request. And so if you're in desperate need to know where your family members are, I don't think that's necessarily going to be your best option there. So on the flip side of that, what are the dangers of something like this? We have a real danger of being classified as a sanctuary city. And, you know, is there a definition? Does it say that this is a sanctuary city ordinance? It does not. But, you know, I don't think most of the sanctuary city ordinances call themselves sanctuary city ordinances. It's really a designation by, you know, the federal government, right? And so I think it was earlier this year that the City of Vista was already put on a list of sanctuary cities mistakenly, and we had to figure out how to correct that. And, you know, what is it? What's the problem with being on, you know, a sanctuary city list? Well, I think the biggest issue is that, you know, it kind of turns this into a unforced tactical error if you're here trying to support our local community, because, you know, we've talked about Tom Homan a little bit, but he confirmed multiple times that they're going to target sanctuary cities. He said they're going to, quote unquote, flood the zone, and we're going to send our firefighters to the biggest fires, and these fires are sanctuary cities. And so, well, please correct me when it's on your turn, because that's the research that I was doing. So I mean, and we've seen how, you know, these types of policies have worked for other sanctuary cities in the state of California. You know, if they were effective, then, you know, the things that were happening up in LA, you know, if we wouldn't have those kinds of issues happening across the state, because the other part of it is the things that might have some effect already covered under SB 54, under California's sanctuary state law, so either the things are already legally binding to us because we, as a city in the state of California, must abide by state law. And correct me if I'm wrong, city manager, but we do follow all of the SB 54 rules, and so do our sheriffs. And so the things that might be effective in here are already state law. And so, you know, making it a city ordinance doesn't give them permission or require them to change the ways that they do law enforcement, because that's already the law of our jurisdiction already. So overall, I mean, I think that there is a need for reform. I think that there is a need to protect our community and protect people and make sure that they have 100% of their rights being followed. But I see things that would not necessarily do a whole lot of good, but could potentially do some harm in this. And at the end of the day, this is something that needs to be handled by Congress. It absolutely needs to. And anything else we do is a Band-Aid on the problem and is not going to be a long-term solution, period. So that's about it.
I'd even go so far as to say it as plainly as I think this is going to bring ice down on the city of Vista. And for all that our colleagues claim they're trying to help the Latino community, I'm not sure the consequence of this is going to be something that the Latino community, especially people that are in status that's uncertain, I don't think this is going to do what you think it's going to do. I think it's going to have very much the opposite result, and I think it's going to create a lot of fear, and it's going to hurt a lot of people in our community. Councilmember O'Donnell.
Thanks, everyone, for sticking with us. It's been a long night, as I'm sure you're already aware. I just do have a couple questions first on what's on the floor right now is a resolution, correct? Items 1 through 5 with the striking of on behalf of the city. City Attorney, is there anything on here that we are not already actively doing? And what I mean by that, so I know Your Rights is something that we have not done. We've discussed it in the past, but haven't moved forward with it. Prohibit federal law enforcement personnel from immigration enforcement in non-public areas of city-owned or city-controlled properties without a judicial warrant.
We don't allow anybody other than staff in non-public areas unless you have, a visitor's badge. So,
Could you explain item number 3, if there's any conflict with any future city contracts, or if that is something that we already currently adhere to? Are you aware, I guess, of any contractors disclosing sensitive personal or non-public information?
I am not. We don't specifically have any provisions in our current contracts that call for this, but I am not aware of that.
Sensitive or personal data collected by city will not be shared with immigration enforcement agencies directly or indirectly unless otherwise required by state and federal law. That is something we currently follow.
That would be something we currently follow.
So for the most part, we're just reinforcing that these are the things that we as a city believe in and do. For people that want to talk about, and I'm going to run out of time tonight, so I apologize, but we want to talk a lot about the Constitution, and whether we like it or not, we cannot cut holes in the cloaks that we are blanketed in our Constitution. We can't pick and choose which amendments we like, which amendments we don't, which parts of it we want to apply to the items that we like, which are items that we don't like. And so, a gentleman had brought up that none of us talked about the Second Amendment. And there are parts of the Second Amendment that I do not agree with the way it's interpreted. But I defend your right to own a gun. I'm not trying to take your guns away. Do I believe that there should be some type of meaningful legislation on gun reform? Within reason, sure. But it doesn't mean we're trying to take away the Second Amendment. But it's also, while there's been many statements made tonight that I disagree with, I will fight to the death your ability to have your First Amendment right, because it is guaranteed to you by the Constitution. Just as, and I know, Mayor, you disagree with this, but I'm going to tell you, when people are getting ripped off the streets without a warrant, without due process, and without an unreasonable or without reasonable reason for searching, they're not getting a right to due process, they're being detained. That's 100% a due process issue.
It's not happening.
It's okay. So, we'll agree to disagree.
Give me the names.
And also, Councilmember Fox brought it up. The city of Vista is designated by the Trump administration and the federal government as a sanctuary city.
No, it is not.
Has it changed since you wrote the letter?
They removed us.
My apologies. So we were designated as
erroneously designated us, and they corrected it.
Do we know why they designated us as a sanctuary city?
No, but they designated a bunch of cities that were absolute. I think they used it was a total mess.
I could not agree with you more.
The reason they
It has been a
canceled the
total
entire
mess.
list and republished it. It was completely wrong.
It has been a total mess. I completely agree.
On that, we are agreed.
Yes. So my point of bringing up the Constitution is the comments made that we swore an oath to uphold it, and I could not agree with you more. And so when I'm talking about supporting pieces of it, and I'm going to tell you right now, there are parts of the ordinance, I don't even know if I'll get on board with an ordinance, but there are parts of it I do not agree with in here that I need to have greater clarification and more conversation around. But when we talk about upholding our amendments in the Constitution, that is what we need to do. And I think that in some of these instances, making sure that they know their rights, making sure that we are enforcing the laws that are on the books, is doing just that. And it's swearing an oath that I took. It's not just a District 4. And sometimes I have to fight hard for my district. And I have. I've fought for local control. I've fought for infrastructure. I have fought for so many things in District 4. But we are one whole city. And despite the fact that we are elected by districts, and you may shake your head, and that's fine, but we are all obligated to fight on behalf of the residents in our city. And when there are 50% of this city that is made up of Latino heritage and Hispanic descent. I agree with you, but
Let's apologize. We have to ask everybody in the chamber to be silent, please.
so regardless the
Sorry.
reason, if people are going to make blanket assumptions on what immigrants are and that they all commit crimes, and I'm not saying that's what you did, but there have been a lot of statements in that regard.
Please, we got to have order in the chamber. Sorry.
What I'm going to say is they, regardless of whether you agree with it or not, they are guaranteed the same constitutional rights, whether they committed a crime coming here, whatever your interpretation of it. And Mayor, I understand. I know exactly what you said. But they are still guaranteed the constitutional right to the Fourth and Fifth Amendment. They're guaranteed to all of them.
Totally agree.
So,
100%.
all right. So I will make a motion to extend for 5 minutes.
Move to extend for the purpose of the vote.
I say we don't extend. I say we let this die, which maybe is an outcome that some of you can live with.
That it doesn't die. It comes back as the first item on the next agenda for the meeting, would it not? Since we're not finishing and there's an open.
Second to the motion.
You want to have a motion in the nature of substitute to table this? I'll take it as a win if the community, 400 people, don't have to come speak on it again.
I'm not going to.
If we can, you know, we've had our conversation. Everybody scored their political points. Maybe you don't have to bring ICE crashing down on all the people of Vista. Maybe you don't have to do that to the good community. You know. Well, I don't know whether he's voting with us or against us, but maybe, you know. All right, let's have a vote on the. Oh, we got 30 seconds left. What are we doing here? I don't want to approve this. I don't know if I got 3 votes to kill it or 2 votes against it. The community doesn't want it.
I don't know how the
overwhelmingly.
members of the council are going to vote until they vote. And I heard from my colleague that he wants to extend for 5 minutes.
Is there support while we're still in session here? Is there support to table the motion? Would you second that?
4/5 the table. So even if we have a second, 4 of us are not going to vote in the affirmative.
Is that right? We have to 4/5 the table?
A motion to table would require it to come back at the next meeting. What I think you're asking for is a motion to postpone indefinitely, which would effectively kill the item tonight, and there would be no date specific that this item would be brought back.
But as is my understanding, per the rules, our meeting just adjourned because it is now 12:31, so this will get moved to the first item on the next agenda.
Does it? Do our rules state that?
That's what we have done in the past.
Well, as the
Well,
chair, the
rules
chair
either
can
say-
supersede that.
Well, the rules either say it does or it doesn't. I mean, it's not I don't get to just make it up as we go.
Well, the 10:30 hard stop was just a voice motion, so there was no actual written policy by the council on this. So we
Well,
have.
it's still the effective policy of the council, though.
What we've done in the past is moved any items that were not completed at the hard cutoff time were then moved to the first items of the next meeting.
We have a policy that we agreed to, but the chair, mayor, can enforce the policy or not, and our colleague has asked for 5 more minutes.
Councilmember, well, we're technically adjourned, but since we have some latitude, do you want to postpone it indefinitely? So that everybody made their point tonight, everybody was heard, but we don't have to tack a sign to the front door that says prohibit law enforcement personnel in our, I mean, this is nonsense. Come on. Do it for the people you represent,
But
please.
we haven't even discussed the ordinance, the language of the ordinance yet.
I don't want to discuss it ever. I don't ever want this to come back.
Can
you join me in that?
I promise you it will probably come back at some point.
Look, if it comes back, I'm going to bring 1,000 people next time, okay?
There is a motion and a second to support.
I don't even know if we're in business right now. But you know what? Since these good people have come to see us vote, and I'm not getting joy on a postponement, so you want to do a vote?
The vote to extend the time is what's going on right now.
Let's just have the vote on the item and be done with it if that's what you want to do.
Well,
unless you're
I
gonna
want to know
support
if
the
there'd be
what's the point?
a friendly motion to strike number 5, and if we need to bring it back at a different point.
That doesn't do anything to make me happier. let's just do what you.
Mayor,
do.
I
Make
apologize.
a final motion.
I'm
Make
not
a final
here to
motion. Let's
accuse you.
vote for it.
It is, I just, the decorum on this dais is just incredible sometimes.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, Mayor, we get along very well. It's just the constant interrupting.
I are getting
I
along
would
fine.
support that
Let's just-
amendment, council member. And I do appreciate the Councilmember Fox comments regarding the Freedom of Information Act. So I would be supportive of being able to move forward some aspects of this resolution.
I make a motion in the nature of a substitute to postpone indefinitely. You have the option right now to second that, and we can be done. We can vote on that. We can be done with this for a long time. Or you can, vote yes on it. I'll vote no. And, we'll do all this over again. Another 6-hour meeting. It's up to you. What's your pleasure?
I've made my motion, so that's what I'm going to stick with.
I thought they have a
Well, I'm
motion.
sorry,
I accept
You're going to support their
your
motion.
request and-
Very good. We have a motion, a second. Cast your votes, and then let's be done.
Just to be clear, what motion are we on right now? Are we on the first one? Because then just.
Well, that's the operative motion, the motion that they made.
Okay, sorry, there's just been a lot of conversation around all of it.
Also, I accept the amendment
Thank you.
as a seconder.
So is it 1 through 4? That's what Walter is saying he understands the motion to be. Okay, we have a motion, a second. Cast your votes. Okay, that item is approved. Congratulations, City of Vista. You're now a sanctuary city with the objection of the mayor and the objection of Councilmember Fox.
Let's not be dramatic. Everybody
Sorry,
have a
people of
lovely
Vista,
night.
your voice wasn't heard tonight.